Chapter 001. I wipe. Brother Wang, can it be true that I crossed over? At this moment, in front of the mirror, a man wearing an orange martial arts suit, crab hairstyle, and a dumb look was looking at him incredulously. He is Brother Wang, a bitter author from the 21st century, but I don't know what's going on. Since he has crossed over, he is also the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong. I remember the last time I wrote Azamas, it was also under my pseudonym. Who knew I crossed it a week later? Sun Wukong smiled bitterly at the moment, just thinking about it. Who would have thought that since he really crossed over? According to the memory of the original owner of this body, it has been half a year since Beerus stood a station, so to speak. Vegeta has already gone to destroy the God realm to practice. Sun Wukong's face was solemn. He deeply knew the horror of this world. One Beerus alone is enough to toss himself, and the state of Super Saiyan 3 is simply vulnerable. Must reach Super Saiyan 4. It is also Super Saiyan 5 who are qualified to compete with the God of Destruction. Lean. Since I crossed into the Monkey King. So. I will guard this blue planet. I'm not going to be that fool. This beautiful blue planet I would never gamble with. Sun Wukong's face was determined, because he knew what he had to do in the future. But the next thunderous roar led Sun Wukong to confirm that this was true. Goku! What are you going to do if you don't sleep in the middle of the night? There was an angry roar in the next room, and Sun Wukong took a step backwards as he instinctively reacted when he heard this. Sure enough, Saiyans are afraid of their own women. Kiki, I'll sleep right away, don't worry ha. Sun Wukong's forehead slipped with cold sweat, which was probably the instinctive reaction of the original owner of this body. Then you hurry up and sleep, you have to work tomorrow. Kiki's manic voice calmed down, and Sun Wukong secretly exhaled. No, I definitely can't sit still like this, and I won't go to destroy the God realm. I want to forge a path of my own. Sun Wukong squeezed his head and carefully walked out the door. See a neat home shrouded in darkness. I really dare not think that Goku, a Saiyan nerd, has such a virtuous wife. Sun Wukong shook his head with a smile and said, since I came, then you don't have to live a hard life, you are protected by me, and the earth is also protected by me. Neither Beerus, nor the so-called intruders. I'm going to beat. A look of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's black eyes. This home, he must guard. Click. The cold night breeze blew past him, but could such a little chill help the Saiyans? Boom. According to the memory of the original owner of this body, Sun Wukong burst out with a violent aura and flew into the distance. Shortly after he left, a man who looked exactly like the Monkey King slowly emerged from the darkness. The same orange martial arts suit as Sun Wukong. Compared with Sun Wukong, the whole person has obviously lost a lot of weight, but his hair is flame red, and his pupils are also flame red. You took my body, but fortunately I have the energy of the Super Saiyan God from the time of the battle with Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. This Monkey King sighed, helplessly, I also saw your memory. I didn't expect that there would be so many unknown enemies on Earth. And I. This Monkey King clenched his fists unwillingly, as if regretting his stupid behavior. I also heard your oath. I really didn't expect that you, an outsider, took my body. Since you would choose to help me take care of this family, this is quite surprising to me. This Monkey King is the original owner of the Monkey King's body that flew away just now, but it just appeared in a special form of energy. Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue Realm King Fist, Free Extreme Skill. A look of helplessness flashed on Sun Wukong's face. I didn't expect that Saiyans would have so many transformations, but I still think that Super Saiyan 3 is already the limit. It seems that you are even more amazing than me, and I really look forward to the time when you will fight me after you fully control my body. The flaming red aura on Sun Wukong's body became unstable, and he himself noticed this. I won't last long, but I hope you can fully control my body." Sun Wukong recently evoked a smile, and then his whole person suddenly turned into particles and disappeared into heaven and earth. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 002. Snap. When he arrived at his destination, Sun Wukong stopped using the dance void technique and fell directly to the ground. "This place is very nice." The bright moonlight shone on Sun Wukong's face, highlighting his handsomeness. "But I don't have that much time left, and the threat to this world is far from what I can imagine." Sun Wukong's body had a white aura burst out, and the whole person's momentum suddenly shook. Boom! With Sun Wukong as the center, the ground instantly sank into a hole, and the air wave visible to the naked eye spread to something. "Start with the basics." As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong began to swing his fists and practice martial arts, in order to familiarize himself with this body. According to the memory of the original owner of his body, he began the most basic exercises, first squats, frog jumps, breath, push-ups, in short, all kinds of exercises. The Scion body is also too bad. I did 400 or 500 push-ups, and since I didn't feel any discomfort at all. Monkey King was surprised by this. Although I have long known that the Scion body is strong, I did not expect that since it would be so strong, this physique has definitely dumped hundreds of streets of human beings on the earth. Slowly, Sun Wukong stopped, because it had almost no effect. Ha! In the way remembered, the energy is concentrated in the back and finally explodes. Boom! The golden energy exploded around his body, and his hair turned golden, his pupils were turquoise, and his face was even more grim. Super Scion. Feeling this outrageously powerful energy, Sun Wukong felt a trace of fear. This terrifying energy is enough to destroy the earth in an instant, and if it is not used properly, this azure planet will immediately turn into cosmic dust. Boom! With just a simple fist, the powerful fist wind swept in instantly leveling the front. Ha! Throwing his fist again, the powerful force made the entire area suddenly shake, as if a major earthquake had occurred. I was able to transform into a Super Scion. At this moment, the red-haired Monkey King was observing Gaku in the dark, and was very surprised that the other party could transform into a Super Scion. P.S. The red-haired Gaku is called the Monkey King, and the protagonist is called Gaku. Sun Wukong quietly observed Wukong's movements like this, although this guy took his body, but the other party did not seem to be a bad person and also took it unintentionally. You can also observe for a while, if the other party uses his body to do something out of the ordinary, he doesn't mind snatching his body back immediately. Ha! At this moment, Gaku seems to be addicted, faster and faster, and his strength is increasing. What an amazing boy, he actually got acquainted with my body so quickly. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly again and again, and did not have the slightest anger at the other party for controlling his body. On the contrary, I still appreciate it. Ha! At this moment, Gaku roared like thunder, his body chi suddenly rose, several blue thunder exploded on his body, a large number of arcs wrapped around, and his face became even more ruthless. Super Scion 2. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank suddenly, unable to believe. How long has it been? It can actually become Super Scion 2. Super Scion 2, a force stronger than Super Scion 1. Gaku clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. Scion energy, terrifyingly powerful. No, this little bit of strength alone is not enough. Gaku clenched his fists, based on his understanding of the world. In this world where the super gods are walking all over the ground and the super blue is as much as a dog, the power of his Super Scion 2 is really not enough to see. Nope. Too weak. Still too weak. Gaku is very dissatisfied with his power, he needs it now. Kiki, Goten. Gaku clenched his fists unwillingly. I swear, I swear. I will definitely protect you for Sun Wukong, give you a warm home, and let the two of you live carefree. A flame burned in Goku's heart, and the whole person was full of fighting spirit. From now on, the special training program begins. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who was in the dark, evoked an embarrassed smile. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Monkey King hooked his thumbs up and encouraged. At this moment, Goku started training again, and for the goal in his heart, for the family of the original owner of this body, he began to struggle. But he didn't know that the original owner of this body was watching him in the darkness at this moment. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 003. Time gradually passed, and after a while, the sky was about to dawn. At this moment, Goku continued to train tirelessly, and according to the original memory of this body, he never stopped training. Is it dawn? At this moment, Goku slowly came back to his senses, and the time passed imperceptibly, and the sky dawned in a blink of an eye. He was so invested in his training that he was oblivious to the passage of time around him. Phew! A cloudy breath exhaled from his mouth, and Goku used his breath to spill the hot sweat on his body. One night has passed, and I can become Super Saiyan 2, or even fully master. Goku looked at his pair of fists full of power, but why, I still can't become Super Saiyan 3, is it really the same as they say? Super Saiyan 3 is a special state, just a slightly upgraded transition stage of Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 3, in essence, is not much different from Super Saiyan 2, but uses the same energy and plays a completely different effect. He consumes 4 times as much as Super Saiyan 2, but equally, he is 4 times more powerful than Super Saiyan 2. This form is essentially Super Saiyan 2, because this is just using the energy of Super Saiyan 2 to play a completely different effect. You are right, Super Saiyan 3 is indeed a slightly upgraded version of Super Saiyan 2, using the same energy as Super Saiyan 2 to play a completely different effect, and similarly, his consumption is much stronger than Super Saiyan 2, so I don't use it often. In the distance, Sun Wukong stared at Goku and muttered. This kid is right, Super Saiyan 3 is essentially exactly the same as Super Saiyan 2, but the way of use is different, and the degree of use is different. In fact, Vegeta already has the capital to become Super Saiyan 3, but he doesn't know how to change, because Super Saiyan 3 is actually similar to Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 3 is indeed a slightly different way of using Super Saiyan 2, that is, the use of energy is different, and how to transform depends on you to continue to explore. A burst of red light flashed on Sun Wukong's body, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. After one night of training, my stomach was hungry. Goku withdrew from the Super Saiyan 2 state at this moment, covering his stomach with a helpless face. No wonder, as long as the Saiyan is hungry, he has no combat effectiveness at all, obviously, he has been recruited. If you don't eat enough, no matter how much power you have, whether you can exert half of it is a problem. I have to go back quickly, otherwise, Kiki will probably be angry. At this moment, Goku used the Goku technique and rushed back frantically. Because he knew that if he was late, what was he facing? A woman that even Saiyans were afraid of. Vegeta-san, today's labor task has begun. At the moment in the God of Destruction realm, Ves smiled and stared at Vegeta, who was already dressed in a labor costume in front of him. At this moment, Vegeta seems to have seen through the red dust and is used to this costume. In order to become stronger, to surpass Kakarot, he gave up his arrogant self-esteem. I know, leave it to me next. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly felt that life was so dark, but in order to surpass Kakarot, he felt that everything was worth it. Oh, in order to surpass Goku-san, Vegeta-san is really desperate, but if you complete these labor tasks, your real cultivation can begin. Weiss, the old fox, has recently shown a malicious arc, and if you don't look closely, you really can't find it. Cultivation. Vegeta looked at his hand covered in strange costume and growled, "Damn cockroach! If not to surpass you, Uncle Ben won't wear this outfit." Immediately afterwards, Our Royal Highness Prince Vegeta regained his fighting spirit and roared again and again, "Wait for me, cockroach! I, Prince Vegeta, will definitely surpass you. What Super Saiyan 3 Super Saiyan gods all give me hell. You must not have imagined that Prince Ben came here to cultivate, humph." Vegeta recently put on a smug smile. He had the teachings of Whis, which was much better than Kakarot alone. I believe it won't be long before he can surpass the Monkey King and regain the glory of the Saiyan Prince. It's just a pity. Our Saiyan Prince's dream seems to be about to come to naught, and at this moment, Sun Wukong is not a fool who can only practice martial arts. But it won't be long before we know if our proud prince can regain his pride, and will our Goku lose to him? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 004. At this moment, Goku is eating happily at the table, frantically sweeping the food in front of him. You can't blame him for this, you can only blame your stomach for being too uncompetitive, and only blame the food for being too delicious. It is worthy of being Goku's wife, and the food made tastes great. Eat slowly, don't choke, Kiki said while wiping Goku's mouth. It's okay, you should also hurry up and eat, Kiki, otherwise the food will not taste good when it is cold, Goku said while feasting. Feeling Goku's concern, Kiki smiled heartily and began to eat. Sure enough, it's a virtuous wife. Goku watches Kiki while eating, and the wife of the Monkey King in the original book is fierce. But now in Goku's opinion, this is not the case. Now Kiki is definitely a good wife and mother, and she has done her best to take care of this family. If it weren't for Sun Wukong's obsession with martial arts, it is estimated that she would not be like this. It seems that she is forced by life. Goten, come and eat. Above the dining table, Wukong looked at Sun Wushan, who was wearing pajamas and had just got up, and said, "For this cheap son, Goku still loves more. After all, this kid, well, can also be regarded as Goku's heart. As for Gohan, this kid, Goku, brother Wang, plans to leave it alone. This stinky boy has completely lost the will to fight, and I don't know how long it has been wasted. Only at the last moment will he hate his incompetence, but he never tries on his own, and every time a crisis arises, he only thinks about his father. I can't always be there for him either. All this is on his own. Look at what you plan to do with the future Frisia crisis, at least, I won't be so used to you." Goten obviously hadn't woken up yet, snorted, staggered over, and was ready to open the meal. "Go wash your hands." Kikai's face showed a fierce light, which immediately startled Sun Wushan. "I'm full." Goku put the bowl down and gulped. "Yay! Goku, how did you eat so fast today?" Kiki felt a little strange. Shouldn't Goku usually eat for more than half an hour? She looked at the amount of food on the table. There was no problem, it was similar to the original. It's just a little bit of a thing. Goku didn't hide it either, but just said it lightly. "Where are you going again?" Kiki suddenly shouted angrily, "Don't go to the Realm King. You have to stay and work well." "I know, I'm not going to the Realm King, I'm just going to a familiar place." Goku stood up and turned around, looking at the sky. At this moment, the blue sky seems very calm, and people can't help but relax and enjoy this hard-won tranquility. But Goku knows that this is the prelude to the storm, and it won't be long before a terrifying battle is coming. Not to mention the Golden Frisia, there is also a cosmic killer hit, and there is Azamas who stole the body of the Monkey King. Superman Water Vegeta, All Universe Martial Arts Conference, Prison Huosing, Cosmic Scutch, Mora. These piles of big bosses are not easy to deal with. In particular, the Warden Fu of unknown strength, the evil Scion Kenba of unknown strength, the Hertz whose strength is unknown, and the Devourer Mora who was sealed by the Great Realm King God. These pit daddy things are still waiting for Gaku to deal with alone, counting on Vegeta? Just don't expect it, this second cargo finger may not pretend to be too much. And then the boat capsized in the gutter. Now it is estimated that they are still destroying the God Realm to do housework and serve the dead rabbit of Beerus. Then you hurry back, there are still a bunch of work waiting for you to do. Kiki suddenly said helplessly. Don't worry, I will be back soon, since you are my wife, then I will not let you live a miserable life again. Gaku finished adjusting his clothes and said. Kiki was suddenly surprised, and she was very surprised for Gaku to say this sentence. Gaku, you just, asked Kiki tentatively. I said, I won't let you live a miserable life again. Gaku said firmly. Gaku, 2 lines of crystal clear liquid slipped beside Kiki's white face. She couldn't believe that Gaku would actually say such a thing. Kiki. Gaku came up to Kiki and stroked her hair. Phew. Just a gentle stroke, a black hair spread out, Kiki's whole momentum couldn't help but change. It's still like this, it's more beautiful. Gaku laughed softly. Is that so? Am I really more beautiful like this? Kiki blushed a little, it was the first time she had been praised by Gaku. Well, it's all good in the future. Gaku suddenly smiled, this smile seemed to comfort people's hearts and warm people's hearts. Well, I'll be like that in the future. Kiki said shyly at the moment like a little girl who had been rewarded. Then I'll go, I'll be back in a moment. Gaku asked. Well, then go back quickly. Kiki said. Gaku nodded, then brought his index and middle fingers together and placed them on his forehead. Bye-bye. Phew. With the sound of breaking air, Gaku disappeared. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 005. Basen. In a luxurious villa, an old man with a beard shouted to the big fat pink man in front of him. If anyone sees him, they will be surprised, isn't this the little strong who can't be killed, Satan? Shalo became famous in the First War, Pithood and abduction. Majin Buu took luck during the Majin Buu period, the earth exploded, and the earth martial artist could not die. The key is that this cargo was kicked by a star dragon during the GT period, and it didn't die. Satan. At this moment, the pink fat man turned around and smiled stupidly at Satan. He is Majin Buu, the good-hearted fat Buu. Hey! At this moment, a familiar voice came from the side, and Satan and Majin Buu instinctively turned their heads and greeted immediately. Gaku, why are you here? If you want to come, you can also say hello to me in advance. Satan touched his head and laughed. Satan, I came this time in an emergency, I didn't inform you, I'm really sorry. Gaku said respectfully and politely. This is someone else's home, so be respectful of him. Where is this, Gaku, did you come so early to eat? Satan asked with a laugh. Thank you for your kindness, Satan, but I have already eaten, and I came to find Buu today on purpose. Monkey King said. Buu. Satan was a little stunned, and then looked at Buu, who was eating a lot. Looking for me. Buu is also a little confused, why is he looking for himself? Sorry Buu, there is something special and small wrong with my body, and I currently feel that everything in this body is very unfamiliar and needs your help. Gaku came to Buu, looking like a strange lady. My help. Buu rarely opened his eyes, which had been squinting all along, and was surprised. I need to fight at the moment, my physical condition is currently bad, please, Buu. Sun Wukong's black eyes revealed determination. A lie must be made, otherwise Buu is afraid that he will not fight with himself. Fight, Buu mused, finally smiled, and said, okay, let's exercise before cooking. Immediately afterwards, Bu stood up from his seat and looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Then let's fight. Gaku gave a rare smile. With the help of Majin Bu, the combat effectiveness will definitely soar a lot, and he will be familiar with this body again. Then let's go. Bu smiled innocently, and then walked out the gate. Remember to come back early for dinner, Bu. Satan bites a hot dog and yells. Don't worry, we'll be right here, Satan. Bu smiled heartily, and then, like Gaku, flew towards the sky. You'll be back soon, don't worry, Satan. Gaku left a long echo in the sky, and the whole person had long disappeared. Ma, I actually thought of Bu, even I don't often compete with Bu, because Bu's potential is not bad. At this moment, a red-haired Gaku looked at the two who were gradually moving away from the sky and smiled. In this battle with Bu, you should master Super Saiyan 3, and the moment you are fully familiar with my body, you should start that so-called Super Saiyan 4 transformation, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Sun Wukong smiled gently, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 006. Is this it? At this moment, Bu landed on a desolate clearing and looked at the surrounding environment. Great, there isn't a single person here, so we won't hurt anyone in battle, and Satan won't have to worry. Bu narrowed his eyes and smirked. Seeing this simple smile, Gaku also laughed. How innocent and romantic this smile was. Yes, we can let go of the fighting. Gaku rubbed his fists and released his whole body power. Ha! Boom! The golden electric light suddenly exploded on his body, and the Monkey King of Super Saiyan 2 appeared in front of Bu. Doesn't it look like that long hair? This look can't beat me. Bu said slowly, as if to remind Gaku. Sorry Bu, because that's what is wrong with my body. Gaku scratched and said embarrassed. Oh. Bu was slightly embarrassed, and then said, okay, but you have to watch it next, because I'm not completely idle these days. Gaku put on a fighting posture and shouted, then come. See who beat whom. And Sun Wukong, who was observing this scene not far away, also showed an innocent and silly smile. It's amazing, it's really like me. Gaku was slightly embarrassed, after all, it was his own body. Come on. Let's fight. Gaku shouted, and then the whole person came out like a cannonball, rushing towards Majin Bu. Bang! The two disproportionate fists collided together, and the aftermath generated spread wildly in all directions, and the strong fist wind suddenly made the sand fly in all directions. It's not over yet. Gaku is flexible like a monkey at the moment, and each attack falls in a different direction for Bu, which can make Bu suffer a lot of losses. Bang! 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 I saw that the body of Majin Bu was dented into several large holes, and the whole person fell backwards one after another, but it was strange that since he still maintained that calm smile. Powerful, it's worthy of being the Majin Bu who once plunged the Z warriors and his group into a bitter battle. Gaku sighed in his heart. He has used all his strength, but he still can't help Majin Bu. What a tough, frighteningly tough guy. Come to me. Bu smiled strangely, and then punched Sun Wukong's surprised face. Boom! A sharp pain rushed into Goku's brain, which made him a little slow for a while. Ah! Wukong was directly blasted out for tens of meters at this moment. It seems that Bu is not idle. Sun Wukong, who was observing this scene from afar, had cold sweat slipping down his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his face was embarrassed. This can be regarded as his own face. It hurts. It hurts. Gaku covered his face at the moment, trembling and standing up. It's so powerful, it's worthy of being Majin Bu, although the original work is so unbearable, but now the strength of this product is definitely above me. Gaku lowered his hand, his face still a little bruised. Special. Fortunately, Lao Tzu is a scion and his skin is thick enough, otherwise his brother will be disfigured. Do you want to continue? You can't beat me now. Bu smiled softly and mocked. Can't beat it. The corners of Goku's mouth curved an inexplicable arc and looked at his hands with engraved marks. Many scars and calluses are on the hands, which are a symbol of men's perseverance, and are the traces left by men with blood and sweat. Maybe I really can't beat it, this body is not mine. I can't exert the true power of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, but... Goku's face was full of determination, and he said, I will not admit defeat, even at the last minute. I am the Monkey King, I am the Monkey King. H-A-A-A. A huge roar resounded in the sky, and the blue electric light on Sun Wukong's body was rapidly exploding, and his aura was rapidly rising. At this moment, Sun Wukong's face became even more grim, his hair stood on end, and the aura around him became more violent. Phew! Exhaling in a big breath, the aura around Sun Wukong was withdrawn into his body, and the only strange thing was that there was still a blue electric light wrapped around his body. From this kid's memory, I know that this is a restrained state of breath, incorporating the surrounding aura into the body, thereby enhancing his combat power. Sun Wukong was slightly surprised. From the memory of this person named Brother Wang, I know that this is his new state when he fought Zama's true full power. The breath is also part of the energy, and incorporating it into the body can indeed enhance a lot of energy, but can this really defeat Bu? Monkey King was a little worried. Bu's combat power, he knew, Super Saiyan 2 alone was not qualified to defeat him. Unless you fully master this body and completely reach Super Saiyan 3, you are qualified to defeat Bu. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong showed an appreciative smile and said, Come on, I'm optimistic about you. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 007. Bu, I won't fail so easily. Goku took a fighting stance and said solemnly. This state can only exert the combat power of Super Saiyan 2 to the extreme, and it can't defeat Majin Bu. Although this looks similar to the original, Goku, you still can't beat me. Majin Bu said dumbly. Goku was suddenly a little speechless, a black line appeared on his forehead, and he was actually speechless for what Bu said. I attacked first. Goku said evilly, ready to vent all his grievances on Bu. Come on. Majin Bu said innocently, and then the whole person rushed towards Goku at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Boom! Vegeta-san, training begins. VES looked leisurely at Vegeta, who was full of expectation. Then come on, my uncle Vegeta will not be defeated by this little cultivation. Vegeta rubbed his fists and looked at Whis expectantly. In the past few days, he has done the housework clearly, and he has almost forgotten what he is here for. Boom! The scepter of VES flashed a white flame of light, and then a huge iron ton fell in front of him. Drag this thing, circle the entire God of Destruction realm, and you are not allowed to become a Super Saiyan. Whis said with a smile. Simple, you also underestimate my uncle Vegeta. Vegeta smiled proudly, and then, as in the original, inserted his hands, but found that he couldn't lift them up. Nah. Nanny. With enough milk, RB can't lift it no matter what. Hurry up and run, otherwise the road behind will disappear, and there will be a different dimension below, and if it falls, it will never come back. Whis kindly prompted, and then the whole person soared into the air, staring at Vegeta with a smile. Bang bang, bang bang. At this moment, Goku and Majin Bu fought fiercely, flying sand and stones everywhere, gun smoke everywhere, and several fragments flew out. So strong! Majin Bu! It's too strong, Goku struggled more and more at the moment. He still relied on his superb fighting skills to fight Bu to this point, and he was far inferior to Majin Buu in terms of energy, but in terms of fighting skills, he dumped Buu several streets. But he can't let up either, he has to solve the battle quickly. Because he felt that Buu was not only expanding in energy, but also his fighting skills were rapidly improving. Ha! Bang! Gaku suddenly punched Buu's abdomen, and the strong strength made the fat on Buu's body tremble from time to time, and the whole person took 2 steps backwards. Bang! But this is not over. Immediately after, Sun Wukong suddenly kicked the abdomen of the demon Buu, kicked Buu into the air, and crashed on the mountain. Phew! Gaku exhaled a large turbid breath, and the whole person felt very tired, but at the same time of exhaustion, the blood in his body was also burning. Awesome Buu, I may not have beaten you. Gaku wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and the whole person couldn't help but smile bitterly. Majin Buu is too strong, and it is simply not something he can compete with now. You're already amazing, just to this extent to be able to fight Buu like this, you know, he was an enemy that even we found difficult to entangle. In the distance, Sun Wukong, observing Wukong, who was in a state of excitement, said with relief. You know, at the beginning, Buu may not even be able to completely subdue them. Especially the growth rate again and again, he doubts that if he continues to fight with Buu, then the defeated person will be himself. Just now, it hurt a little. Buu pushed the rocks away from his body at this moment and walked out of the rock pile unscathed. I wipe. It is worthy of being a monster that claims to have an immortal body, and my all-out blow actually made him feel a little pain. Goku's face was full of helplessness at the moment. Although I have known the horror of Buu for a long time, this is also too terrible. Super Saiyan 2 can't be moved at all. Although Super Saiyan 3 should have been able to fight, the problem is that he doesn't know what to change. This Nima is going to be tragic. Gaku, take my move. A sly arc appeared on the harmless pink face of Majin Buu. Then he placed his hands around his waist, forming a sunflower shape. Groove. Goku's pupils shrank sharply at this moment, and as a die-hard Dragon Ball fan, he certainly knew what this trick was. Nima. Buu. You're trying to play me to death. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 008. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of azure shining energy light roared away from Goku's hand. At the same time, Buu also emitted a burst of orange-yellow energy beams, whistling towards Wukong's azure turtle sect Qigong. SHHH, HH. The two terrifying energies collided with each other, and the surrounding air suddenly rolled and the energy tilted, and the entire area around it suddenly became a large area of potholes. But it's abominable, Wukong gritted his teeth and increased the energy output, but unfortunately, no matter how much he increased the energy output, his turtle school Qigong was slowly pressed back. Seeing that his turtle sect Qigong was pressed back, Sun Wukong's energy output became more and more violent, but Wei was not pushed back by Buu's energy. Bastard! Do I only have this little power? Is it just so wasted? I am Monkey King. SHH, HH. The golden energy burst out instantly, with Gaku as the center. The golden tornado swept the heavens and the earth, instantly blowing away all the energy. It's so powerful, Buu narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly shattering the stones blown in front of him. A. The huge golden energy ball rose up and was suspended in midair, and the center of the energy ball was the hideous-looking Gaku. Unbelievable, it's going to become Super Saiyan 3 so soon. The Monkey King in the distance squinted slightly, a little impressed by this person who walked more of his own body. A deafening roar resounded in the sky, the clouds were instantly blown apart, and the golden electric light spread in all directions, and Wukong in the electric layer, his face was hideous and terrifying, his face was full of green tendons, and more importantly, his hair was actually gradually lengthening. Boom! Such a terrifying aura spread in all directions, the entire earth trembled, and dense cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The energy exploded suddenly, and the sky gradually returned to calm. The earth has calmed down, and Gaku in the sky has long changed. Long blonde hair to the waist, eyebrows disappeared, eyes like ice caves, and the face was even more cold and scary. Broke through? No, it should be said that I further mastered this body. Gaku, who was suspended in the air, looked at his powerful hands with a confused expression. He felt that if he wanted to, he could make the entire solar system disappear in an instant, a force that was too strong for him to believe. What? Gaku suddenly felt like a great enemy, a tingling sensation came from his butt, he stretched out his hand, and it was a brown-black tail. I wipe. Tail? I turned around and got my tail out. Gaku looked horrified and looked at his brown-black tail in disbelief. It should be that the energy of Super Saiyan 3 stimulated the seal behind and directly broke the seal, so the tail came out. There is no place to step on the iron shoes, it doesn't take any effort to come, it's really heaven to help me. Bu, let's continue. A grim evil smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, and he looked at Majin Bu with a smile. Bu thought slightly, and then looked at his pink belly. Don't fight, I'm hungry, I'm going back to eat. Bu complained. Gaku was suddenly stunned, and he remembered that Bu didn't seem to have eaten yet. Bu, I'll send you back. Let's continue the discussion next time. Gaku scratched his head in embarrassment, and then directly turned into normal. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead, and his whole body trembled and could not stand steadily. It can be seen how terrifying the consumption of Super Saiyan 3 is just now. Just got the tail out, weak, there is a certain reason. Or I'll just go back by myself, you seem to be very weak now. Bu looked at Gaku a little worried. It's okay, I'll send you back. Gaku put one hand on Bu's shoulder, and the other hand placed his index and middle fingers together on his forehead. Let's go. Phew. With the sound of breaking the void, Goku's whole person and Majin Bu suddenly disappeared in place. This is the perversion of teleportation, as long as you can feel the breath, then you can reach it no matter how far away. Not long after they left, an alien wearing 100 white spiritual suit and green skin arrived here. What the hell is going on? How did Gaku become Super Saiyan 3? And Bu seems to be there too. His words indicate his identity. He is Son Gohan's favorite godfather, the great demon king of Bike. If it weren't for the race relationship, Gaku wouldn't even wonder if Gohan was his own. Why is Vic here? I can't let him see me as I am now, so I have to leave quickly. Gaku, who was in the distance, couldn't help but be surprised, and then the whole person turned into a burst of red light and scattered in the air. Someone was there just now. Vic suddenly tensed his nerves, looked at the place where Sun Wukong disappeared just now, and deepened his vigilance. Who the hell is it? Why didn't he feel any breath? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 009. Phew. Satan, who was eating at this moment, raised his head and found that it was Gaku and Bu who had returned. Satan, I'm back, are you ready to eat? I am hungry. Bu touched his pink belly harmlessly, looking uncomfortable. Ready, Bu, sit down and get ready to eat. Satan ran to Bu's side one after another, directly coaxing, and did not look at the tired Gaku who could not stand it. Oh, sure enough, this jumping beam clown is still the same. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, and he felt more and more pity in his gaze towards Satan. With the help of the credit played by the Z-Warrior and his group, people didn't get anything, you poured well, grabbed it all, and sat back and enjoyed it. If it weren't for Lao Tzu's fact that you were Gohan's father-in-law, he would have killed you a long time ago. So Goku just doesn't care about Satan, this jumping beam clown, just toss as he wants. Phew! With the sound of breaking air, Goku disappeared directly. Really, what's wrong? Goku hasn't come back yet. On the sofa, Kiki looked worried. Just now, Goten said that Goku burst out a very terrifying aura, fighting with that Buu, and then the breath disappeared again. How does this make her not worried? It's okay, I'll think about you mother and son no matter what, whether it's fighting or whatever, I'll put you two first, because I don't want to lose you again. Goku's familiar voice came from beside Kiki. Goku. Dad. Two different voices appeared, and Kiki turned her head happily, relieved to find Goku safe and sound. Dad, what's going on? Uncle Buu and you just now. It's nothing, I just talked to Buu, now I'm back, take a break, I'll go to work. Goku's whole person was directly upside down on the sofa, constantly thinking about his future plans. Goten, you go and pour a glass of water, Goku is very tired now, let him rest for a while. Kiki ordered. Young Gokuten nodded and ran to pour water. Just after Goten left his sight, Goku said, Kiki, am I a very irresponsible husband? Hey! The sudden words made Kiki a little uncomfortable, and looked at Goku with surprise. Goku you, Kiki's eyes were a little moist, and she was about to say something, but was interrupted by Goku's words. I'm sorry Kiki, I'm really sorry that I isolated you for my own selfishness. Goku felt some vicissitudes at the moment, since he crossed over, he has lived as the Monkey King, of course, he has also seen Goku's memory. The original Goku had already calculated it the moment he saw Gohan's power. He died with Shailu, and after dying, he followed the King of Realm to recultivate, but he never dreamed that Shailu not only did not die, but also returned in a more powerful form. In the end, he relied on Gohan to defeat Chiru. Ever since Gohan defeated Chiru, he felt like Earth could be given to Gohan, but he didn't expect it. Returning 7 years later, Gohan was actually wasted, and even the so-called king of the demon world could not be defeated, and in the end he had to rely on himself. Goku, Kiki felt a little pain in her heart at the moment, as if something had been inserted fiercely. But not this time, I will let you live the life you deserve, I will not let you suffer, as for Goten, I will not let him become like Gohan. Goku made up his mind at the moment. It must make this home better, at least. Some jumping beam clown is not qualified to take credit for him again. Also, he wouldn't let Goten turn into Gohan's bald appearance, and he didn't want Goten to become the so-called Nobiten. At the very least, you have to protect your family, you can't always rely on yourself. As for Gohan, this kid, when he grows up, let him go. Everything about him is no longer under my control. As for how to cry in the future, hate his own weakness, his father will not care, sometimes, only after more experience will it change. Perhaps only if the person this kid cares about the most dies, he will know the importance of strength. Having said that, it's time to work. Goku got up from the sofa, he had to do things like the original Monkey King, he had to work. Looking at the fading figure, Kiki reacted at this moment. Goku has changed, really changed a lot. Father, at this moment, Goten held the water cup and looked at Goku, who was gradually approaching, with a blank face. Goku dotingly touched his forehead, took the water, and drank it. Goten, bring the water to your mother. Goku walked towards the door at this moment, ready to change into that overalls and continue working. Dad today. What's wrong? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 010. In the room, Goku had already changed into his work clothes, opened the door, and walked outside. Dad. As soon as they stepped out, Goten's cute voice appeared next to Goku's ears. No matter how Goten thinks about it, he feels that his father today is very wrong. It seems to have changed, and he has completely changed a person. Goten, stay at home well, finish my work, I have something to tell you when I come back. Gaku admonished Gaku before leaving. He doesn't want Sun Wushan to become the one in the original book, since he is Sun Wukong, then Xiao Wushan's fate must be changed, and he can't allow Xiao Wushan to become like Gohan. A man must rely on himself, not like Gohan, a child who will never grow up and will always only know how to rely on himself. Dad. As soon as the words fell, Gaku had already left the house, leaving only his family who were shocked by his changes. According to the current development of the plot, I still have a little time. Gaku was constantly thinking about his next plan at the moment. It is not far from Frisia's resurrection, and in about a few days, Frisia will be resurrected, and the Golden Frisia will be born in 4 months. Thinking about the combat power that is comparable to Chao Sai Lan, it is not the so-called God realm at all, but an unprecedented powerful force. Now that the tale is out, finish the work, and act tonight. Gaku made up his mind at this moment, no matter what, he had to try this Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Because he did not go to study with Weiss, and it was impossible to go to Weiss to study, he wanted to find a path of his own, instead of being led by the nose by Weiss to learn a silly God realm. He is convinced that Super Saiyan 4 is absolutely existing. This is the only transformation that can match Super Sai Lan at present, and the only one who can match the freedom is the Super Saiyan 5 that has never been seen in the rumors and legends. The bloodline of the Saiyan itself is a weapon, and learning the realm of gods is just going to another path, but it is better to change its own bloodline. Foreign power is always foreign power, never completely his own. Remember, the former Monkey King said that Chao Sailan is too physically consuming, so he does not use it often. But the Super 4 are different, as the Saiyan bloodline has been developed to the extreme. The ancient form after transformation is like eating and drinking water, even if the energy is gone, you can still maintain that state. Because this is the power from the bones of the Saiyan, the inheritance of the bloodline, above all foreign powers. Of course, this is for Gaku personally, because the Saiyans who can use the power of God to the pure green of fire also have it. As long as you cultivate to a certain extent, then this form can also be regarded as the ultimate form. Although it is not the ultimate in bloodline, it is difficult to break through, but it is also very strong, isn't it? Arrived. Gaku came to the sky above the large area of Bunza Mountain at this moment, and the same bulldozer was still used to cultivate the land below. This doesn't seem right. Gaku was a little upset at the moment, because it seemed impossible for him to get Super 4 to defeat Super Blue. Beerus defeated Super Sai 3 with one finger, although the magnitude of Super 4 was 10 times higher than Super 3, but even 10 times. Even if it was 10 times. He still couldn't face Beerus head-on, because he was too weak. Snap! Gaku landed directly on the ground, and his originally serious face was sweating at this moment, which showed his panic. Even if he has become a Super Saiyan at present, he is only the scum under Beerus, and even Vegeta is not as good as Ah. The golden refrigerator with a combat power of 100 yuan can be compared with Chao Sailan. And his normal combat effectiveness is too weak, and it is not enough to lift shoes for people. Abominable, abominable! Gaku roared unwillingly, can I really only learn that so-called God realm? Is Super Saiyan 4 really that vulnerable? Boom! The terrifying chi wave spread in all directions, directly flattening half of the mountain. I'm not willing. Sun Wukong's roar resounded in the sky. His time was running out, and if he wanted to protect his family, he had to learn the so-called God realm. His combat power can't even break through 100 trillions, and what kind of golden refrigerator with 100 combat strength? Run away with your family. Think of little Gaku 20 years later, the horror of normal combat power. A terrifying combat power is enough to match the Super Vegeta of the Z period, or even stronger. I also have self-respect, is the transformation of the Super Saiyan really just a decoration? Can he really only learn the transformation of Super Saiyan that does not belong to him? The bloodline left by his old ancestors, he actually ended him to this point. Is this worth the science? He absolutely did not allow himself to become a slave of God. He must complete an unprecedented increase in combat effectiveness in a few months, otherwise there was only one end waiting for him. Die. Goku felt deeply powerless at the moment. He didn't know if he could protect his family next, really. Can it only fall? If you give up, then give me my body back. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. Goku was slightly stunned, and then he raised his head and found an incredible scene. Enlightenment. Goku. Monkey King. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 011. Wukong wondered at the moment if he had old eyes, and the person in front of him was actually Sun Wukong, or the Monkey King of the Super Sai God. Sun Wukong was suspended in midair, observing Wukong, the one who took away his body. The atmosphere became extremely depressed, feeling the suffocating sense of oppression on Sun Wukong's body, and Wukong secretly swallowed his saliva. If you take away someone's body, then people must be angry, maybe. Finally, after being silent for a while, Sun Wukong finally spoke, "You." Wukong's heart was racing at this moment, cold sweat broke out, and he did not dare to look at Sun Wukong at all. Should I call you Wukong or Brother Wang? A word awakens the dreamer. At this moment, Goku's pupil shrank, and his body took 2 steps backwards uncontrollably. You? How do you? How do I know, right? The red-haired Monkey King fell from the sky at this moment and stared at Wukong. The fierce momentum made Goku's face pale, and it was not good to say. Since the moment you occupied my body, I have seen part of your memory. Of course, you have also seen my memory, but you see all of it, and mine is only part of it. The red-haired Monkey King stared at Goku at the moment, as if torturing him. Did you just give up like that? Are you willing to be defeated by people like the God of Destruction? You. Wukong's words did not fall, but he was snatched up by Sun Wukong. I don't recommend that you use my body, on the contrary, I am grateful for the memories you have given me and let me know the dangers of the future. The red-haired Goku's words at this moment made Goku, who was already worried, suddenly let go of his heart. Originally, not to kill him. So, how do you? Goku asked at the moment. How do I still exist? The red-haired Goku said, this is thanks to the energy of the Super Saiyan God hidden in me, otherwise, I would really disappear. I have been secretly observing you, but I didn't expect your ability to adapt beyond imagination and horror. It only took 1 day, you have completely mastered my body, but just now your behavior disappointed me. The red-haired Goku narrowed his eyes at this moment and scolded angrily, you are Sun Wukong, how can Super Saiyan 4 be weaker than the so-called God realm? 20 years later, I will only exert a small part of the combat power of Super Saiyan 4, how can you make a law in vain? Yes. When Sun Wukong said this, Wukong, Brother Wang, suddenly realized. There is no weakest transformation, only the weakest. As long as your normality is strong enough, it doesn't matter who you are, change your body, and beat you. But I don't have that much time. Goku felt unprecedented pressure at the moment, he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Sun Wukong. Half a year, I have half a year at most, because Frieza will practice for 4 months, and I. Are you throwing in the towel? The red-haired Goku had a flame burning in his eyes at this moment, and angrily reprimanded, you admit defeat before you start fighting. Are you sure he really has 100 battles? Boom! Thunder exploded in Goku's mind. The combat power of the anime in Dragon Ball Super is not human-like, and the manga is relatively good, but the Frieza in the manga is weak, and the combat effectiveness is only Zhao Yi Kyo or Ichikai. 100 bows? This kind of combat power is a bit terrifying. The combat power of Sun Wukong, who is free of extreme skill, should be at the point of being in the realm, then the god of destruction Beerus should also be in this realm. I rub. Let's talk about the combat power of this golden refrigerator or the combat power of Yao. What do I think of this scumbag whose combat effectiveness has not even broken through to 100 trillions? Frisia's potential is terrifying even to me, and according to your memory, in just 4 months, he reached heights that I haven't reached in years. The red-haired Gaku felt a touch of panic at the moment. He understood the mood of this guy who took away his body. No matter how high his height is, I'm going to trample him underfoot. Because I can't lose this battle. I can't afford to lose this battle either. Goku's eyes were firm at the moment, his expression was unyielding, and he said, "Behind me is my family, and the earth, I can't lose no matter what." A black line appeared on Goku's forehead, that is also his family, and the earth is also the place where he has guarded since he was a child. Very good, now it seems that you have figured it out. A smile appeared at the corner of the red-haired Goku's mouth at this moment, and then the light on his body loomed, and said, "I don't have much time, but I can still maintain my body for a while. Tomorrow you come to the Spirit Time House, I will help you train." Phew! As soon as the words fell, the red-haired Gaku directly dissipated in the sky, turning into a red light. Monkey King, Wukong looked at the remaining red light in his hand at this moment, and this light seemed to recognize the Lord and slowly integrated into his body. Thank you. Thank you really. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 012. Time passes gradually. At this moment, Gaku is like in the original book, using his feet to control the steering wheel and his feelings to control the direction of the car. The only difference is that at this moment, Gaku closes his eyes and recuperates, firstly, carefully thinking about his future plans, and secondly, resting. Because I didn't sleep at all last night, I can only rest at work. Dad. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking the sky in the sky, and Wukong slowly opened his eyes at this moment, raised his head, and found that it was Wushan. When he saw Wushan carrying a long folded box lunch in his hand, he knew what this kid was doing. "Goten, you're delivering food again." The corner of Goku's mouth hooked a smile, this kid, sensible. Gaku stopped the tractor and looked at little Goten with a look of relief, his smile full of doting. "Well, Dad, eat quickly." Goten Ichi put the box lunch in front of Gaku and said, "Then you're welcome." Gaku smiled softly, took the bento, and unwrapped the wrapped fabric, revealing the stacked tall bento. It's worthy of Kiki, the craftsmanship is unexpectedly good, even through the lunch box, I can smell this intoxicating aroma. Gaku enjoyed it at the moment. To be honest, Kiki's craftsmanship can be said to be the top in the world, even if it was the earth where he was once located, he would definitely not find a few people who were comparable. "Goten, give me a tractor, I'll eat first." Gaku laid out the box lunch and said to little Goten on the side. "Okay Dad." Young Gokuten nodded, jumped directly onto the tractor, and drove it very skillfully. It seems that in the past, this guy Sun Wukong did not let his son do this kind of thing. Wow, what a heart! Goku's eyes lit up at this moment, and dozens of lunch boxes were opened one after another. "You're welcome." Gaku directly began to eat happily, cleaning up a box lunch in seconds. "Delicious! It's so delicious!" Gaku was smiling at the moment, because of the training in the morning, he didn't taste it seriously at all, just hurried to fill his stomach. And at this moment, Xiao Wushan seems to have received his father's invitation, but it seems to be better than his father. Leaning motionless in his seat, naive thinking about something, but the steering wheel seemed to be controlled by his breath. "I rub. Now the little fart children are hanging like this. Dad. What is he going to say to me? Xiao Wu's innocent little face was full of expectation. He was amazed that his father had changed so much. You know, my father only knew how to fight and improve his skills, but since the battle with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, he has changed a lot. He began to think about his family and already took care of people. Little Goten turned his head at this moment and looked at Gaku, who was eating happily. His face was full of a kind smile. How sunny and innocent and cute this smile was. Dad! You really? A lot has changed. Goten had a feeling at this moment that his father had changed to the way he had met for the first time. Space. Gaku was full of enjoyment at the moment, took a gap, drank the drinking water, covered his stomach, and enjoyed it very much. He began to pack up his lunchbox and wrap it in the cloth he had just had. It's so cool, it's the first time I've eaten it. Gaku stretched and packed up the lunchbox. Goten, you can stop. Quickly take these things back to your mother. Gaku shouted loudly at this moment. Okay, Dad. Goten was stunned at first, and then directly stopped the breath control and came directly to Gaku. Dad, Xiao Wuxian had something to say at the moment, but he couldn't say anything. What's wrong, Goten? Gaku asked. Dad. That one. What you said to me in the morning. Gokuten was overwhelmed, not knowing what to say. Morning. Gaku remembered it at the moment. Goten. You. Was he willing to practice? Gaku asked with a firm look at the moment. Cultivation. Gokuten was a little surprised, he was a little strange, he couldn't understand why his father wanted to let himself cultivate. Goten, this is Dad's personal opinion, do you think, now the world. Is it really useful to be a scholar? Gaku asked patiently. Dad, Goten was a little helpless and said, I also want to protect the earth with Dad. But... Mom, she... Kiki's side I'll take care of it, I won't let you waste your studies, I won't let you give up your cultivation, I don't want you to become the same as your brother. Gaku stated his purpose at this moment. Goten, Dad may be a little selfish, but now he really has to do this, because the future crisis is really big. Big, Dad needs your help, and I need you to protect your mom. Dad, Wuxian opened Mimiada's big eyes at this moment, looked at Sun Wukong, and said puzzled, Dad, the future. What happens? I don't know, but I know that the world is not very peaceful, so Dad must become stronger, strong enough to protect you and your mother. Gaku sighed and said, Goten, Dad really wants you to cultivate, the burden on Dad is too heavy, Dad really can't bear it alone. You're my child. I really hope you can become stronger. You too. Oh Sion. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 013. Dad. Dad, Goten fell into deep thought, Father is so hard, really, so hard. Wuxian, are you willing to practice with your father and protect your mother? Gaku asked with a serious look at the moment. He can't be by Kiki's side all the time, he can't protect Kiki all the time, he must ask Gokuten's help. Gohan? This kid is already wasted, and Gaku probably won't look at him squarely. Even the family is not guarded, and any mess will be thrown to himself to clean up. Gaku has already planned to leave this stinky boy named Son Gohan alone. Take care of Goten and his granddaughter, Gohan, this kid. Let him go. I do. I want to cultivate with my father and protect the earth. Protect your mother, I don't want to become like Gohan's brother. At this moment, Gokuten made up his mind that he must train well and protect his family. Seeing Xiao Wuxian's determination, Gaku nodded gratifyingly, it seems that in the future, he will have a son who fights side by side. Little Goten's terrifying potential is even higher than Gohan's, and the 5-year-old Goten can inadvertently become a Super Saiyan, and is not a newcomer, but full power. The full power Super Saiyan increases not only 50 times, how much Goku himself does not know, but at least 70 times more. It's useless to talk more, come on Goten, let Dad see how much you have regressed over the years. At this moment, Wukong burst out with a powerful white aura on his body, and the surrounding sand and stones suddenly flew away, and the smoke was filled. Gokuten nodded and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Come on! I'm going to attack! Little Wushan shouted, and the whole person directly turned into an afterimage and came to Wukong. Bang! Little Wushan's pink fist bombarded Wukong's hand, stirring up waves of chi. No, Wushan, your level has regressed too much compared to the Majin Buu period. Goku reprimanded with a frown. This kid is also lazy, and his combat effectiveness has actually regressed so much. No. You have to train well. I'll work hard. Goku gritted his teeth and fought back, but Goku could easily fight it with normalcy alone. You know, now Wukong's combat power is tens of billions of combat power, and even Kyoto can't break through. Now Goku thinks he's a trash, so what about his son? Super Race can't even beat himself. He must hurry up and train wildly, since the original owner of this body has given the body to himself, then he must not live up to his expectations. He must let Xiao Wushan learn to be alone, and he must become stronger. The increase in the magnitude of the Super 4 is 10 times that of the Super 3, then it is about 4,000 times the norm. The increase in Super Sai God is definitely 1,000 times the norm, so what about Super Sai Lan? Transforming into a Super Saiyan on the basis of being a Super Saiyan God itself, the combat power is indescribably terrifying. The Super Sai Lan in the comic is full power, directly hanging more than the combined ZA. In terms of the degree of increase, the Super 4 cannot be compared, even the full energy Super Saiyan 4 may not be comparable, but the Super Saiyan 4 who broke through again should be eligible to fight. But it is only qualified to fight, and there is no certainty of defeat. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Little Wushan soared into the air, and terrifying azure energy struck towards Sun Wukong. Phew! Goku grabbed it directly in the palm of his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and blasted it towards the ground. Wang! I saw that the moment the energy touched the ground, it immediately tilted in all directions. At this moment, Wukong used his own chi to control Wukong's turtle Qigong wave and used it to cultivate the land. Wow! I didn't have to drive a tractor for at least a week. Goku was a little surprised at the moment. Why hadn't he thought of this method earlier? If he had thought of it earlier, with his own skills, a ghost wave would probably have allowed him to not drive this machine for most of the year. Bang! At this moment, Xiao Wushan's fist struck, and he was directly caught by Wukong. Goten, there are too many things you lack, strength, speed, etc., you lack too much. Goku frowned at the moment and directly attacked, and in an instant Xiao Wushan only felt that he was overwhelmed. Alas, maybe I'm not fit to be a master, Goku sighed at this moment, stopped his attack, and at the same time, the arrogance in his body also dissipated. On the battlefield, the enemy won't give you a chance, but he just can't bear to let Goten's body be full of scars. Can't throw away the heart to attack Goten. However, the boy will have to go through trials and tribulations to support himself in the future, and not completely wasted like Gohan. Dad, little Gokuten stopped puzzled and looked at his father. Alas, Goku sighed helplessly and said, go back, bring these lunch boxes back too, and let Dad rest by himself for a while. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 014. Little Wushan's little face was full of sadness at this moment, took the lunch box, and left discouraged. He understood himself at the moment, he was really too weak, even the normal father could not beat, he. Do you also deserve to be a scion? After all, children are small, and when they grow up in the future, they may be able to be on their own. Wukong said helplessly at this moment, but I don't have that much time anymore. Sun Wukong asked me to go to the Spirit Time House tomorrow to find him to train, but I can't wait that long. The best warriors are often born in the most brutal battlefields, and only the most severe training can forge the strongest fighters. Gaku pulled off his overalls, revealing his unchanging orange-yellow martial arts suit. Training is just to increase strength, while fighting is to let you grow closely. I am not a guy who depends on others, I want to take a path of my own. Wukong's body had a golden aura burst out, instantly turned into a Super Saiyan full power, and said with a firm face, I am Sun Wukong, the original owner of this body told me to do it, I must do it, I need strength. Boundless power. But my power doesn't need your help. I have my own goals. SHHH. The golden aura instantly expanded, and Wukong's whole person rushed straight into the sky and disappeared on Bun Mountain, while a long echo was left in the sky. I'm Monkey King. The strongest scion. I will use my power to break your self-righteous arrogance and protect my family with my strength. All enemies, wash my neck and wait. I will chop off your heads. Vegetazan, it seems that your perseverance is good, and it was actually completed within 1 noon. Weiss looked at Vegeta with appreciation, and his tone was gratified. This apprentice's potential is not weaker than Biruth. And Bibulus is so diligent that maybe he can inherit the position of the god of destruction that day. Whew! Phew! At this moment, Vegeta was tired like a dead dog, and after putting the iron ton down, he couldn't move directly. Take a good rest. Ves conjured a bottle of water and placed it next to Vegeta, who was tired like a dead dog. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion occurred on the tree in the center of the destruction god realm, and Ves turned his eyes to reveal a look of helplessness. Vegetazan, you rest first, Lord Beerus is not honest when he sleeps. There was a hint of anger in Vis's tone. My own cat, I actually dare to disobey, sleep is not honest, see how I clean you up. This is. What are the results of the training? Vegeta lay weakly on the ground at the moment, lifted her hand, and squeezed her palm. The muscles are more developed, and the energy in the body is more abundant. Kakarot, wait, it won't be long before I will surpass the Super Saiyan God, when the time comes. We can fight again. An intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and then he dragged his exhausted body to his feet again, drank the water beside him, and exhaled a cloudy breath. Ha! The golden aura suddenly exploded on his body, and Vegeta was imposing and had blonde hair. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Vegeta suddenly felt completely tired, only excitement. He looked at the iron ton on the side and revealed an evil smile. Kakarot! I won't allow you to be ahead of me again this time. It's been so long. It's time for you to come down too. Vegeta was like a medicine at this moment, and he was suddenly energetic, holding the iron ton that had tired him half dead just now. At this moment, Weiss, who had just come down from the God of Destruction tree, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. I'm dripping mom too, Vegeta, are you taking the wrong medicine? 1 second tired and half dead, the next second full of vitality, Scion, is it a special monster? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 015. Kalen Tower. Fat Cat, let's challenge a higher difficulty next. In the center of the Kali Tower, a fat man with a lewd face showed a bad smile. In front of him was a fat cat with squinting eyes and a crutch in his hand. Humph! Archie Loeb! Don't think about beating me like that. The cat immortal, Kalen Immortal, pointed at Archie Loeb at this moment and said. Then let's get started. Loeb smiled proudly, and then lowered the pole in front of him. Sorry Archielobe, Kalen Immortal, take the liberty to interrupt. At this moment, a familiar voice appeared, and the cat star man and Archielobe turned around at the same time, and found that it was Gaku with blonde hair suspended outside. Gaku. Archielobe looked excited and asked, "Why did you have time to come to the Kalen Tower today? Come in and sit." "Thank you Archielobe, but I have more important things to do." Gaku turned his gaze to the cat fairy and asked, "Is there anything else about the Kalen fairy bean?" "The fairy beans are in the jar over there, go and get them yourself." The cat fairy pointed to the altar on the left and said. Gaku came directly to the altar, and at a glance, he found that it was green beans, one by one. "Wow, the number is not bad, more than 10. Gaku couldn't mention how excited he was at the moment. "You know, fairy beans are a life-saving elixir in the world of Dragon Ball, one down, directly full of blood resurrection." "Thank you Cat Immortal, I will accept these fairy beans unceremoniously." A smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared with a burst of breaking sound. In the blink of an eye, Gaku came to the Heavenly God Temple, and Bobo and Tien Tien saw Goku's arrival at this moment and walked forward one after another. "Gaku, why are you here?" Tien Tien was a little surprised at this moment, but he didn't expect Gaku to actually come. "Use the Spirit Time House." Gaku directly said his intentions, ignoring the surprised Bobo and the stunned Tien Tien, and the whole person walked directly to the Spirit Time House. "He is running out of time and must borrow the Spirit Time House." "That's right." Gaku stopped at this moment, turned his gaze to Tien Tien, and said, "Tien Tien, help me tell Kiki, I won't go back for the next week, let her take care of herself." As soon as the words fell, Gaku walked towards the cabin of Spirit and Time. Enlightenment. Gaku. Tien Tien was a little stunned at the moment, he didn't understand what was wrong with Gaku. "Lao Sun," at this moment, a familiar voice came out from the sky, and I saw a person wearing a white combat uniform and green skin slowly falling. "Vic." Tien Tien turned his head happily and found that it was Vic. Vic didn't pay attention to Tien Tien, but stared at the fading back. Lao Sun has changed, this is the only thing he knows at present. This feeling, just like the original Shalo period, was also the Majin Buu period. He was very happy, because that stupid old son who only knew that his cultivation had become stronger had disappeared, and now the old son is the real Monkey King. In the darkness, a red-haired man loomed and looked at the fading back. "You. It's really crazy, he is the Monkey King, the real Monkey King, the Monkey King of the Super God state. Come on, I know your next plan, you are preparing to practice in the Spirit Time House for 7 years. But are you really suffering from that emptiness and loneliness?" At this moment, the red-haired Gaku shook his head and said, "I'll let you cultivate inside, if you have stayed in it for a year and haven't come out, then I'll go in the next day, and your battle with me has just begun." Wang! The red-haired Gaku directly turned into pieces and dissipated into the darkness. This is Spirit Time House. Gaku remained in a Super Saiyan state at the moment, looking at the white expanse around him. Leaving the exit, I came to this place where there was nothing. The surrounding temperature is minus several hundred degrees Celsius, and at a certain time, the temperature will gradually change. Either it is a high temperature of thousands of degrees, or a low temperature of minus hundreds of degrees. The key is that the oxygen here is abnormally thin, and such a harsh environment is simply not something that people can survive. But if you can adapt to the environment here and get used to it completely, then your combat power will definitely soar. The former Monkey King left because the environment here was too harsh, and he could only fully adapt if he remained in a Super Saiyan state. And the Super Saiyan state is not yet fully resistant to this harsh environment. If Gaku at this moment can fully adapt to normal, then the combat power will directly soar. Even if it is the norm, it is definitely the level of thousands of Beijings. The current Gaku normal is not even a sign, compared to him 20 years later, it is far worse. Little Goku's normal state is at least starting from Beijing, at least tens to hundreds of kings, and the combat power of becoming Super Sai 3 is more terrifying than Super Veget. Today's Goku must surpass him 20 years later, so, first step. Start by acclimatizing to this harsh environment. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 016. Unconsciously, Goku had been in the spirit time house for most of the day, and outside, it was only a short time later. Sweat had long eroded his clothes, and at this moment, Goku, with long blonde hair, looked tired and looked in a trance. The consumption of Super Saiyan 3 is too terrifying. The consumption of Super Saiyan is generally he can keep it all the time. Super Saiyan 2's strength is twice that of Super Saiyan 1, but at the same time the consumption is twice that of Super 1, and Super Saiyan 3, the power is 4 times that of Super Saiyan, or even more, but the consumption is also relatively 4 times, or even more. Whew! Phew! A cloudy hot aura emerged from Goku's mouth, and Goku's transformation quickly subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pupils gradually turned into black pupils, the long blonde hair gradually shortened into 5 black hairs in the shape of a crab, and eyebrows also appeared. Sure enough, the form of Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong's body has not been fully mastered, and it has only touched a small part. Goku got up from the ground wearily, came to the exit of the spirit time house, and sat down on the steps. The consumption of Super Sai-san is too terrifying, and judging from his current situation, he can't eat it at all. But fortunately, because he has a tail relationship, he is enough to further master Super Saiyan 3. The Monkey King in the original work, when he became Super Saiyan 3, his breath passed a lot, and he could not exert the true combat power of Super 3 at all, and because of the lack of a tail in his body, he could not condense a greater degree of strength. The tail is the source of Saiyan strength, and for some weak Saiyans, that is their weakness, but if it goes through the tempering, then the drawbacks of the tail will also disappear. Ben is part of the Saiyan body, why let him disappear? The body grows it, and there is a reason for it to exist, so why should we advocate pulling it out? This is good, pulled, breakthrough is more difficult, energy may not be able to condense, cannot fully exert the terrifying combat power in the Saiyan bloodline. When Goku first became Super Saiyan 3, he inadvertently shattered the seal and reappeared his tail, and Goku also saw the path of Super Saiyan 4. Although I don't know if I will lose my mind after turning into a giant ape and become a beast that only knows how to kill and destroy, the only way I can take at the moment is this road. Goku sighed as he spoke. The ruthlessness of the world towards the weak is often sharper than any sharp blade, and in order not to be eliminated by this world, he must work hard, and he must stand at the top of the food chain. Because Goku knows exactly what to face next. A golden refrigerator with 100 battles, Frisia. Beerus, the strongest god of destruction who does not know the depths. The guy who took away his body, Zama's. Hit of the 6th universe. The Grey Jillian of the 11th universe and the god of destruction are broken. Dragon Ball heroes mess around the guy. Unknown Warden F. The strength is extremely strong, at least it is impossible to take him down if he becomes a Super 4, and he holds the space blade in his hand, and he can travel through time and space at will. Evil Scion, Kenba. Beyond the existence of the god of destruction, a group of terrifying combat power. Artificial human life of the 6th universe, Zvru siblings, Olion, Kamen. A bunch of abilities, brainwashing, whatever. Prison core criminal, Hertz. With mind reading, holding the artifact of the universe in his hand, although the name is a little middle too, but dare to oppose the whole king, this product should also have something. And that's not all. If the Super Saiyan 4 of GT time and space exists, then on the contrary, the so-called Super Saiyan 5 in that comic also absolutely exists. The hybrid child who combines the cells of the Western Realm King God and the blood of the Scions has just been born, and the norm is Super Psi 5. Vegeta's brother, Reg, known as the reincarnation of the Teku Scions, a group of strong combat power. If it is not for physical reasons, then the Super 4 Gajeta will be carried on this cargo hand. The original song gradually attracted to you directly made me cry, that little Gaku disappeared directly. I can't believe it, Dragon Ball is actually over like this. Wukong stood up from the steps at this moment, took a deep breath, and said, "It's different now I'm the Monkey King, the world crisis I'm in is much bigger than there. One day I will travel through time and space and come to your place. I won't let you disappear, you owe Kiki too much. If you just leave, then this virtuous woman will cry. For the family, for the future, for the planet. Let's fight together." Monkey King. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 017. It's been more than half a day, and Gaku has been inside for more than half a year. I really don't understand how long he will stay inside. In the Heavenly God Temple, Vic looked helpless. As for the last time Beerus arrived, it had a lot of impact on Gaku. This time, Gaku went in, and he would definitely not come out if he didn't increase his combat power several times inside. Bang! At this moment, a fierce collision is taking place in the spiritual time house. Two different golden flames collided with each other, and the aftermath spread in all directions, and the entire interdimensional space was suddenly turbulent. The golden light at this moment stopped, revealing Goku's own appearance at this moment. The orange-yellow martial arts suit had already been broken by half, revealing strong and bloody muscles, a long scar on his face, and blood still slipped from the wound from time to time. The long blonde hair was stained red with blood at the moment, and Gaku, who was once dumbfounded, became unbelievably like this. Wang! At this moment, in front of Gaku, there is exactly the same existence as him, except that this is Goku's own energy incarnation, and after the battle, it turns into energy and does not enter his body. Not enough. Just such a little energy is completely insufficient. Gaku became the norm at this moment, collapsing powerlessly on the ground, his hands clasped and his face hideous. Tick! The blood-red liquid slipped from the palm of his hand, and tears welled up in the corners of Goku's eyes. This bit of power is complete rubbish. Now my normal state has only broken through the level of trillions, only tens of trillions. Completely unqualified to fight monsters of the level of Golden Frieza. Gaku had large and small wounds on his body at the moment, and he grinned in pain. In the past half a year, he has suffered all kinds of tortures here, but he has survived, but his improved combat power makes him want to curse. During this 6 months, he underwent 3 self-harm trainings, each of which was in direct contact with death. I remember one time, he accidentally pierced his heart by his own laser and almost returned to the West. But fortunately, survived. This is Goku's last self-harm, and it is also the fastest improvement in combat effectiveness. That time, the almost death directly increased the combat power of 2 trillion. But such a little energy is completely garbage for Frieza, and the norm must be the combat power of Shijing or Qianjing. But the difference between Jing and Zhao is too great, so big that he makes himself desperate. Old bird! Groove Nimabi! Gaku scolded directly with a thunderous roar. Old bird, you have strengthened Frieza to this extent, how embarrassing it is for me as a scion. What should Lao Tzu do next? Gaku was tumbling with chi at this moment and walked towards the exit of the spirit time house. Pick up a fairy bean from your seat and swallow it directly. Phew! With the submersion of the fairy bean, Goku's breathing began to gradually smooth at this moment, and his face gradually turned rosy. The large and small wounds on the body disappeared, only the scar on the face still existed in the corner of the eye. This scar, Gaku stroked the existing scar at the corner of his eye. Then he looked in the mirror and found that the scar had not disappeared, it still existed. However, because of this scar, he seems to be more similar to the legend of a certain scion. Bardock. I've never met my father, and it seems that I'm getting more and more like you. Gaku smiled wryly at the moment. If there is a father, there will be a son, and his own appearance now is exactly the same as Bardock. If memory serves, this scar, Gohan, who has suffered the tribulations of the world in the future world, also has. But Gohan, who has always lived under his protection. Alas, wasted, wild than rice one. If you don't get it, if this kid Wyushin won't have this scar in the future, right? The Gokutan of this world is no longer that wild Bishan, and he will definitely not allow Wyushin to become like that. As for his scars, forget it, although it is a symbol of manhood, he still does not let Wyushin appear this scar, it really can't, and if it appears, let the divine dragon remove this scar. Otherwise, I don't know how I died at Kiki's hands. It's amazing, just half a year has passed, you have increased the normality dozens of times, this perseverance, even I will be shocked. A familiar voice appeared behind Gaku. Gaku turned his head at this moment and found that it was the red-haired Monkey King, who was looking at him with a smile. Monkey King. Gaku was a little surprised at the moment, he hadn't seen the original owner of this body for most of the year. Next, I will personally help you train, the two of you, come and play. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 018. Boom. Well, I'm not the only me you saw now. Gaku smiled evilly, and his powerful energy spread in all directions. After the tempering of the Spirit Time House, although his combat power is scumbag in front of the so-called gods, at least he is dozens of times stronger than before. Today's Gaku has once again turned into a Super Saiyan state, and although the clothes on his upper body are rotten, his strong muscles are visually impactful. Ma, you are so strong now, with Super Saiyan alone, you are stronger than Bu, it seems that you have suffered a lot in the past half a year. The red-haired Gaku is very calm at the moment, because today's Gaku, although dozens of times stronger than half a day ago, is still too weak. Of course. Gaku gritted his teeth and recalled what happened inside the Spirit Time House. Inside, he died nearly 3 times, 3 times self-mutilating became stronger, each training was pushing his body to the limit, and every battle was covered in bruises. Ha ha ha. Your perseverance is more terrifying than I thought. The red-haired Gaku smiled, and then took out a small capsule from his back pocket. Universal capsule. Gaku felt a little strange, what was he doing with this? Considering that you must be training crazy inside, I went to ask Boomer for something. The red-haired Gaku smiled and then threw the capsule abruptly. Boom! The glue suddenly exploded, and a large wardrobe appeared. 3 big question marks appear on Goku's head, what are you bringing these for? This is the clothes I asked Boomer to prepare, you change them first. After half a year, your clothes have long been tattered. The red-haired Gaku directly refreshed Wukong's, brother Wang, opinion at this moment. Thank you. Thank you. Gaku was stunned at the moment, and then walked towards the closet. It's all Saiyan battle attire. Gaku opened it and found that it was the same type of battle suit as Vegeta. Yes, Boomer guessed that I must be cultivating again, so he gave me these Saiyan costumes that he had made. The red-haired Gaku said. Thank you so much. Gaku smiled at the moment, picked up a costume, and walked towards the changing place. Ha ha ha. After changing clothes, let's fight 2 dozens, I'm looking forward to it. The red-haired Gaku was full of fighting spirit at the moment. Although his Super Sai God state is much weaker than when he first fought with Beerus, it is still possible to fight with Gaku, who has become dozens of times stronger. P.S. First of all, the combat power of the Super Sai God created by the 5 people is much stronger than the Super Sai God they have become, and the Super Blue full power in the comic is at most the combat power of the Super Sai God in the anime. With the passage of time, his combat power has greatly weakened, if he does not hurry up to fight another wave. Then I'm afraid there is no chance. Okay. Gaku walked out of the dressing place at this moment, and the whole person was completely new. The blue scion combat suit, masculine face, resolute and unyielding face, majestic muscles, and the scar at the corner of the eye are completely a replica of Bardock. I didn't even find that my body was so strong. Gaku was a little surprised at the moment. Because he has been training all these days, he does not pay attention to his body at all. Wow! That's perfect! Don't worry so much. Let's have a fight. The red-haired Gaku was already a little impatient at the moment. This is the first time you have fought yourself. Hey, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Wukong used the dance void technique at this moment and came to Sun Wukong. I don't dare to be careless about your current state. Wukong's face was solemn at this moment, and the arrogance on his body instantly expanded. Boom! The golden storm swept through the heavens and earth, and suddenly the entire spirit time house began to tremble. Hey! The pale blue electric glow exploded, Gaku's hair was rapidly lengthening, and his complexion gradually became grim. And the red-haired Gaku is quietly waiting for the change of the Monkey King. He knew that his time was running out, and after this battle, he should probably disappear too. Come on, I'm looking forward to this battle. Gaku smiled grimly at the moment and said to the red-haired Gaku. Super Saiyan 3 full power, combat effectiveness directly soared 500 times, plus the amplitude of the tail increased, the combat power broke through the capital, reaching the level of the 3 capitals. In just half a year, Gaku has become dozens of times stronger, which shows how hard he works. What a monster, it's only been half a day, it's so much stronger. The red-haired Wukong's face froze at this moment, and the fiery red aura on his body suddenly expanded, igniting a raging fire, and the whole person's momentum was directly raised dozens of times. Let's fight! Monkey King. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 019. Bang bang, bang. The aftermath of the fist collision spread in all directions, and the powerful energy seemed to overturn the entire spiritual time house. Gaku was caught in a bitter battle at the moment. He never thought that this bit of combat power of him now could not even touch the fur of this super god. Such a terrifying power! Goku's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he had a new understanding of the power of the Super Sai God. The Monkey King in front of him did not feel any pressure at all, and he was completely comfortable dealing with himself. Come on, you're almost able to touch me. Gaku showed his big white teeth at this moment and said sarcastically. A well appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead, don't bring such a mockery. According to your combat strength estimation method, my combat power is currently 1 or 2 points, which is far from Frieza and Beerus. After the red-haired Gaku said this, Goku's face darkened. Nima! Bastard! You are nearly 10,000 times stronger than me. How do I fight? Abominable! You pick me up! Wukong's telescopic door burst out of a blazing red brilliance, and the whole person's momentum suddenly rose. Realm King Fist! The red-haired Gaku recognized it at this moment. Wasn't this the trick he used to use before fighting Frieza? Hello! Gaku instantly came to the red-haired Gaku, and his fist struck towards Sun Wukong's chest with the tendency to kill everything. Phew! I rub! Goku's eyes widened at the moment, and his mouth grew big. Where? Went through? Goku's face was incredulous, and his fist actually pierced directly through. It's so troublesome, it seems that my time is almost up. At the moment, the red-haired Gaku who was penetrated looked annoyed. He originally planned to take this blow abruptly, but he didn't expect his body to be able to do so quickly. Time. Almost there. Wukong looked dazed at the moment, withdrew his arm, and the whole person turned into normal, staring at the Monkey King with red light on his body in surprise. Yes, I thought that this energy could support me until about a year later, but I didn't expect that it would be almost over in just a few days. The red-haired Gaku fell to the ground with Gaku, Brother Wang, at this moment, helplessly. My time. Not much. The red-haired Gaku raised his head and looked at the Monkey King. Gaku was silent at the moment, because he knew that it was precisely because of him that the original owner of this body, Sun Wukong, became what he is today. Wu taking a deep breath, Gaku gritted his teeth and said, "If you want, you can take it back at any time. After all, this is what is wrong with yourself, it is you who took away the body of others." Ha ha ha, no need, since you have become the Monkey King, then it must be freely arranged by heaven. There is also a reason why you became the Monkey King, and you this Wukong has done better than me. The red-haired Gaku smiled bitterly at this moment, and said, "Since I haven't taken this body back, I have my thoughts, and you are more suitable to be the Monkey King than me, aren't you?" But, Gaku clenched his fists and said incoherently, "This is for you. It's not fair." Haha, if according to your words, this world has never been fair. On the contrary, the red-haired Gaku at this moment shook his head with a smile and said, "I should have died a long time ago. It's just that because of the existence of Dragon Ball, I have been resurrected so many times. I remember, once Boomer said that the crisis on the earth was all found by me, and now that I think about it, it seems to make some sense." The red-haired Gaku scratched his head, and the flame of red light on his body became more and more unstable, and it could collapse at any time. Cut! Boomer, this silly woman! Gaku clenched his fists and said dissatisfied. "I'm running out of time, promise me a request, okay?" The red-haired Gaku said. "You say? I'm an incompetent father who has owed Kiki and Goten a lot over the years, you help me take care of their mother and son." "Okay," the red-haired Gaku said directly from his heart. Gaku smiled softly at this moment and assured, "Kiki is also my wife, Gokuten is also my child, I swore to protect them, I promise you. No matter any enemy. If you want to hurt their mother and daughter, you have to step over my bones." Gaku said firmly. He has long regarded Wushan and Kiki as his own children, and even if Sun Wukong does not say anything, he will protect the mother and son. "Thank you. Thank you." Gaku showed a happy smile at this moment, and then his body began to turn into a sky full of stars, gradually dissipating. "This is the only energy I have at the moment, he can help you greatly improve your normal combat power, and you can comprehend this energy and become a Super Saiyan God." At this moment, a blazing red energy appeared in front of Gaku, spreading towards himself. Feeling this suffocating and powerful energy, Gaku smiled and said, "Thank you, Monkey King." For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 020. Wang. In the Spirit Time House, a dazzling red energy rises. This energy is incomparably hot, but surprisingly calm and stable. Ha! With a loud shout, a person's shadow appeared in the energy. You can't see his appearance clearly, you can only roughly know his shadow. "Thank you, Monkey King." The energy turned into a sky full of stars, and Goku's whole person fell from the sky. His appearance has not changed as before, but the energy contained in his body is earth-shaking and terrifying. "This energy of yours has completely brought me to the level of Yao, and I am tens of thousands of times stronger than before." "Thank you," Gaku sighed as he looked at the palm of his hand, which was covered in calluses, full of scars, but contained infinite power. Sun Wukong disappeared, the original owner of this body disappeared, completely disappeared, without a soul. The body is still in himself, but the soul has completely disappeared. After handing over this energy to himself, Sun Wukong directly dissipated, did not exist anywhere, and dissipated in the spiritual time house. My normalcy. thousands of times more powerful than before. Goku clenched his fists and felt this normal combat power comparable to Jianjing. Before dissipating, Sun Wukong gave all the remaining energy to himself, and also converted part of the divine power of the Super Saiyan God into Saiyan energy and entered it into his body. Now it's just the norm, the degree of Jianjing. If he becomes a Super Saiyan, then the combat power properly breaks through the level of the Yao, although the combat power of becoming Super 3 is far inferior to Golden Frieza, but the combat power of Super 4 can far exceed him. Ha! With a loud drink, Goku's body was burned with fire, and the hot energy swept through the Spirit Time House, as if to overturn it. Goku's body was covered with divine light at this moment, his body was raging with fire, his black pupils turned red, and his hair turned flame red. Super Saiyan God, Goku looked at his hands in disbelief, excited, now I have the strength to defeat Golden Frieza. P.S. The protagonist's normal combat power has reached Jianjing, and the Super Saiyan God has increased by 1,000 times, although it is much weaker than Super 4, but it is not weak. Note, is the normal amplitude increase. Although Golden Frieza has 100 battles, but because of his body, how much can he play? Phew! Exhaling a turbid breath, the flame of the gas on Goku's body was directly extinguished, and there was a little cold sweat on his forehead. Sure enough, it is not my own strength, it cannot be used as normal as eating and drinking, there is still a time limit, with my current physical strength, I can't last long. Wukong now knows the drawbacks of this God Realm transformation. It is not due to the increase in the degree of your own bloodline, even if you are strong, you cannot use it as normally as eating and drinking. And the Super Saiyan is different, this is derived from their own Saiyan bloodline, let yourself reach the level of atavism, because it is the power of the bloodline, even if you are seriously injured, you will not change back. Next, target. Super Saiyan 4. The corner of Goku's mouth drew an evil smile. Golden Frieza is no longer a problem, so the next step is to become Super Saiyan 4. Since this transformation comes from 20 years after the parallel universe, he can definitely become, although I don't know if I will lose my mind, but I have to try. Immediately afterwards, Goku opened the exit of the Spirit Time House, picked up the only remaining fairy beans, and walked out. I originally planned to stay here for about 7 years, but I didn't expect that Sun Wukong would actually give the energy of the Super Sai God to himself, which greatly increased his normal combat power. After becoming a Super God, he has a combat power that is definitely not weaker than the Golden Frieza, then it will be fun later. Dragon Ball Super Surprise Super Saiyan 4, Super 4 Crazy Battle Super Blue. It's definitely interesting. Goku, you come out. At this moment, Vic smiled and looked at the familiar figure. But when he felt the suffocating normal combat power, he was surprised. Lao Sun, cold sweat slipped down his forehead, and Goku felt like a tall mountain, an untouchable dragon at the moment. Ha ha ha, long time no see Vic K. Goku scratched his head happily at the moment, he still missed this friend who he hadn't seen for most of the year. Lao Sun. Your power, Vic couldn't believe it, because Sun Wukong's current power was not at all within his reach. Ha ha ha. Nothing, just a little training. Goku scratched his head, and with his blue Saiyan combat suit, it looked a little strange. Lao Sun, the entourage of the God of Destruction is here. Vic didn't care about this at the moment, and directly said the arrival of Weiss. Weiss. Goku was slightly surprised, he still remembered this angel-level figure very well. One blow kills Beerus, the combat effectiveness is not clear. Where? Goku's face was very solemn at the moment, because if VES was there, it meant that Frieza's resurrection was not far away. He's in Boomer's house, and now he's tasting food, and Boomer asked me to talk to you, and if you want, let Weiss teach you training. Vic said at the moment. Goku looked at Vic and then chuckled, I already have several masters, and I remember each one in my heart, I don't want to continue the original apprentice. Weiss, I'm curious about your strength. Gaku smiled softly, and then directly teleported and disappeared in place. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 021. Boomer, this thing called Tianluo woman, it's so fragrant. At this moment, Weiss looked like enjoyment. After coming to Earth, he not only ate, but also ate. I even forgot about coming here. There are a lot of delicious foods on Earth. If next time Lord Beerus comes, can you please say a nice word for us so that he will not destroy the Earth? Boomer said to Weiss with a smile at the moment. Weiss, on the other hand, was tasting the food, and didn't listen to it at all, just slurred, "This is but. I can't tell." Click, click, click. Weiss directly swallowed Tianluo Nu in a big mouthful, with a look of enjoyment and shock. It is unimaginable that he has lived in the universe for so long, completely in vain. There is such a delicious food in the universe, he actually did not know. Boomer, long time no see. With a sound of breaking air, Sun Wukong appeared behind Boomer out of thin air, greeting him with a smile. Ah, Gaku! Gaku! Boomer greeted him warmly, but when she noticed the scar on Goku's forehead, he was not calm. Gaku! Your face! Boomer froze as he spoke, and Goku's face had an extra scar, albeit more masculine. But it always feels like something is wrong. Face, Gaku stroked the scar on his face, a scar that was a symbol of a man, although Sendu could not erase it. But he likes it very much. This is a symbol of men's blood and sweat. If there are no these scars, how can you live peacefully? This can be regarded as something I accidentally left behind when I was cultivating, and it can also be regarded as a symbol of hard work. Gaku smiled softly and looked at Weiss. Weiss, are you interested in fighting me? Hey! Weston's fireworks on food were extinguished, and he looked at Sun Wukong speechlessly. Although I came here to take you in for training, you... Wait a minute. Something is wrong. Ves noticed a change in Gaku at the moment. Strong. Better. A lot, Weiss was secretly surprised in his heart. Less than half a year has passed, and his combat effectiveness has actually increased by thousands or even 10,000 times. Completely. It's just weaker than the Super Saiyan God who fought Lord Beerus in the first place, just a little weaker. No way. In less than half a year, he has actually improved so much combat effectiveness. Should it be so terrifying? Scions. It seems that Lord Beerus was right to exterminate the Scions in the first place. So strong, Goku's face gradually became solemn. He couldn't see the depth of Weiss at all, and his instinct told him that this person... It's dangerous. This is also normal. Weiss's combat power is higher than the God of Destruction. I don't know how many levels, and the one he remembers the most is the scene when Beerus, who lost control, was killed by one move. Since that time, he knew the horror of Weiss, and even the full power-free extreme skill could not shake him in the slightest. After all, the power conference, that time Sun Wukong mastered the ultimate skill, he seemed very normal, not surprised. It can be seen that even if he masters the ultimate skill, he is still not enough in the eyes of the angel. After all, he is the guardian of this world. Gaku! Are you trying to fight me? An intriguing smile curled at the corner of Weiss's mouth, and he stared at Gaku with a smile. Being able to raise energy to this level in just these times is definitely a genius level. If you cultivate it well, you may be able to become the next God of Destruction, and it will definitely be better than Beerus. I think about it, I've always wanted to, and I asked Mr. Weiss for advice. Goku's face was excited at the moment, and before he started fighting, he felt that his body had burned. Hey! Weiss smiled softly and said, "Come on, let's go fight." For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 022. Weiss. How do you? Boomer was a little surprised, because Weiss, who was usually only interested in food, was interested in Gaku, a battle maniac, today. No. In fact, the main purpose of Weiss is the Monkey King, and tasting food is just in passing. He has long had the idea of cultivating Sun Wukong into a god of destruction, but I don't know if Gaku will agree. Boomer, let's taste the food later, now let me see how strong the Monkey King who can fight with Lord Beerus is. An intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Weiss's mouth. Then please teach me more, VES. Gaku also put on a smile. Although he knew that he could not beat Weiss, if he could fight Weiss, he might be able to learn something. Gaku is really polite. Weiss smiled and replied, then let's go, let's talk. Damn it, this guy Weiss actually ran to Earth. At the moment, Vegeta, who was destroying the God Realm, felt indignant. Special. You go to Earth to enjoy life, leave me alone to cultivate here, and this gravity suit is so heavy. At this moment, Vegeta is like before the arrival of Elephant Pa in the original book, covered by the heavy batch of gravity clothing, doing one-handed push-ups. VES enjoys food on Earth, and he can only train hard. Wipe. But to surpass Kakarot, it's worth it. Vegeta gritted his teeth and began to pick up speed. Sweat was rolling down, Vegeta's face turned red, and the blood flow in his body accelerated. The combat effectiveness is slowly soaring, and the blood is surging in the body. He gained a lot and lost a lot when he came here. As a Scion Prince, this is his second time asking for someone. The first time, when Frieza killed him, he prayed to Kakarot to avenge the Scion clan. The second time, that is, now, he knelt down, gave up the so-called pride of the Scion, and in order to surpass the Monkey King, he gave up his dignity and became the apprentice of Weiss in order to achieve a higher realm. Kakarot. I absolutely not allowed. You are definitely not allowed to be ahead of me anymore. Vegeta croaked his teeth, his forehead was bruised, and the whole person came from nowhere. Gaku, in the past half a year, it seems that you have improved a lot. Above a clearing, Weiss smiled and looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is definitely a genius, the talent is much higher than Vegeta. Vegeta has only touched the threshold of the God Realm, and Sun Wukong has definitely mastered the transformation method of the Super Saiyan God. Such a demon talent, if accompanied by a little, is definitely beyond the existence of Beerus. Even, he has the possibility to reach the height of an angel, or even higher. It's just a little improvement, not enough to hang on. I still have a long way to go compared to the god of destruction Beerus. Gaku shook his head modestly. To be honest, the gap between him and the god of destruction Beerus was not ordinary at the moment. At present, he has become a super god, and his combat power is only 100 bows, but Beerus is almost the strongest god of destruction in the 12 universes, and he has the freedom and extreme skill of a half-finished product, but don't underestimate this half-finished product. Even if it is a finished product, he will definitely not lose to Sun Wukong, who is at ease with full power at that time, and has been in the position of the god of destruction for so many years. How can he not have two brushes? Oh! That's modest. Weiss smiled softly, and then a small amount of airflow appeared on his body, which would never be visible without a good observation with the naked eye. A deadly sense of threat appeared, and Sun Wukong suddenly felt like a great enemy, and every cell in his body began to be vigilant and tense. Damn it! Weiss is also a little outrageously strong. Gaku secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the breath on his body began to flow. Tuan! Like a hot stream of fire, Sun Wukong's body burned with raging fire. Oh yes, you really have completely mastered the Super Saiyan God. Weiss's face was calm, as if he knew it. At this moment, Goku's body was emaciated, his breath disappeared, his fiery red hair and hot red pupils. Goku's face was solemn, because he knew who he was facing next. Weiss, know a little, otherwise, you will die. Goku said sarcastically with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 023. Boom. Boom. The powerful fist wind swept over, and the surrounding sand and stones flew instantly, and Goku condensed the energy bomb in his hand and pressed towards Weiss. Oh, this energy is not small. Weiss waved his scepter without care, resisting this energy of Goku. Don't underestimate me. A bad smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, followed by Weiss's surprised gaze. SHHH. The energy exploded instantly, a mushroom cloud rose up, and Wukong was also shocked by this powerful counter-shock force for tens of meters. Looking at the mushroom cloud in front of him, the corner of his mouth evoked an evil smile. Immediately afterwards, put your hands together to form a sunflower shape. Turtle Pi Qigong. A stream of azure energy condensed, and the surrounding space rippled, and the powerful energy began to affect the space. Oh, Goku, this really impresses me. The smoke cleared, and Ves's figure appeared in front of Goku unscathed. Weiss set off terrifying waves in his heart, and he had just felt the pure divine energy from this energy. If you follow his guidance, you can definitely go to the next level. Such a rare peerless demon, if included in the disciple, can definitely shine in front of the universe and even the whole king. But if that's the only degree, the corners of Weiss's mouth rose and he stared at Monkey King with a smile. The answer is already obvious, only to such a little extent, how can it be possible to get Weiss? If you think that I only have this little bit of Chengdu, you are very wrong. A smile appeared on Goku's face, and immediately after, the red flames on his body were instantly wrapped in a blood-red furious aura. 3 times. King of Realm Fist. Goku gritted his teeth and gulped. Boom. The energy in his hand also expanded in a large circle, and it was wrapped in a blood-red flame. Incredible, the energy has increased so much. The corners of Ves's mouth rose. If Goku emitted this energy, he would inevitably fall into a weak state, and then he only needed one move, he could. Don't be distracted. Evil laughter came from behind Weiss, and Weiss's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his face was full of surprise. Triple Realm King Fist Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. SHH. The energy storm swept over, instantly engulfing Weiss. Boom. The landmark in front of him instantly flattened to the ground, and then Goku turned his big hand, and the energy instantly changed direction and flew towards the universe. He didn't know where this energy would go, but he knew that wherever it went, there would be no living life. A turbid breath exhaled, the breath on Goku's body loomed, and the scarlet blood glow had disappeared. A deadly sense of crisis came out, and Goku was full of focus on defense. Bang! A grey-white hand instantly hit Goku's neck, and his master was none other than Ves. Rub. The severe pain instantly invaded Goku's brain, and the flame of light on Goku's body suddenly collapsed, and the bloodshot eyes were all over, temporarily losing the ability to fight. Oh, yes, I'm not in a coma. Weiss was a little surprised, and had a new understanding of the Scion's ability to resist blows. It hurts. It hurts, Goku suddenly grinned in pain, breaking out in cold sweat. Just now, he only felt a deadly sense of crisis hit him, and then Weiss appeared next to him, and he seemed to avoid the Turtle School Qigong. It really scared me just now, Goku-san. Weiss looked at Goku with great relief in his gaze. Just now, Sun Wukong was able to burst out 3 times the original energy in a short period of time, which made him impressed. Finally. Not yet. Lost, Goku almost lost his ability to fight at the moment, and it was difficult to even stand. Directly half-kneeled. You can't say that. Whis showed a smile and said to Sun Wukong, follow me to cultivate, Vegeta is also there, if you two cultivate together, it will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Ha! Goku smiled bitterly helplessly and said, sorry, Whis, I want to take a path of my own. As for going to destroy the God realm and cultivate with you, I don't have to do it, but there is one thing I really need for you to help me. Goku gave a triumphant smile. Because the next work, except for Whis, I am afraid that no one can really complete it. Help you? Whis was a little surprised. What happened? He had to let this angel come out. Take me to a place with a small amount of life, with oxygen about the same as Earth, and you'll know in a moment. Goku gave a triumphant smile. It's really strange, but since you asked for it, then I'm also very curious. Whis smiled softly, and then a colorful energy wrapped Sun Wukong. Without further ado, let's go. Boom! The energy wrapped around Goku and Whis, and then the two of them rushed straight into the sky and disappeared on Earth. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 024. Goku, the planet you asked for has arrived. With a burst of colorful light falling, Goku and Whis appeared on the planet at the same time. At this moment, Goku is not as tired as before, but full of excitement. It worked out right away, and then it's up to Whis. Goku, what do you want to do when you choose such a planet? Still need to trouble me? Whis wonders, what does Goku need such a planet for? Hey, hey, hey! The corners of Goku's mouth rose magically, and then a white ball of energy appeared in his hand. Whis, I'm going to trouble you next, do everything you can. Bring me back to my senses. The energy suddenly flew into the sky, under Goku's smile. SHHH. A hot white light erupted from the sky, and Whis grew his mouth, his eyes full of surprise. Blast it! Artificial moon! A hideous roar came from the side, drawing Whis's gaze over. Enlightenment! Goku! Whis mouthed wide, and his gaze as he looked at Goku was filled with surprise. Goku's face was hideous at this moment, the bloodthirsty light in his eyes was all over the place, and the muscles on his body became stronger and stronger, terrifying, and the whole person swelled in a big circle. Goku's body was bruised, and his whole body was constantly changing. This is Giant Ape. Whis suddenly understood something now. This is the transformation of the Scions at the full moon. What the hell is Goku going to do? Whis looked solemn, and he suddenly felt that things were beyond his control. Roar! At this moment, a soul-deep roar resounded in the sky, and Whis raised his head in surprise. I saw that the current Goku has changed a lot. The original height of 1 meter turned into a giant of 50 or 60 meters at this moment. He has golden hair, bloodthirsty eyes, and is very ferocious. Oh, this is trouble. Whis stared intently at the Monkey King who turned into a giant ape. He has always had a feeling that this form is definitely qualified to be on par with the Super Saiyan God who he fought against just now, or even 1 point stronger. Immediately afterwards, the golden giant ape Sun Wukong looked at Whis, who was as small as a bug below. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Goku's giant fist smashed towards Whis. Earth! Dad! At this moment, a little uneasiness rose in Xiao Wuxian's heart. Somehow, he felt his heart beat faster and restless. Goten, come and help, I'm a little too busy. Kiki's resentful voice came from the kitchen, blame Goku, throw me a bunch of mess, when he comes, see how I clean him up. Wuxian couldn't help but tremble when he heard this, it seemed that his father seemed to be beaten when he came back. I told him every day that my father might not come back for a week. Damn, Dad, what's wrong with you? Wyushin croaked his teeth and couldn't help but clench his fists. What the hell is going on? The feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. Dad, don't you want to have an accident? Roar. On a nameless planet, a hideous golden giant ape wreaks havoc on the planet. Boom. The huge energy shock wave instantly flattened the mountains in front of them, stirring up bursts of smoke. It's really nerve-wracking. How can I get Gaku back to his senses? Weiss was suspended in the air at the moment, looking sad. Now Gaku is a completely irrational beast, how can he restore Gaku to his senses? That's a real problem. Weiss was scratching at the moment, a little embarrassed, because usually nothing could stump him, but now Gaku can already make him rack his brain, so there is nothing he can do. Roar. The golden giant ape roared at Weiss, and the huge sound wave spread in all directions, making Weiss's eyelids twitch. Gaku, you won't take me as prey, will you? The corners of Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. He was very worried. If he was not careful, a punch might make this giant ape burp. Roar. The golden giant ape spewed out a stream of hot energy from its mouth and struck towards Weiss. Gaku, you don't really remember me, do you? Weiss casually knocked the energy away and said. It's nerve-wracking, it looks like I'm going to have to go back to Earth again. Weiss sighed and said helplessly. Anyway, he didn't have any way to get Gaku back to his senses, and he had tried countless methods in such a little time. But none of them can awaken Gaku. Now it seems that only by letting Goku's relatives out of the horse, perhaps, only the person that Gaku cares about the most can wake up Gaku. Sorry Gaku, you wait for me for a while, it's only about 2 minutes, I'll be right back. After Weiss said a word, the colorful light on his body flashed, and the whole person rushed straight into the sky and disappeared on the planet. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 025. At this moment, Goten is in the original field, replacing his father's work. Wyushin's little face was full of sadness, and somehow, he always had a bad premonition and anxiety now. You are the son of Sun Wukong, right? Vast's voice came from the sky, and young Gokuten raised his head. It turns out that it is the person next to Beerus, the god of destruction, on Boomer's birthday last time. You? Are you? Asked Gokuten as if he understood something. Let me introduce myself, my name is Ves, and I am Lord Beerus's entourage. Weiss began to introduce himself, but Goten didn't bird him at all. The corners of Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. Goten, I came to you for something, this matter concerns your father. Weiss looked solemn and the main skill was solemn. What? Goten's pupils shrank sharply and hugged Weiss directly forward. What happened to my dad? Where is he now? Gokuten tugged at Weiss's clothes, tears flashing in his eyes. Your dad is currently losing his mind, and I need your help. Weiss said without changing his face. Dad. I've lost my mind. Wyushin's little heart was about to jump out, and he hugged Weiss again and said, what the hell is going on? Why did my dad become like this? I'll explain this to you later, now I have to take you to your father. Weiss said, and then the colorful flames on his body shone and flew directly out of the Earth's atmosphere. What's going on? Vegeta, who was far away in the god-destroying realm, felt something was wrong at the moment. Why is there an inexplicable sense of fear in my heart, and what is the situation with this strong breath? Vegeta's eyes widened, he had no resistance at the moment for this aura that was almost strong to the limit. You know, he has only mastered the Super Saiyan God not long ago, and he has not yet reached a stronger level. Impossible. Although this breath is very similar to Kakarot, it is definitely not him, his breath cannot be so fearful and bloodthirsty, it should be other creatures. Cold sweat slipped down Vegeta's forehead, and he looked incredulous. There are such terrifying creatures in this universe, such a strong aura, definitely stronger than their current self. Damn it! Someone actually walked in front of me. In addition to Kakarot, there was actually someone walking in front of me. Vegeta clenched her teeth, her forehead bruised, and her face was very hideous. Damn it! Tuan! A fiery red aura emerged from Vegeta's body, and his whole person looked much thinner, his pupils turned fiery red, and his hair was also fiery red. The arrogance on his body is like a raging fire, burning all evil. This is the current full strength of Vegeta, the Super Saiyan God, and through Whice's training, he has come this far. Nope. Although I have become a Super Saiyan God, I can still clearly feel the gap between me and the unknown guy. Vegeta calmed down for the time being. He turned around and looked at the mysterious, interdimensional passage. Whice, you opened this passage, but you didn't allow me to enter, saying that my uncle Vegeta is not qualified yet. The thought of this Vegeta was furious. He is the prince of the Saiyan, and some people will actually say that he is not qualified. Whether you allow me to go in or not, even if Uncle Ben dies in it today, he has to go in. I will definitely not allow anyone other than Kakarot to stand on my head. Vegeta croaked. Furious, and walked into the passage of another dimension with great momentum. Roar! On an unnamed planet, the Goku Great Ape is wantonly destroying all living creatures. Mountains were razed to the ground, the earth was raging with fire, dust was everywhere, gunsmoke was filled, and the air was filled with the stench of death and ash. Roar! The golden giant ape slapped his chest hard and frantically to vent his anger. Oh, Goku-san, you're still so cranky. At this moment, Whice finally arrived, with a worried little Wushin on the side. Whice, where is my dad? What is this riotous golden giant ape? Gokuten was both scared and worried. It won't. My dad has already been killed by him. Wushin's little head directly came up with such a question, which made Whice couldn't help but sigh. Kids, imagination is so rich. Don't guess, your father is this giant ape, and now he called you here to wake up Goku. Now Goku has become a giant ape and has lost his mind, whether he can be revived next depends on you. Whice said with a serious face. Ah! Is he my father? Xiao Wushin was full of surprise and fear. How could his father turn into a monster like this? Goten, you may not be able to accept it, but the facts are already in front of you, and whether Goku can wake up or not depends on you. Whice said seriously. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 026. Roar! The golden giant ape suddenly roared like thunder, because the guy who provoked him just now returned. Dad, what's wrong with you? I'm Goten. Xiao Wushin suddenly shouted with tears in his heart. Tears lingered in his eyes, Wushin's small mouth clenched his fists, and roared unwillingly, Dad! You said it! I'm going to make me stronger and fight with you. Goku Great Ape paused, as if remembering something. It works. Whice's eyes lit up, and he said to Wushin, Wushin, continue. Your words seem to have had an effect on your dad. Xiao Wushin nodded again and roared, Dad, you promised me that you would fight side by side together. Say let me help you share it. I must finish. Dad, you're going to wake up. Little Wushin roared heartbreakingly. Roar! A sharp pain rushed up from his brain, and Goku Giant Ape covered his head and began to shake violently. Roar! At this moment, the golden giant ape instantly ejected a stream of energy from his mouth and struck towards Xiao Wushin. Boom! The energy smashed on the barrier shrouded in his body under Xiao Wushin's terrified gaze. Roar! The golden giant ape roared, obviously very dissatisfied with his attack. Oh, it looks like I'm going to have to do something. After strengthening the barrier on Goten's body, Weiss said, Goten, you continue to call your father, try to wake him up. Well, leave it to me. Gokuten nodded and continued to roar directly. Gaku-san, how the hell can you wake up? Weiss shook his head and began to fantasize about the food of the earth. Everything that follows is left to this kid, and the barrier is reinforced for this kid. Even if Gaku is now like this, it is enough to break it easily. Roar! The golden giant ape looked hideous at this moment, and severe pain poured into his brain, making him miserable. Roar! The intense pain made the beast even more violent and bloodthirsty, and he kept slapping his chest and roaring madly. Dad! Wake up! Boom! After Wushin's words, Wukong giant ape jumped directly into the sky and pinched Wushin. Dad! No! Tears welled up in Goten's eyes. How sad and sad. Fortunately, there is a barrier given by Weiss, otherwise Wushin does not know how many times he will die. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the energy on the golden giant ape's body suddenly exploded, and its aura suddenly rose to a large level. Click! Weiss's barrier gradually broke, and Xiao Wushin inside showed fear. Oh, Gaku-san, your power is really terrifying beyond my imagination. Weiss was slightly surprised by the re-increase in power, and then the cane moved. Phew! With the sound of breaking air, Wushin was directly transferred to the head of the golden giant ape. Boom! The barrier was suddenly broken, turned into debris, and flew all over the sky. Dad! Wake up! Mom is still waiting for you to go back. Gokuten let out a crying growl. Because of this sound, the golden giant ape's movements paused. Dad, you promised me. I want to fight alongside you. Protect the planet. Wake up. Father. Tick. With the last sad words of Wushin, a drop of crystal clear liquid slipped from the side of Wushin's eyes and landed on the finger of the golden giant ape. Boom! The golden giant ape's body shook suddenly, and a little reason appeared in his eyes, and in the depths of his soul. A man who was naked and had a tail behind his back suddenly opened his eyes. It works! The corners of Weiss's mouth rose, and it seemed that he had succeeded. Dad! Wake up! Wushin burst into tears and cried non-stop. The golden giant ape's blood-red eyes gradually softened at this moment, and they were no longer as bloodthirsty and tyrannical as before. He looked at his hands, and then at Goten, who was crying in the sky. He seemed to understand what he had to do. He looked at the mountain in the distance and ran straight over. Roar! With a deafening roar, several golden rays of light appeared on the golden giant ape, the aura on its body continued to increase, and the light blue electric light continued to explode. Roar! Shhh! Hh! The golden giant ape once again emitted a wild roar, and the surrounding area of its body instantly exploded, and suddenly gunsmoke and dust were everywhere. Daddy! Gokuten roared heartbreakingly. Weiss, on the other hand, quietly observed the place where the golden giant ape was, and in his eyes, he soon saw a familiar figure from the darkness. It's really amazing, it seems that you have succeeded. Weiss smiled, it seemed that Gaku had succeeded. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 027. Dust splashed, gunsmoke was everywhere, and in the darkness, a strong figure loomed in the darkness. Dad, Goten suddenly spoke, looking into the darkness, his eyes filled with tears. Don't worry, Goten, your dad is fine. The corner of Weiss's mouth ticked lightly, feeling the breath that was several times stronger than before. Wushin, a manly husband, can flex and stretch, cry what a system. If you are like this, I will not allow you to fight with me. Goku's laughing voice came out, and with a tornado, his figure appeared in front of Goten. The fiery red hair on his body, the long black hair that reaches his waist is not as exaggerated as Super 3, his strong and full body, and the wild nature of his body, he is completely an evil person, and his appearance is even more explosive than Super 3. Dad! Dad! Gokuten grew his mouth, unable to believe that this was actually his father. Gaku-san, it seems that your form is complete. Weiss did not hide the surprise in his eyes in the slightest, observing Gaku carefully. Unbelievable, this is actually much stronger than the Super Saiyan God, and the energy on his body definitely belongs to the breath of mortals, does not belong to gods, this is his own power. Incredible power, is this Super Saiyan 4? Gaku looked incredulous, feeling the hot energy coming from his body, and how do I feel that my body is filled with emptiness? It seems that the breath is not saturated, although the body has strengthened a lot, but the breath in the body has not reached saturation. What's going on? Are you too weak? This is also not right, the current self on normal combat effectiveness can be much stronger than his own 20 years later, but this is not right, why do you still have this sense of emptiness? Goten, don't come here! Wukong suddenly roared like thunder, frightening Sun Wushan who ran over from afar. This form is too strong, the aura around me has changed qualitatively, it is hotter than the sun, if you come over now, you will be burned alive by this breath. After Gaku drank Goten, he began to look at his hands. 10 times stronger than Super Race 3, 4,000 times more normal amplitude, Gaku looked at his hand in disbelief, and the golden hot energy on his body was gradually withdrawn. It seems that I should be too weak, Gaku pounded his arm in disappointment. There is currently only one plausible explanation. He is too weak, Super Saiyan 4 simply cannot reach the most complete full power, at most it is only the initial stage. Gaku-san, your current combat power is much stronger than the Super Saiyan God. VES was also interested, because now Sun Wukong's combat power is definitely several times that of when he fought Beerus. At the beginning, Lord Beerus had only been playing with Sun Wukong, and he did not use his real skills at all. The true figure of the God of Destruction is not a manifestation, just playing with Sun Wukong in an ordinary state. But the current Monkey King seems to have changed a lot. Yes, it is indeed much stronger. The corner of Goku's mouth hooked a bad smile, and he looked at Weiss with bad intentions. Weiss, let me fight you with the strength of Super Saiyan 4, but I'm looking forward to how you defeat me. Gaku laughed evilly. Although I already knew that it was impossible to win Weiss, I still had to give it a try. And this form is not long gone. You still have to be skilled as soon as possible, Vegeta's guy is destroying the God realm, and the only person who can fight against himself in front of him is Weiss. Science, what a group of battle maniacs! Weiss also smiled disapprovingly, although the angel will not fight, but it is still okay to play. Dad! You guys, Xiao Yushin was suddenly a little overwhelmed. Daddy going to fight with Weiss? This lady can't see what strength Dad won't beat him to death with one punch, right? If Gaku knew, he would have replied with a wry smile, hey! Want him to beat Weiss? Now it is impossible, if you have mastered the Super Saiyan 4, you are not qualified to defeat Weiss. He still has a long way to go, and now it is only the beginning. Weiss, I'm going to strike. Gaku took a fighting stance, and the aura on his body instantly exploded, and the temperature around him instantly soared. Super Saiyan 4 can already be regarded as the evolution of life, and it can also be said that atavism, the great power left in the bloodline of the ancestors of the Saiyans, also needs a miracle worker to inspire. Only in this way will the brilliance of the Saiyans illuminate the world. Gaku-san, I've been waiting for a long time, haven't you started yet? Weiss smiled softly and said. Don't underestimate me, Weiss. Goku's evil laughter came from behind VES, and I saw that Gaku had come behind VES at an unknown time, clenched his fists, and greeted Vis. Boom! For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 028. Above the earth, two familiar figures emerged, one with a strong body, full of muscles, and a body with fiery red hair that looked very domineering and majestic. However, it looks a bit embarrassing. Dad, is Weiss so strong? Even Dad couldn't beat him. The other is Xiao Wuxian, and the two have returned from an alien planet. Damn it, Gaku struggled to get up from the ground, severe pain still lingering in his head. He originally planned to beat Weiss, but he didn't expect that he was not qualified to touch Weiss at all, and he couldn't touch it. Weiss hit him with a hand knife in the neck. He lost his ability to fight. If it weren't for the Super 4 state is strong enough and the defense is NB enough, I'm afraid he has passed out. Dad. Gaku lifted Gaku up. It's so strong, now I'm still too weak. Gaku stood up in pain and trembled. Dad, what you look like now? Goten was a little sluggish. This is also too handsome. This look. Gaku looked at his figure and smiled proudly. It's thanks to you, Goten, just like you see. My new form, Super Saiyan 4. Gaku felt a much stronger body and said with a smile, now that I can control this energy, the aura around my body is not so hot. Dad, Goten's gaze as he looked at Gaku was full of joy, and he was about to pounce directly. Silly son. Gaku smiled slightly, picked Goten up, and carried it on his shoulder. When we go home, I haven't eaten Kiki's cooking for a long time. Gaku smiled, carried Goten, and flew into the distance. Kiki. I'm coming. Starve me. Cook quickly. Damn it. In the other dimensional space, Vegeta is devastated and hideous. He found that in this space, he could not move freely, and the pressure on his body became heavier and heavier. Damn it. Tuan. At the critical moment, Vegeta burst out, and the red flames on his body instantly swelled and changed color in an instant. Blue spirit energy overflowed from the body, hair also turned into blue spirit color in an instant, and the whole person's aura also rose a lot. Super Saiyan Blue Reach. This is me. New power. Vegeta's face was incredulous, this endless stream of powerful power. Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God is 50 times more powerful, maybe even stronger. If the amplitude increase of the Super Saiyan God is 1,000 times the normal, then the increase in the blue of the Super Saiyan is 50,000 times the normal. The magnitude of the increase in terror is far more terrifying than the magnitude of Super Saiyan 4. In terms of amplitude increase, Super Saiyan 4 is indeed not as good as Super Saiyan Blue, but if you talk about normal improvement training, Super Saiyan 4 is much stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. The evolution of the bloodline, reaching the degree of atavism, the normal will also be evolved, the normal combat power will be increased extremely naturally, and the normal multiplied combat power increase will also make up for this disadvantage. The advantage of bloodline in the bones of Saions will be stronger after evolution. On the contrary, although the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue are terrifying, it is extremely difficult to improve their normal combat power. Even the normal state of the Saions of the 6th universe is not comparable, and the normal combat power has been standing still. But this consumes, Vegeta couldn't stand it slightly. The consumption of Super Saiyan Blue is too terrifying. And with his current mastery, it is unbearable. Poof. Cockroach. Vegeta spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and the flame of light on his body suddenly collapsed, fainting to death. Oh, yes, I said how I couldn't find it, I didn't listen to the advice, and I ran here. At this time, Weiss came and looked at Vegeta who was suspended in midair. It seems that you have made a breakthrough here. Feeling the powerful energy hidden in Vegeta's body, Ves couldn't help but smile. If you adjust it carefully, you may be able to compete with Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you are really unexpected, the talent is absolutely unmatched. An intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Weiss's mouth and said, next, let me train you seriously, but I am looking forward to the battle between this form of yours and Mr. Goku's form. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 029. Now Goku has returned, and when Kiki saw Goku like this, she was shocked. She also thought that Gokuten had brought a handsome monkey over, but when she learned that this handsome red monkey was her husband, her face kept changing, and finally, Goku! The high decibel roar resounded in the sky, and Kiki was now completely dumbfounded. Run directly to Wukong's side, continue to explore on Sun Wukong, and basically touch the places she can touch. Kiki, calm down, I've just changed into a new form, I can still change back. Goku suddenly froze. Super Saiyan 4 he can quit at any time, but he doesn't want to quit, he wants to get familiar with this form as soon as possible. Goku. Yours. Forehead. Kiki couldn't help but step back when she saw the scar on Goku's forehead, the wound that stretched to the corner of her eye. What's going on with Goku? There was actually an extra scar on his face. Forehead. Goku touched his forehead and found this shallow but very obvious scar. It's okay, this is a wake-up call for me, I won't abandon you in the future. Goku smiled sweetly and said. Then Goku put his hands on Kiki's shoulders, and Kiki instantly blushed, full of embarrassment. Sorry to worry you, I swear, I will never abandon you in the future, the reason why I want to become stronger is also to protect you, I hope Kiki can forgive me. Goku was suddenly a little embarrassed, because he really owed too much over the years. 7 years have passed since the Shalo conference, and the mother and son have survived for 7 years by relying on the inheritance left behind, and the greatness of a mother may be reflected here. Tuan. A burst of golden light flashed, and Goku's whole person completely returned to its original appearance. But strangely, the body is still the blue Saiyan combat uniform and the scar on the forehead. But this does not seem to be a bad thing, this is a symbol of manhood, a symbol of blood and tears. Gollum! An earth-shattering roar came from Goku's abdomen, and Goku was suddenly embarrassed, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Goku suddenly blushed a little, embarrassed, that. Kiki. Or. Why don't we eat first? Seeing Goku's hunger and thirst, and his face was red, Kiki laughed happily. Ha ha ha. All right. Let's have a meal. Time passed gradually, and soon it was evening. At the moment, Goku is eating a lot, he has not eaten such a delicious thing for a year, and now what Kiki has done can be said to make him let go of eating. Eat slowly, don't choke. Kiki dotes on Goku and serves dishes by the way. Hey! What about Goten? Goku is a little strange, he seems to have not seen Gokuten for an hour or two. Hey! Where did this kid run? Kiki felt a little strange, she was still here just now. Goku amplified his perception at this time and found Goten. The corners of Goku's mouth rose and he chuckled, You're tired after Kiki for so long, you rest for a while, I'll go see this kid. As soon as the words fell, Goku took a chicken leg and walked out while eating. At this moment, Xiao Wuxian was sitting on the cliff, his eyes were full of teardrops, and he almost buried his head in his arms, very sad. It's really weak. I can only hold my father back, the more he said, the more tears appeared in Wuxian's eyes, and he cried very uncontestedly. He regretted why he was so weak, and he couldn't help at all when his father fought with Weiss. Combat effectiveness has regressed a lot. In the previous Majin Buu period, he had already vaguely touched the realm of Super Saiyan 2, but due to these years of laziness, he gave up his practice, so he regressed to become like this. Silly boy, what are you thinking? Goku appeared behind Goku at this moment, and asked while nibbling on the chicken leg. Dad. Wuxian turned his head with joy and found that it was his father. Silly boy, what is a person thinking about here? Tears came out. Gaku took out a little tissue and wiped the tears from the corners of Goten's eyes. Dad, Wyushin's face was a little red. This kid was actually shy. Silly boy, a good boy sheds blood without tears, my son of Sun Wukong, but he wants to become a man who stands tall in the sky. Gaku clenched his fists and encouraged. Dad, Goten raised his head very happily, but then lowered it again, extremely aggrieved. What's wrong? Gaku asked puzzled. Dad. Am I very useless? Said Goten very scared. Useless. Gaku suddenly opened his mouth, completely understood, and said with doting, Silly boy, what are you talking about? How could you be useless? You've been protecting your mom all these years, haven't you? But Gaku interrupted Gaku before he could finish speaking. Silly child. Gaku swallowed the chicken leg, threw the bones casually, held Goten in his arms, and doted, You have worked hard all these years, you will always be the most successful little Superman in the eyes of your father, not only protecting your mother, but also protecting everyone when the demon Bu came. So, my family Wyushin is very remarkable. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 030. Gaku felt Goku's warm embrace, his little face couldn't help but redden. This was the first time, his father was still the first time he hugged himself like this. Gaku smiled softly and looked at the sky, with a strong airflow in his hand. Phew! Gaku waved his big hand, and the clouds and fog in the sky were instantly blown away. Wow! Goten's mouth grew and he couldn't believe it at all. Goten, look at the stars in the sky, tell me, is he beautiful? Gaku looked at the colorful stars and asked Gaku. Beautiful. Young Wyushin nodded and said. So do you know why the starry sky is beautiful? Gaku asked rhetorically. Wyushin was suddenly silent, he didn't know how to answer, after all, he was still young. The starry sky is beautiful because in the vast universe, no matter how the darkness spreads, it is illuminated by the light of the stars. Gaku looked at the endless starry sky and said with a smile, the world is the same, where there is despair, there will be hope. Xiao Wyushin suddenly felt that his father was so tall and on time, and his eyes were full of little stars. Hehe, Xiao Xian, I still can't cure you. Gaku smiled in his heart and said. Goten, you have also grown up, and when your father is not at home, you have to rely on you to protect your mother. Gaku dotingly stroked Goten's head and said. I'm going to train with my dad. Get stronger and stronger. Wyushin suddenly shouted loudly. Okay, we're going to get stronger and stronger. Gaku is also as high as Goten, and can only say that he is worthy of being a father and son. Phew! 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 Wow! Dad, look! It's a shooting star, alas! Gokuten suddenly grew his mouth and shouted. Meteor showers? This is the first time I've seen a meteor shower. A smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, and then he secretly said in his heart, I'm afraid this is not a meteor shower, right? It is a prelude to the coming of the storm. Gaku can be regarded as knowing, with his perception, he has found that the so-called meteor shower, which is simply the so-called alien spaceship. If the guess is correct, then this is the Salbi who resurrected Frisia. The time is almost up. Sure enough, Gaku looked at the endless starry sky, and then looked at the little Wyushin in his arms. This home. I have to protect it no matter what. Even if it's death. Goku's eyes were filled with determination. It's not just that he promised Sun Wukong to protect this family, but he really likes Goten and Kiki and wants to protect them from the bottom of his heart. He himself is the Monkey King, has the memory of the Monkey King, and seeing the experience of the mother and son, he really wants to beat himself up. Fight to the end for this shit martial arts, even the family forgot, is he really worthy of the name Sun Wukong? Grandpa was trampled to death by himself, then he should cherish his family and protect them. Frisia, since you want to be resurrected, then it's best not to disappoint me. If you really only have the combat power of 100 bows, then I'm sorry. Gaku clenched his fists, and the little Goten in his arms also felt that something was wrong. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked innocently. It's okay. Gaku shook his head dotingly and said, Goten, if you see a shooting star, you can make a wish. Make a wish. Goten's eyes widened and he looked at his father with joy. Dad. Is it like a wish like a dragon? Yes and no. Gaku said, you just need to meditate on the wish you made in your heart, then the wish will come true, but Dad is not sure if this will come true. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Wuxian closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and silently said in his heart, I want to become stronger and stronger. I'm going to protect Mom and Dad from getting tired anymore. Oh, this kid. Gaku naturally knew what wish Goten had made, and at the same time shook his head with a smile, and said, I also have a wish. I hope that the earth will no longer be invaded by unknown enemies, and I want to take my family and live in peace. Gaku made this wish because none of them liked war. He wondered all the time when he would be able to stop the war and take his family on a trip. The purpose of his becoming stronger is also this. Unlike being great enough to protect the peace of the universe, he just wants to have a safe home and live a good life. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 031. The century gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 4 months had passed. In the Spirit Time House, a large and a small figure are constantly colliding. One is a black crab-shaped hair, and the body is constantly bubbling with white flames. The other is a long blonde hair with a cold face, which bears a 7-point resemblance to Sun Wukong. Amazing, Goten, I trained with me for a few months when I was outside, and today I came to the Spirit Time House to make a breakthrough, and I actually broke through Super Saiyan 3 so quickly. Gaku resisted while resisting Goku's menacing attack. Goku's heart was full of relief. Goten's potential was much greater than Gohan. Gohan was already wasted and had grown up. He wouldn't care, let him go. Goten is a good seedling, he doesn't want to make Goten a waste, just like the rumored Nobiten. Now Gokuten is dozens of times or even hundreds of times stronger than before. In terms of combat effectiveness, although it has not reached this level, it definitely has the combat power of Jianjing. After these months of terrifying training, Wuxian's terrifying potential was frantically squeezed, and in just a few months, his combat effectiveness was tens of millions of times stronger. The normal combat power is the degree of 2 kings, which is much stronger than the original Monkey King, and the improvement of the 3 peak levels of the Super Saiyan is enough to increase his combat power by 500 times, which makes Wukong sigh, the afterlife is terrible. If you don't work hard, then you will be caught up by this stinky boy. It's still too weak, now with such strength, even my father's usual appearance can't be beaten. Wuxian suddenly felt unwilling, because he trained so hard, but he still did not force his father to transform into a Super Saiyan. This kid, everything is good, but he is too competitive. Gaku shook his head secretly. Xiao Wuxian's potential is unfathomable. If he digs properly, then he will definitely surpass himself. Tuan. The arrogance on Wukong's body suddenly dissipated, and Xiao Wuxian stopped in amazement. Dad, Gaku looked at Gaku puzzled. You go out first, take a break, I'll train inside for a while. Gaku took a deep breath and said to Goten. Gokuten was full of anxiety to return to his original appearance, and his little face was full of disappointment. He knew that his father had been training with him all the time, and he had not been cruel to himself, and if he were here, he might only hinder his father's training. With this unwilling mood, Xiao Wuxian walked out the door. Wait! As he was about to leave, Gaku drank him. Gokuten turned his head full of doubts, and saw 2 small green beans flying towards him. Take it, an uninvited guest has come to Earth, you go and stop him. Daddy, I'll come in a moment. Gaku also knew at the moment that Frisia should also come. Let Goten test the water, although it can't fight against Golden Frisia, but it's still okay to drag it out for a while. By the way, let the smelly boy who dragged his feet to see the gap between his brother and him. Let that brother of yours see how unbearable he looks now. Gaku smirked. He wanted to see what kind of mood his incomplete son would be like when he was protected by his younger brother. You said that you don't like to practice, but what are you reading? I haven't seen you give a penny to your family. And I haven't had any outstanding results. Your house is built by Satan with money, although Satan is your father-in-law, but can you have some skills? There is no way to protect your own daughter, and in the end, Lao Zi will leave the factory, and you, son Gohan, who was once known as the strongest single fighter, is now wasted. The current little Goten is even more powerful than the original Bikebuo, and more powerful than the mysterious Gohan. Just give you a taste of how it feels to be protected by your own brother. Okay, Dad. A glint appeared in Yushin's eyes, because finally someone could come and test his cultivation. Then Gokuten walked out. Gohan, your cowardice makes your father and I can't stand it. I don't have the strength to protect my family. What shit do you talk about me about schoolwork? Gaku was a little annoyed. Because of a man. It shouldn't be so cowardly. Tuan. A blazing red flame burned beside Gaku, who instantly turned into a Super Saiyan god. Frisia, you are just an appetizer for me, and the prison Huaxing and Jillian or Vegeta in the back are my enemies. The fire on Goku's body burned like a raging fire. Frisia, you are just an appetizer, a small appetizer. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 032. Goten, you're out. Where's Gaku? Something is wrong on Earth now. At this moment, Tian ran over in a hurry, looking panting. Every day, don't worry, Dad asked me to come out to clean up that person. Xiao Yushin was full of fighting intent, and he couldn't wait to find this guy immediately. But now Frisia has become very strong. Every day's anxious cold sweat came out. Can you not joke? Gohan was all beaten. So his name is Frisia. Yushin did not listen to Tianatian's words at all, but said it to himself. This person has been handed over to me. You better not disturb your father every day, otherwise, you may be burned to death by your father's strong breath. Gokuten issued a warning. If Tian did not listen and was burned to death, then he would not be blamed. Tuan. The golden aura instantly exploded on the body, and Sun Yushin, who was in the state of Super Saiyan, appeared, and with a burst of breaking sound, Sun Yushin rushed down and disappeared into the heavenly realm. Goten. Tian shouted anxiously at the moment. He didn't think Goten could defeat Frisia. Oh, son Gohan, hasn't your father come yet? Seeing the embarrassed Z-warrior and the others in front of him, Frisia let out an eerie evil laugh. Lord Frisia, leave these guys to me. An eerie laugh no less than that of Frisia came out, and in a blink of an eye, I saw a tall, thin alien with his hands crossed at the waist and smiling evilly. Tagama, I'll leave it to you. Frisia's blood-red eyes strung with a bloody light. Of course, King Frisia. Tagama showed an evil smile, and then instantly appeared in the crowd of Z-warriors and others. Bang! 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 The fist turned into an afterimage and slammed into all the Z-warriors. Boom! Every warrior was shot away, even Gohan. But... damn it, Gohan pushed the pile of rocks away from his body and stood up tremblingly. Already. The comfortable life for many years made him almost give up martial arts, and his physical fitness continued to slip, and now even ordinary Super Saiyans can't maintain it. To put it bluntly, his current combat effectiveness is not even as good as Shuru. Saiyan, aren't you as strong as Lord Frisia said, weak as a trash? Tagura swayed over, smiling evilly. Humph! Die! A roar like a lion's roar sounded. Bang! Taguma suddenly flew out upside down like a missile, and next to Sun Gohan, there was an extra boy with golden hair. Enlightenment. Goten. Gohan kept trembling, and developed an instinctive fear of Goten in front of him. What's going on? How is Goten so strong? Brother, are you okay? Goten lifted Gohan up and said with concern. At the same time, Wyushin couldn't help but tremble. Is this really his brother? It's so weak, even the original Majin Buu is not as good. Just like my father said, my brother has become disobedient and has become so weak and weak. Goten already knew that the reason why his father trained himself in the first place was that he probably didn't want to become like his brother. Goten. Gohan suddenly felt so humiliated, he was actually protected by his younger brother. Brother, you have a good rest, and then leave it to me. Xiao Wyushin's face was filled with determination, and the golden aura on his body became more and more intense. Boom, here comes another one, exactly the same as Sun Wukong. There was a coldness in Frisia's blood-red eyes. If nothing else, this is the cub of that guy from the Monkey King. Is that Gokyudan just now? It's so strong. The turtle immortals and the warriors were shocked. Now Xiao Wyushin is actually so strong. If it weren't for Gohan, Vic clenched his fists unwillingly, glaring at Sun Gohan with hatred that iron was not steel. And Sun Gohan lowered his head in shame. Humph! Twa lizard! Look how I clean you up! The golden aura on Xiao Wyushin's body suddenly exploded, instantly turning into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Damn it! You give me death! Taguma, who was shot down, is back at this moment, scarred. Die! A powerful energy wave condensed in Taguma's hand and struck towards Sun Wyushin. Humph! Don't try to hurt my family! Wyushin's hands were squeezed into sunflower shapes, and an azure energy bomb instantly condensed. Dad told me that mercy for the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Wyushin's face became more and more hideous, and he roared, Go and die! Turtle Pi Qigong Wave! Boom! For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 033. No! No way! Taguma's pupils suddenly shrank sharply, and he roared unwillingly. Boom! The energy ball was pushed back in an instant, and Taguma was immediately devoured, and behind him. Jiru. A blue frog from Namex is frantically fleeing, and behind him is the azure turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Giroud. The frog roared unwillingly, and then it was swallowed in an instant. Sure enough, when I was away over the years, the Saiyans have undergone tremendous changes, worthy of being able to defeat Majin Buu, fight the god of destruction, the son of the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. With such combat power alone, in addition to this king, he can be proud of the universe. Frisia's blood-red eyes strung with an eerie color. In all these years, these guys of the Saiyans have changed drastically. Cut the grass without removing the roots, and the spring breeze blows and grows. At first, because of my soft heart, I left some remnants of the Saiyans, and now, Frisia slowly stood up from the throne and sneered, I, King Frisia, will turn you all to ashes. Give me all to die. Saiyan. Tuan. A surprising white-purple energy gushed out from Frisia's body, and Frisia's energy was increasing rapidly. Wow! The violent energy storm instantly turned all the soldiers behind Frisia into ashes, and everyone in front of them was frightened by Frisia's terrifying energy. How? How can it be? Several surprised voices were filled with fear and surprise, and everyone below was stunned. How could Frisia be so strong? An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and fear appeared in Sun Gohan's heart. It's so strong, no wonder Dad will give me fairy beans. A hint of surprise flashed in Wyushin's eyes. Frisia's strength was almost beyond his imagination, it was terrifying. Goten, you go and call your father to come, I'll hold it down here. At this moment, Gohan supported his scarred body, stood up tremblingly, turned into a Super Saiyan, and said, "Brother." There was a look of disappointment in Wushan's eyes. It seemed that his brother was really wasted. "Dad just told me to clean him up." The arrogance on Wushan's body instantly swelled, and he roared, "You go to your father, now brother, you are weaker than me, let me protect everyone." Ha! Boom! Wushan roared, and the energy in his body suddenly exploded. Bang! It's so strong, if I am a few years later, maybe I won't even be able to beat a Saiyan cub. There was a bloody glint in Frisia's eyes. Even if he used the original form, he actually felt a little hard under this Saiyan monkey. It's terrifying, and the idea that made the Saiyans desperate seems to be right. Ha! Gokuten slammed Frisia's hand away, and a stormy attack hit Frisia. Bang bang, bang bang. Because of the strong fist wind flying sand and stones everywhere, Frisia actually fought with Sun Wushan for a while. Hey! The corner of Frisia's mouth evoked an eerie evil smile, and then he suddenly grabbed Sun Wushan's head and pressed it down. Saiyan! An angry roar came out of Frisia's mouth, and Sun Wushan was pressed down like a rock. Shhh! A huge crater instantly appeared in the ground. Saiyan monkey! Frisia came to the sky and condensed a huge white-purple energy in his hand. Goten! Gohan growled in fear. It's so strong. Wushan stood up trembling from the pit, his body was in a mess, and a sharp pain attacked. It's really powerful. If you don't become Super Saiyan 3, I'm afraid you really can't beat it. The aura on Wushan's body became more and more intense, and the sudden burst of golden aura suddenly made the corners of Frisia's eyes twitch. Hey! The golden ball of light soared into the sky, and the energy in Frisia's hand dissipated because of surprise. Enlightenment. Goten! Gohan, Vic, and the others' surprised eyes were about to pop out. Ultra! Super Saiyan Triple! Gohan and Bike, the group of the Turtle Immortals, stepped backwards step by step. Goten, this kid, what's going on? I actually reached Super Saiyan 3 so quickly. And it seems to be stronger than Majin Buu, not a star and a half. Wushan in the sky exhaled a turbid breath, raised his head, and stared coldly at Frisia below. With long blonde hair and eyebrows disappearing, the originally sunny and cute little face directly became cold and ruthless. Hehe, this is the effect that my father gave me after training. I trained outside for a few months, trained in the Spirit Time House for half a year, and now is just the time for the test results. The corners of Wushan's mouth hooked, and the sunny smile became extremely cold at this moment. Damn it! How could it be so strong? Frisia's eyes widened, unable to believe that Sun Wushan in front of him could be so strong. My son is so strong. And what about his old son? Frisia couldn't help but be a little afraid. If his son was so powerful, then how strong could his father be? Things are already a little beyond imagination. Damn it! I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. I still want revenge. Frisia suddenly sensed something, raised his head, and found a small fist coming towards him. Bang! The strong force made Frisia's face suddenly distort, and he flew out directly upside down. Gokuten wiped his nose proudly under the fearful and terrified gazes of the family members, and said sarcastically, Frisia, come. After speaking, he gestured his middle finger. Needless to say, he must have been taught bad by Sun Wukong, the unpredictable father. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 034. It's okay. In the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong stopped his never-ending training and stared indifferently at the Spirit Time House in front of him. My son, Goten, Daddy is here. Goku dispersed, and the red flames on his body instantly dissipated. Phew! The corners of Goku's mouth rose to reveal a surprised and evil smile. I have fully mastered Super Saiyan 4 in the early days, and what I didn't expect was that Super Saiyan 4 would be so strong. Goku continued, just after I mastered Super Saiyan for 4 years, my combat power has reached the level of 500 Yang. Is this the power in the bloodline of the fighting nation Saiyan? There is no need for the so-called Super Saiyan Blue weak. Goten, wait for me. Goku walked to the door, opened it and walked out. Humph, Saiyan monkey, it can actually be so strong. A sneer appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth, and an energy bomb appeared in his hand and threw it towards Sun Wushan. Boom! The energy instantly exploded in front of Sun Wushan, and Sun Wushan was instantly engulfed in gunsmoke. Goten! Gohan roared heartbreakingly. Tuan! A burst of golden light exploded, and Sun Wushan's intact figure appeared in front of everyone. Boom! It's worthy of being Sun Wukong's child. Warm-up exercise, this is the end. A bloodthirsty light appeared in Frisia's eyes, and he said, when Sun Wukong sees his son and friends dead, his expression must be wonderful. Less big talk, your strength is at most similar to mine, how can you defeat your father? When Sun Wushan heard that this guy actually dared to joke about his father, Wushan couldn't help it. Boom! Short-sighted little ghost. The aura on Frisia's body became more and more intense, and the terrifying energy fluctuations made everyone present widen their eyes. How? How can it be? A cold sweat appeared on Wushan's forehead and shouted. Little ghost! Feel the true power of King Frisia. Frisia's face became more and more hideous, and terrifying energy fluctuations emanated, and sand and stones suddenly flew around him. Boom! The sky instantly crushed black, and golden lightning fell from time to time in the sky. After a while, the golden lightning stopped, and Frisia's true form finally appeared. How? How could it be? Gokyudan took 2 steps back in fear, such a terrifying coercion that he had only felt from his father and even from the god of destruction Beerus. Frisia transformed. Vic and Klin, who had really seen Frisia's transformation, couldn't help but step backwards. This time Frisia changed again, much stronger. This is my new form, if I have to take a name, it will be called Golden Frisia. Frisia smiled bloodthirstily, showing off his posture, treating himself as a god for these mortals to see. Now, go to hell! A purple-red energy condensed in Frisia's hand and fell towards Sun Wushan. Not good. A fatal sense of crisis appeared, and Wushan subconsciously covered his head with his hand. Boom! Ah! The energy exploded instantly, and Wushan's screams echoed in the sky. Goten! Gohan growled in fear. Oh, see, this is the power of Golden Frisia. Frisia showed his figure and said with an evil smile, next it's up to you, son of Sun Wukong. Frisia looked at Gohan, and under his terrified gaze, an energy bomb condensed in his hand. Go and die! An indifferent voice echoed in Gohan's ears, as if his death had been announced. Brother! Little Goten ran out of the smoke, and he was embarrassed and instantly blocked in front of Gohan. Boom! Ah! The energy exploded instantly, and Xiao Wushan's body was bleeding non-stop, and a large hole appeared on his right hand, and blood was constantly flowing. Goten! Gohan growled in fear. Fear had taken over his sanity at the moment, and he was both afraid and afraid. Saiyan monkey! Frisia was a little impatient, and a 10-meter-tall energy ball condensed in his hand. Death! The energy fell, and Gohan and his group were already so frightened that their legs were weak and they couldn't move. Boom! In the moment of crisis, a man appears, and the energy bomb is constantly compressed in his hand, turning into a small ball of light, which is thrown towards Frisia in the sky. Nanny! Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and then... Boom! The energy exploded instantly, engulfing Frisia's body. Dad! Gohan exclaimed in surprise and delight. His body was constantly trembling, there were tears in his eyes, and Xiao Wushan in his arms laughed at the moment. Stinky boy! How did it hurt like this? Gaku was a little stunned, and quickly ran to Goten's side and searched for Sendu on his body. Ha! Ha! The injuries on Goten's body had begun to deteriorate, and he withdrew from the Super Saiyan state, and said incoherently, Dad! Father! I'm not a man! Stinky boy! You will always be a man! It's your daddy and my proudest child! Gaku broke out in a cold sweat in fright, and his search speed became faster. Don't look for it! Dad! Goten's words made Gaku tremble. Sendu! Sendu had already been destroyed during the battle. What? Goku's expression was constantly changing, both frightened and terrified. Child! Push through! It's Daddy's fault! Daddy shouldn't have let you deal with this bastard! Gaku regretted it a lot in his heart at the moment. He really shouldn't let Gokuten deal with Frieza, really shouldn't. I know that this guy has 100 battles, but he still wants to let Wyushin go. Isn't this looking for death? It's my fault, I didn't protect Goten. Gohan shed tears of remorse at the moment. He really regretted why he had abandoned his practice in the first place, and now even Frieza couldn't deal with it. I'll find you again to settle the score later. Gaku roared with hatred that iron could not be steel, and directly held Gokuten in his arms. Listen to Goten, push me through. You are the son of my Monkey King. It's all Dad's fault. Daddy apologizes to you and gives me through. Little by little tears appeared in Goku's eyes. In these time contacts, he has long regarded Wyushin as his own son. But he really shouldn't let Gokuten take risks, and he wanted to become a dragon, but he ignored the strength of the enemy. Dad! Beat! Knock him down! As soon as the words fell, Sun Wyushin passed out directly. SHH. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 035. Vic. Gaku handed it over to you. Gaku looked gloomy as ink, came to Vic and put Gaku in his arms. Old Lao son, Vic took 2 steps back with slight fear. Take Gokuten to find Tien Tien, and leave it to me here. Gaku said indifferently, turned around, and stared indifferently at the golden Frieza in the sky. Boom, Monkey King, you've finally appeared. Frieza first greeted the guy who sent him to hell and ruined his dreams. Isn't it good to stay in hell? The aura on Goku's body became more and more intense, and his face became more and more hideous. Oh, you're still so confident, Sun Wukong-san, do you think you can send me to hell again? Look at my posture, this is the new power of this king. A smug evil smile appeared on Frieza's face, showing his figure to Sun Wukong. Hey! An evil smile appeared at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, which made Frieza feel surprised. After using Dragon Balls to revive, is it bad to be alive? I want to come to Earth to die. A raging fire appeared on Goku's body, constantly burning, and the hot temperature made Son Gohan and his group constantly retreat. Is it bad to be alive? Frieza. Goku's face is hideous, and he instantly turns into Super Saiyan 4. Bang! A fist larger than a sandbag slammed into Frieza's face, and the severe pain distorted his facial features and sprayed blood. Abominable! Saiyan! Frieza roared, unloaded Sun Wukong's hand, and clenched his right hand into a fist ready to bombard it. Click! I saw that his right fist was instantly held, and under the terrifying force of Super Sai 4, there was a sound of bones breaking. Ah! The intense pain caused Frieza to let out a deafening scream. Before you come to Earth, you better think about the worst. Gaku growled and pulled Frieza over. This punch! It is the revenge for Goten. Gaku gritted his teeth and smashed his fist with a fiery red flame directly into Frieza's face. Bang! Under the strong punch, Frieza's head was directly deformed, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out. This punch is a warning to you for your stupidity. Another punch hit Frieza's abdomen, and the severe pain almost caused Frieza's collapse, and the new form almost collapsed not long after completing it. Poof! Ah! Blood spilled from Frisia's mouth, and earth-shattering screams came out of Frisia's mouth. Salbei, who was on the side, was suddenly frightened into a cold sweat, and the whole person continued to tremble. Goku! Is this Goku's new form? Boomer covered his mouth, and suddenly felt that Goku was so handsome. This form of Goku is really too strong, although there is always an inexplicable sense of evil, but it is strong and terrifying. The turtle immortal said his evaluation, and this sophisticated old man saw the form of Wukong at a glance. Super Saiyan is the embodiment of Saiyan anger, Super Saiyan 2, an upgraded version of Super Saiyan, transformed with stronger anger. Super Saiyan 3, cold to the extreme, became this state, almost a villain. Super Saiyan 4, in terms of appearance, is a complete evildoer. Once little Goku said that after becoming in this state, he will not be able to control himself, and he will not stop until the moment he defeats the enemy. And now, Sun Wukong, who was blinded by anger, is a completely evil person. I'm sorry Frisia, I can't control myself after entering this state. Originally I just wanted to defeat you, but now it seems that I have to beat you to death. The corner of Goku's mouth evoked a villain's proprietary evil smile, and said sarcastically. Damn it! A look of horror appeared in Frisia's eyes as he said, did you already know I would come here? Or did you already know when I was resurrected? Click! Click! Goku moved his wrist and made a bone-clattering sound. Immediately after an evil smile appeared, Goku said sarcastically, you guess. Phew! In the blink of an eye, the Monkey King of the Super Saiyan 4 state had already appeared in front of Frisia. Nanny! Frisia's eyes widened in fear and he wanted to attack, but he was one step slower. Roll! SHHH! HH! Goku scolded angrily and kicked Frisia directly in the face, kicking out on the spot. It is said that the strength of the foot is twice that of the fist. I wonder if you can withstand it. Frisia. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 036. Phew! At this moment, a rainbow-colored light in the sky fell, and the light flame dispersed, revealing the faces of the three people inside. One is a purple-skinned, hairless cat, dressed like a god in ancient Greek mythology, and the other is a killer with long hair and white skin, and is also wearing a god costume. The other is a long rocket hair, grey-white Saiyan combat uniform. The whole person is majestic and graceful. Yay! Lord Beerus, you are here. Boomer was slightly surprised, looked at the changed Vegeta, and said, it's true, I didn't come early, and now Sun Jun is still dealing with Frisia. Boomer. You mean? The guy who fought that big changed Frisia was Kakarot. Vegeta, who had just arrived, looked at Boomer in surprise. Just now, he was puzzled that this guy with a similar breath to Kakarot was really Kakarot. Hiss! Has this guy Sun Wukong reached this point? And this doesn't seem to be the energy of the Super Saiyan God, this seems to. Beerus's pupils shrank slightly, and he said incredulously, This is the breath of mortals. How can it be? It's actually forced like this. Yes, Lord Beerus, Goku-san has put a lot of effort into completing this form. Whis covered his mouth and snickered. It seems that Goku's progress can make Lord Beerus startled, and he is afraid that his own god of destruction will also practice. Humph! His current strength is 108,000 li worse than mine. Beerus was slightly embarrassed, and at the same time paid more attention to the idea in his heart. Fortunately, the Saiyans were wiped out in the first place, otherwise if all the Saiyans turned into this red-haired monkey, it would be troublesome. Then Beerus looked at Boomer, his eyes full of greed, and smiled embarrassedly, that, Boomer, the super deluxe version of the strawberry chocolate sundae, did you bring it? This foodie finally exposed his true nature and came to Earth to eat. Bring it, I'll get it right away. Boomer quickly ran to the spaceship, ready to remove the oversized strawberry chocolate sundae. If it were someone else, she would definitely be doing it for a while, but because this guy was a god of destruction, she had to hurry up and get it, otherwise the Earth would be gone. I'm really looking forward to it, that so-called oversized strawberry chocolate sundae. Weiss looked expectant, curious about the taste of the dessert. Just from the taste, and even the appearance of this dessert is very tempting, I can't help but eat it. Beerus's foodie nature exploded, licking the corners of his mouth and looking expectant. Che, now is not the time to discuss eating. Vegeta slipped with cold sweat on his forehead, clenched his fists, and said in his heart, Kakarot. You are actually so strong, it seems that the breath I felt last time was you. However, after a while, Vegeta lowered his fist, and his eyes burned with fighting intent. It's hard to say whether the winner or loser will be now, even if Kakarot is strong now, he has the power to fight. Frieza, is it bad to be alive? I have to come and die. Goku had a burning flame of hatred in his eyes, and he had now almost sent Frieza to death. Damn it! King Frieza! How could it be possible to lose to you again? Frieza rushed over again, and the golden flame on his body could collapse at any moment. It's really tenacious. Several traces of green tendons appeared on Goku's forehead. And with the scars at the corners of his eyes, it was extremely evil. Bang! The moment Frieza approached, Goku's fist slammed into Frieza's face. Phew! Poof! The golden flame of light suddenly collapsed, and Frieza suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood and withdrew from the golden Frieza state. Sometimes, when you are resurrected, just live well. Goku grabbed Frieza by the neck and lifted him up. Why? I still can't win you. Super Saiyan. Is it really invincible? Frieza was almost powerless to resist because his body no longer allowed it. No, it's a difference in the degree of effort we make. Goku looked into Frieza's eyes and said indifferently, your starting point is higher than mine, but the degree of effort is different. You are bent on killing me, but you have not discovered what kind of huge drawbacks this seemingly powerful but extremely fragile form of yours has. The angry flames cover your eyes, so that you can't see clearly what you are facing. You came to me before this form has stabilized. This is the main reason for your failure. If you stabilize this form and come again, maybe I will have a lot of effort. Goku said again, you are a good opponent in yourself. If you train a little, you are definitely the hegemon of one side, but unfortunately, you who are blinded by anger are not even qualified to be my opponent. I hate it. Tick. 2 crystal clear teardrops slipped down, and the mighty King Frieza. I actually cried. Why? Why did I still lose? I obviously tried hard. But I still lost. Frieza's heart was full of sadness at the moment, because the dignity of his cosmic emperor was completely shattered. Because I give more than you. Goku did not kill Frieza, and added, if I stand on the same platform, I may not be your opponent, but your laziness has made you who you are today. Tuan. A red energy emerged from Goku's hand and gradually approached Frieza. Frieza, the world will not stop being cruel to you because of your tears. Tears have no effect, they will only make people think that you are a coward, so as to bully you even more. Goku sighed, I hope that after you are reincarnated, you can be a little more peaceful. SHHH. Frieza. Can you also be a good person? Frieza was devoured by the energy of the Monkey King, and said his last words incoherently. This means that light is not darkness, and darkness is not longing for light? There is no absolute good, there is no absolute evil, but the law of the jungle is the rule of this world. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 037. Frieza died, turned to ashes, and dissipated into the air. It's over. Sun Wukong, who was in the super fourth state, lowered his arm, stared indifferently ahead, and muttered, "If you are given time, you are definitely a figure who can be compared with the god of destruction, it's a pity. There are not so many ifs in this world." Sun Wukong turned around and looked at Salbi, who was afraid for a while. "Your master is dead, you have no meaning in existing, and I will never show mercy to my subordinates for the enemy." Gaku condensed a pale red energy in his hand and stared at Salbi indifferently. "Disappear. Nope. No way. SHHH. The energy exploded instantly, and Salbi was instantly engulfed and turned into ashes. "Vegeta. Beerus is here too." Gaku was slightly surprised that he hadn't noticed the arrival of the two of them. It seems that the strength is still too weak. "Nope. I have to master Super Saiyan 4 as soon as possible. Break the limits completely. So that I have the ability to live, so that I can protect my family." The golden light on Goku's body collapsed and returned to its original appearance. Except for the scar at the corner of the eye, the rest is unchanged. Kakarot. Vegeta came to Sun Wukong's side, and the battle intent in his eyes was burning. However, unfortunately, Goku's next sentence completely stunned him. "No time." Gaku waved his hand casually and strolled forward. "Kakarot." Vegeta was slightly sluggish, and then yelled, "Kakarot! Leave it to me!" Snap! Sun Wukong stopped slightly and said, "Is there something wrong?" "Kakarot! I've been training with Weiss for the whole year to compete with you, and now you can't just go." Vegeta roared like thunder and roared, "I have been waiting for this day for a long time. You can't just leave." "Sorry then, Vegeta." Gaku said indifferently, "Let's wait a little longer to fight with you, I want to see my youngest son Goten more than to fight you." As soon as the words fell, Gaku walked towards Son Gohan, and with the scar at the corner of his eye, a deadly sense of oppression was invisibly produced. "Weiss, Gaku, this kid. It's not a small change," Beerus ate while observing the Monkey King. Secretly sighed, "Good fellow, in just over a year, he has become so strong, it seems that the idea of annihilating the Saiyan family was right." "That's right, maybe the arrival of Lord Beerus gave him a lot of stimulation," Weiss explained nonchalantly as he ate. "Old Lao Sun," Vic slightly couldn't stand Goku's sense of oppression, and retreated in fear. "Sometimes, if you lose it and you know, then you really have no cure." Gaku came to Gohan and said indifferently. Immediately after. Snap! The loud applause caught everyone's attention, and even Beerus, who was dedicated to tasting food, turned his gaze. "Dad! Dad!" Gohan had tears rolling in his eyes, and his body was constantly shaking. "Father! It's true. Angry. You really make me angry. Gohan." Gaku croaked his teeth and said hatefully, and then raised his hand again. Snap! Another slap, and in the blink of an eye, Gohan's face already had 2 more red slap marks. Old Lao Sun. Bick, who has the title of Gohan's own father, suddenly came to Gohan and protected Gohan. "You let me go away from Bike, this matter has nothing to do with you." Gaku roared angrily. "This is Lao Tzu's son. What do you mean? Lao Sun? What the hell are you? What's wrong?" Vic said a little scared. It was also the first time he had seen such an angry Gaku. "Nothing, it's my own family affair." Gaku very domineeringly pushed Vic away and stared at Gohan with tears floating in his eyes. "What a cry! What the hell did you do? Don't you dare to admit your mistakes." Snap! Another slap. Gohan suddenly couldn't stop the flow of tears, and the whole person was constantly shaking. "Lao Sun." Vic came directly over and blocked the Monkey King again. "Hey, Gaku, I think that's pretty much it." At this moment, Boomer was also a little afraid, and hurriedly moved forward and came over to grab Gaku. "What the hell is wrong with this? Today's Goku has actually changed so much. Flowers in a greenhouse never grow. Goku said angrily, and then the whole person turned around and said indifferently, "Don't you think it's ridiculous to let your brother suffer the harm alone, but hate your own incompetence on the side? When I was in Chiru, I was supposed to be a dead man, and I always told you to let you take care of your mother. But you have disappointed me so much." Goku squinted at Son Gohan and said angrily, "Majin Buu has arrived. If it weren't for the potential that the old Realm King God tapped into you, you might not even be able to change into a Super Saiyan." The words were heartfelt, and Gohan burst into tears at the moment, clenched his teeth, and did not say a word. "Gohan, you've disappointed me so much," Goku said, and then his body rose with a strong arrogance, and the whole person flew into the sky. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 038. Sometimes, maybe only if you really lose, you will know how to cherish it. Above the clouds, Goku soared through the sky, muttering in his mouth. Sometimes, maybe only if you really lose it, you will know how to cherish it. But something if lost, then there really will never be a return. Alas, Goku sighed helplessly. Maybe Gohan would not listen to him. Since you want to be a so-called scholar, then you should continue to do it slowly, and grow up. I shouldn't care about it anymore. Goku shook his head, already deciding to give up Gohan. Sometimes, only when you lose it, you will know how to cherish it, but then, maybe it's too late. Arrived. A semicircular huge palace gradually appeared in Goku's eyes, accelerated, and rushed directly over. Hey! Wyushin, who had just recovered, suddenly felt something, turned his head, and found a familiar figure rapidly approaching. "Daddy!" Wyushin was overjoyed and shouted repeatedly. "It's okay, it's okay." Goku showed a smile, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. "Silly son, it seems that he has completely healed." Goku came to Goten, touched his forehead dotingly, and smiled. I was treated every day, and I'm surprisingly good now, Dad." Gokuten waved his arms proudly, letting his dad see how he had changed. Scions are resurrected after being seriously injured and dying, and their combat effectiveness will skyrocket, and now Goku is half stronger than before. Goku was slightly embarrassed. This seemed to have become the normal state of his own after Super Saiyan. It is worthy of being the child of my Monkey King, and the potential is really terrifying to explode. It's okay. It's okay, Goku didn't bother to care so much. The child is strong, it's a good thing, at least someone can help him share a little weight. Goten, let's go home, your mother is probably still worried. You have to do your homework after you go back, otherwise, your mother will lose her temper again. Goku was slightly nerve-wracking. Because Goten's homework is not finished at all, if he doesn't finish it, Kiki will be furious, and even if he has 10 lives, it won't be enough for Kiki to fight. After all, the wife of the strongest scion is not a joke. Golem Wyushin's little belly suddenly made a deafening grunt, and Wyushin suddenly blushed. The corners of Goku's mouth couldn't help twitching. This kid. It's really like yourself. Dad. I'm hungry. Goten scratched his head embarrassedly and blushed. Goten, if you are hungry, you can come to the banquet, and there will be everything delicious at that time. At this moment, a sweet voice came out, and Gokuten turned his head and found that it was a spaceship. Hey! Aunt Boomer! After Wyushin saw the people inside, he was slightly surprised, but as soon as he heard that there was something delicious, he immediately threw this thing aside. Goku, Kiki is also in the capsule company, now helping to cook, you can go to eat too. Boomer parked the spaceship, popped his head, and said. Oh, Kiki too. Goku didn't expect that Kiki was actually in Universal Capsule Company. Of course, after defeating Frieza, we will have to celebrate. After all, Lord Beerus is also there. Boomer walked up to Gaku and said with a waste. Yes, I just went to eat, I happen to be a little hungry. Gaku agreed with a gentle smile. That's good. Let's go. Boomer happily turned and walked towards the spaceship. Wait. Gaku stopped Boomer, who was walking towards the spaceship, and looked at Gokuten and said, Goten, you go to Aunt Boomer's house first, I'll come right away. Wu Angel nodded vigorously. As a foodie, he couldn't stand it for a long time. After bursting out a powerful aura, it disappeared into the heavenly god temple. Every day, you guys go too. Gaku said coldly. Oh. Okay Gaku, let's leave right away. Tian Tian and Bobo glanced at each other, and then suddenly burst out of breath and flew towards the bottom of the heavenly god temple. Sun Jun, what's wrong? Boomer was a little puzzled. Don't pretend, what's the matter, say it quickly. Gaku went straight to the point, because he knew that Boomer was definitely not here to eat. Haha, sure enough, you saw through by Sun Jun. Boomer scratched his head, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Because, Sun Jun, it seems that it has really changed. Actually, that's the case, I think I can adjust your relationship with Gohan, after all, your father and son. I don't like people taking care of my family affairs. Before Boomer finished speaking, Gaku suddenly interrupted her and said, Boomer, you should understand that this kid Gohan has been completely abandoned, and if this really doesn't look back, he really can't come back. But, after all, you are father and son. Boomer wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. I know, but the flowers in the greenhouse will never grow, or do you think you can rely on me and Vegeta for the rest of your life? Wukong's words directly impressed Boomer, and Boomer suddenly widened his beautiful eyes, and Wukong's changes were really too great. I have made up my mind not to interfere with his choice anymore. He is an adult, I will not care about him anymore, I will respect his path as a scholar. Gaku sighed slightly, and said, in this world of continuous war, if you don't stay strong, you may really die. Vegeta and I are already old, it is impossible to protect all of you for a lifetime, this world still needs new fighters. All right. Boomer was silent for a while, and then said with a smile, Gaku, your changes are really big, I am a little impressed. This is how I was. Frisia's time. When Shayla was. When Majin Buu, Gaku looked at his hand and muttered, the burden on my body is a bit heavy, and Vegeta and I will be overwhelmed one day, which is why I have to train Goten and teach Gohan a lesson. Regardless of that, defeat Frisia, let's go and celebrate. Walk. Let's go. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 039. Hello. In the blink of an eye, Gaku and Boomer had already arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. No way, who calls themselves to have the Kung Fu of teleportation? Gaku, you're finally here. Everyone greeted one after another. Cut, cockroach this guy. Vegeta was upset and didn't go overboard, because it was abhorrent that this guy actually refused to fight him. Ha ha ha. Gaku, you're coming. At this moment, Yamcha came over and said swaggeringly. It's coming. Gaku walked to the side in disgust. Because he knew who Yamcha was. The whole person eats, drinks, gambles, does things recklessly, greedy for life and fears death, and now it is almost wasted. The cultivation has fallen a lot, and a casual minions can kill him. Spending more time with this kind of person, I am afraid that it will not only lower his IQ, moreover, this guy is also very narcissistic and annoying. He had seen Sun Wukong's memory, and it was hard to imagine that the original owner of this body would actually be bored with this friend, and it was also Wukong's boredom. Years ago, this Yamcha was a personal character, but now... Hey! Enlightenment! Gaku, Yamcha's face suddenly changed wildly, and his whole person was like falling into an ice cave. Gaku. Have you started to hate him? Finding a place to sit, Gaku sat down directly, took a bottle of wine, and gurgled and drank it. Hey! Gaku, don't you never drink? Kiki came over at this moment and asked strangely. It's nothing, I just want to taste it, after all, it's a little annoying and tired at the moment. Gaku stole a glance at Beerus, his vigilance raised across the board. Don't look at this god of destruction is very approachable, say badly, the next second you will die, all according to the mood of the god who does things. To be honest, he hates this kind of guy who trades his life at every turn. He didn't care about anything else, but Beerus actually traded the earth with his dead fat cat brother Elephant Paw. Earth is his home. In any case, you can't take it for trading, you must protect it. Hey! The other monkey kings from parallel universes may have traded their homes for battle. But this time, he won't do it. Even if you try hard, you can't let Beerus take his home to trade. It's really strange, you have changed so much in the past 6 months. Kiki scratched her head in bewilderment. After spending half a year with Gaku, she found that Gaku had really changed a lot, and began to make money and think about her home. Now the family situation is much better, he doesn't have to worry about life, he just needs to cook at home every day. Because Gaku last time he asked a gentleman named Jian Duoduo to help, he invested in Bun Mountain, opened agriculture, etc. Now Bunzishan doesn't need them to work at all, there are people to help them work, and they will have money when they sit. Kiki, let's go cook, let Gaku have a good rest here. Boomer ran over and whispered in Kiki's ear. Howler! Let's make a good meal and treat everyone. Kiki and Boomer had a common topic and walked straight to the kitchen. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, came to the front of Gaku, sat on the chair, and said unpleasantly, Kakarot, why don't you fight me? What do you mean? Goku's face gradually became grim, and he said coldly, make it clear. I mean, why don't you fight me? Vegeta croaked. I remember saying that I care more about my family than I do with you. Gaku turned his head away from Vegeta. He couldn't believe that Vegeta would ask such a stupid question. Is this still the warm and proud Scion Prince? Vegeta was a little surprised, he felt that after more than a year, Kakarot had changed a lot. Well, let's talk about it later, I'm very curious about your new form. The corners of Vegeta's mouth gradually rose, and his face gradually became excited. Yes, after eating, you can start. Gaku said with an expressionless face. Okay then. Vegeta picked up a bottle of wine and said defiantly to Sun Wukong, Kakarot, come, let me see how much you drink. Hey! The corners of Goku's mouth flashed with a sneer and said, then let's try it. At this moment, an earth-shattering showdown of alcohol consumption unfolded here. Weiss, that guy from the Monkey King has changed a lot. Beerus lazily leaned on the sun lounger, secretly observed Sun Wukong, and said, I also feel the energy of God from his body, although it is much weaker than the mortal power in him. Yes, Gaku-san has indeed changed a lot, I am afraid that Lord Beerus will have to work hard in the future, otherwise he may really be surpassed. Weiss quipped. Don't joke, his current strength is still 108,000 li worse than mine. Beerus said disdainfully. P.S. I have to ask everyone for a leave here, after this week, I have to stop for 3 months, and I will come back in 3 months and continue to update, although I don't know how many people will read it, but I will still write. I love Dragon Ball, I've been watching it for more than 10 years, and sometimes, if you don't work hard for your life choices, you may never have a chance again, and in order to give everyone future updates, I can only do this. Guys, sorry, although it will take a 3-month stop, but Goku's spirit is thrown away, you can imagine the picture of Goku working hard for his family in the Dragon Ball world. Goku exists in everyone's hearts, I just wrote the Goku in my heart, but now I have to stop for a while, it's really reluctant. I swear to you, in 3 months, I will come back, update more, people who believe in me, leave your comments, I will read the book review in 3 months, as long as there is someone willing to read it, I will write it. Guys, sorry, see you in 3 months after this week. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 040. Cockroach. How much alcohol do you have? Vegeta now only felt his head dizzy, his face flushed, and he looked at Cockroach in front of him in surprise, who seemed to be fine at all. Isn't it your first time drinking? How could it be? Drinking, it's about skill, you're still far behind, Vegeta. Goku slowly drank the bottle of wine, stood up, shook his head, and said secretly, Vegeta's amount of alcohol is so good, it's terrifying enough, it actually makes my head a little dizzy. Dad, are you all right? Gohan tiptoed over at this moment, worried. It's okay, I'm not so down that I can't even drink alcohol. Goku was in a strange mood at the moment, perhaps because he had drunk dozens of bottles of wine, and now he was annoyed when he saw Gohan. Dad, Gohan was suddenly ashamed and did not dare to look at Sun Wukong. That's it, you've grown up, I shouldn't restrain you, do whatever you want, just do whatever you want, that is, if there is any danger in the future, don't think of your father at the first moment. Goku was very annoyed, shook his head, simply ignored these things, turned his head, and walked towards Goten. Gohan, this child, has grown up, do whatever he wants, just don't regret it in times of crisis, and think of me as a father. Dad! Dad! Gohan's body trembled constantly, very scared. Cockroach's thoughts. I understand, you can't rely on us all the time, you must learn to improve yourself, if one day Cockroach and I fail, then the earth can only be destroyed. Vegeta also stood up, came to Gohan's side, and muttered, Gohan, it's not your uncle who said you, now you really disappointed us. Vegeta patted Gohan's shoulder and walked to the side. What was once the strongest individual warrior is now completely wasted. Snap! Gohan collapsed directly on the ground, with a lot of fear and sadness in his eyes. Brother! Brother! Goten was a little worried and wanted to run towards Gohan. Snap! A large hand pressed on his forehead and stroked him. Dad! Goku looked up and found that it was Goku who was touching him. Let your brother think about it, Dad won't spoil him anymore. Goku picked Goten up and placed it around his neck. This father and son are exactly the living treasures. Goten, do you remember what Dad told you? Goku muttered as he walked to one side, when you told me, why are we fighting? And what is the meaning of the battle? Dad didn't answer you, do you know why? I don't know, Dad. Gokuten said in disappointment. Really? So do you know why I fight? Goku came to the fence and looked at the dawn and muttered, Goten, sooner or later you will leave your father and me, and sooner or later you will have to go out to wander. The meaning of my fight is to protect the smiling face behind me. Goku turned to look at the harmonious scene behind him, full of sunny smiles, and said, when disaster comes, I will block everything for you, and always let you see only golden hope. Is that what Daddy is fighting for? Gokuten's eyes widened incredulously. Yes, that's what my fight is about. Goku smiled and looked at the busy Kiki and said, Goten, this is the meaning of my fight, you are my child, you must remember what I said, if one day Gokuten forgets what Dad said, then Dad I will be very angry. Gokura nodded vigorously. Ha ha ha, this is good, this is good. Goku narrowed his eyes happily, which showed how happy he was. I am a successor. Hey! Goku! Time to eat! Kiki served the food and roared at Goku. Good! Here we go! Goku showed his perennial happy smile, waved his hand, lowered little Goten from his neck, and said, "Come. Let's eat. Only when you are full of food do you have the strength to protect your family, Goten." "Aha." Gokutan nodded and looked at the mountain of food, his eyes full of greed. Go. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 041. During the banquet, everyone was enjoying the food and the hard-won peace. The peace that the Z warriors bought with their blood and actions. It's so beautiful, I must guard your smiling cheeks. Goku eats while observing the happy scene. A happy smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, and Goku muttered, "Brother Wang, I was also an orphan in my previous life, I don't have many relatives except for my grandmother who has been taking care of me, now I am Sun Wukong." Looking at everyone's smiling expression, I really want to keep going like this. Goku closed his eyes and enjoyed the food, remembering the scene of the past. That gentle and kind old face, every smile is so happy. Speaking of Sun Wukong's life history seems to be similar to mine, but I seem to be a little better than him. When disaster comes, I will block everything for you, always let you see only golden hope, and protect your smiling face, which is my greatest wish. Goku smiled, smiling very happily, seeing everyone so happy, the happy scene, he couldn't help but laugh. "Goku, you're eating a little slowly." Kiki ran over, still having a large basin of food in her hand, apparently, all for Goku. "Ha ha ha, hey? So I'll start now." Goku picked up his chopsticks, took the large pot of food, and began to eat. Really, this sudden change really caught people off guard. "Goku, you've changed a lot." Boomer also walked over with a smile, and the food in his hand was handed to Sun Wukong. "Have I changed a lot? I don't think so, because my goals have never changed, and I still remember what I became stronger for." Goku replied as he feasted. "Good, good, you have no change, eat it quickly, otherwise it will not taste good when it is cold." Boomer laughed at the waste, and his face was a little more kind and gentle. This may be the charm of the Monkey King. He seems to be stupid, but he is very cheerful, and around him, anything unhappy will become happy, and he seems to have some special magic that can make people change inadvertently. "Cut, cockroach." Vegeta turned his head unpleasantly, still looking haughty. To be honest, he was also surprised. If there was that familiar breath, maybe he really thought that this person was not cockroach. "Vegeta, are you in such a hurry to fight me?" Goku was under the capsule company, nibbling on roast beef shank while responding to Vegeta. "Cockroach, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and I've been looking forward to this day." Vegeta's eyes were burning with flames and a fighting spirit. "Science, really a bunch of battle maniacs." At this moment, even Beerus stopped and observed the scene of impending war ahead without blinking. He was curious whether it was Vegeta's Super Saiyan who was stronger in Super Saiyan, or Sun Wukong's red-haired state was stronger. A divine power, a mortal power, it's really not easy to compare. "Lord Beerus, aren't you looking forward to it too?" Weiss responded with a smile. "Humph. As far as Sun Wukong's power is at most 1/10 of mine, I also seriously released water from the original Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, do you think the God of Destruction is so easy to shake?" Beerus didn't look back and muttered, "They may be qualified to fight me in the future, but now, it's just a bunch of crooked dates." Click. Vegeta and Sun Wukong have a faint tendency to run away, and the whole person is very unstable and may break out at any time. Crooked dates. Sun Wukong was a little annoyed, and he seemed to be really not qualified to fight Beerus now. Cut. What god? Sooner or later, I, Vegeta, will surpass him. Vegeta said unpleasantly. "Let's go, cockroach." Vegeta urged. "You come first." Goku said. "Good. Then I'll let you see the results of my cultivation in the Destruction God realm." Ha, eh. Tuan. Vegeta's face was bruised, and the blue spirit energy continuously overflowed from his body, and the whole person was very sacred and inviolable. Well, so strong, Gaku was slightly surprised, and a little cold sweat appeared on his face. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The increase is even more terrifying than Super Saiyan 4. 5,000 times the normal increase. Sun Wukong can see it at a glance, but fortunately, Super Saiyan Blue is not as terrifying as imagined. I originally thought that it was an increase of 50,000 degrees, but now it seems that it is not so against the sky. Kakarot, this is my new form, a Super Saiyan that surpasses the god of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's figure emerged, and the blue spirit aura on his body continued to rise, expand, and hover. Dad is so good. Can't sense the breath at all, alas. Tenunx Jr. said cheerfully. Is this Vegeta's new form? How holy! Boomer exclaimed. However, my Gaku will not lose to him. His form is not as handsome as Goku's Super Saiyan. Not to be outdone, Kiki stood up at this moment and said. It's Vegeta handsome. It's Gaku Shui. The two women got into an argument. Kakarot, you also bring out your strength, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Vegeta was wary and urged. Don't worry, because my hands are a little itchy too. The corner of Goku's mouth hooked an evil smile, and with the scar on the corner of his eye, it was simply evil. Tuan. The reddish aura spread in all directions, and Sun Wukong was instantly enveloped by this powerful aura. Come on! Vegeta! Super Saiyan 4's Monkey King appeared instantly, and the big war was about to break out. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 042. Bang Bang! A huge aftershock explosion burst out from the sky, and at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, two auras of one gold and one blue were constantly colliding. Huge ripples rose in the sky, and space seemed to be affected, making a creaking cracking sound. It's so strong, Vegeta, you can actually get to this point? Monkey King said with a smile while responding to Vegeta's powerful attack. At the same time, there were also terrifying waves in my heart. Is it because of your own reasons? Or the moment he became Super Saiyan 4, the strong aura was sensed and stimulated Vegeta's self-esteem, making Vegeta become Super Saiyan Blue in advance and become stronger. The current Vegeta has a combat power of no less than 450 yuan, or even stronger, and it is only a little worse than himself. Don't be careless when fighting, Kakarot. Vegeta roared, and the attack in his hand became more and more violent. The dense attack covered Sun Wukong, and suddenly Sun Wukong could only be passively beaten. However, in the end, they were all blocked by Sun Wukong. Vegeta, don't underestimate Super Saiyan 4, in terms of consumption, this is much smaller than Super Saiyan, and your Super Saiyan Blue, there are no conditions for it to be maintained forever. Sun Wukong suddenly teleported to the side, held his hands, and said with a smile. Super Saiyan 4, known as the all-round Super Saiyan, can be maintained even if it has no energy, and the consumption is almost less than Super Saiyan 1. And the breath that the body can hold is several times the combat power that can be exerted now, as long as he is given time to gather chi, then he can even launch energy gas bombs with combat power up to 1,000 bows. That's the horror of Super Saiyan. Of course, Super Saiyan Blue is not bad, and the increase in combat power is almost a little stronger than that of Super Saiyan, but the shortcomings are also obvious. It is impossible to gather an aura that exceeds its own combat effectiveness, and it cannot be maintained for a long time. In the end, it is not the power of the Saiyans themselves, and it cannot be used as normally as eating and drinking water. Kakarot. Vegeta turned his head angrily, and the whole person was full of killing intent, almost storming away. After this short battle, of course, he knew whether what Sun Wukong said made sense. 5 minutes. Up to 5 minutes. He could only hold on for the last 5 minutes, but Kakarot was different, and it seemed that he could keep it going. Vegeta, you don't have much time, if you don't defeat me, you will lose. Sun Wukong said defiantly with a smile. Bastard! Vegeta roared, and the blue spirit energy boiled like boiling water, instantly striking towards Sun Wukong. Haven't you woken up yet? What is the goal of your own real battle? You, blinded by anger, have what qualifications do you have to defeat me? SHH. A red streamer instantly hit Vegeta's cheek, and the strong force made his facial features deform, and the severe pain instantly stimulated his brain. Bang bang, bang bang. Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack on Vegeta, and immediately beat Vegeta into a southeast, southwest, and northwest, and retreated one after another. Vegeta, what exactly is the goal of his own battle? Think about it. The proud Scion Prince. Monkey King shouted as he slammed into Vegeta. It's time for you to wake up too, proud Scion Prince. The true Scion Prince will not bow to anyone, just like during the Majin Buu period, even if it is death. No one is allowed to trample on the dignity of their own Scion King. Rather die. You also have to protect your pride and family. Poof! With Sun Wukong's heavy punch bombarding Vegeta's fragile abdomen, Vegeta instantly spewed out a large mouthful of acid, and the whole person swayed. All bad. Fighting. Is there any point in my fighting? Vegeta covered his abdomen, his mind recalling the battles. The Nemesis period fought for himself, for happiness, for dignity. During the Shalo period, it was also for dignity, a little for the family and the future of Grand Tenants. During the Majin Buu period, the death of the proud prince, for the sake of his family, sacrificed everything, and even took Buu with him to die. And now, chasing Kakarot. Become stronger than him. Is that why I'm fighting? Is it so ridiculous? Vegeta covered his lower abdomen, and in that instant, he understood the gap between himself and the Monkey King. It is not only the gap in combat effectiveness, but also the gap between the mind and the mind. Vegeta, Monkey King stared at Vegeta like this, he just said it in his heart. Because Vegeta shouldn't be chasing his own pace, he has to find his own path. For the family, for dignity. For the proud prince of battle. Come back. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 043. Is there the meaning of fighting? Vegeta's mouth drew a defiant and evil smile, and the whole person seemed a little crazy. Kakarot, I became what I am now, almost all thanks to you. Vegeta raised his head, stared at Sun Wukong evilly, and read word by word, I was a Scion Prince who fought for dignity and happiness, and because of my combat strength, I worked in the hands of Frieza and was treated as a toy, but I am always ready for revenge. Vegeta, Goku lowered his hand, his face gradually solemn. Oh, it seems that Goku-san has stimulated Vegeta-san. Whis looked at the two Scions in the sky with a smile and said, Lord Beerus, these two seem to be progressing faster than you. Humph. Beerus came over, still sucking juice in his mouth and drinking coldly, just such a little combat power, they are not even qualified to be candidates for the destruction god now, they are too weak, now they are weak and pitiful, when they see that Scion in the universe, they know what is really powerful. Oh, Lord Beerus, do you mean the evil Scions who inadvertently came here in the first place when they destroyed time and space? Whis smiled and said. He hadn't forgotten the terrifying Scion who had fallen into the demon world and had strong fighting power. He was a strong man at the same level as Lord Beerus. Almost, I have never forgotten the guy who made me feel pain, and the combat power is terrible. Beerus fell into memory, and the figure appeared in his head, the most evil figure. Cut. Beerus snorted coldly in displeasure, then looked at the two people staying in the sky and said, Don't let me down, otherwise I will be very angry. When Shailu, in order to surpass you, I became a Super Saiyan out of anger, and I already surpassed you at that time, but you still walked ahead of me. Vegeta's face became more and more gloomy, and he said, when Majin Buu, I abandoned everything, let Babadai control and gain stronger power, but you still walked in front of me. In order to surpass you, I will not give up the pride of the Scion Prince, and ask Weiss to take me to cultivate together. The blue aura on Vegeta's body became more and more intense, and his aura began to become violent. So, the reason why I am like this. It's all your fault. Kakarot. Vegeta let out an angry roar, very furious. Hearing this, Goku was silent. It seems that it is really because of himself that Vegeta has become what he is now. It's useless to say this now. This is the strength I exchange for pride. Feel it. The powerful blue spirit aura on Vegeta's body instantly expanded, and the whole person's momentum continued to soar. This. Goku took 2 steps back, a little scared because Vegeta's energy was soaring rapidly. This. Could it be that Lao Sun's words stimulated Vegeta, thus awakening his sleeping power? Vic covered his eyes and looked at the two in the sky with a look of fear. Oh, that's a lot more interesting, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled, because the energy gathered by Vegeta had almost overshadowed Sun Wukong. Looks like you've suffered a lot, Vegeta. The golden aura on Goku's body slowly condensed, and the powerful energy burned like a red flame. Kakarot. Let's take it. I'm going to beat you. Vegeta, blinded by anger, burst out with more powerful power than ever before. This energy has even exceeded the level of 800 yuan. Since you said so, then fight. Vegeta. The breath on Goku's body swelled, his hands took the shape of sunflowers, and a hot terrifying energy slowly condensed. 10 times Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. The energy instantly expanded, and the powerful energy stored in the 4 bodies of the Super Saiyan was instantly exposed. Let's take it. Kakarot. The last one. Flash Cannon. SHHH. The energy came straight like a dragon out of control, and with the momentum of annihilation, it attacked Sun Wukong. 10 times. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Boom. The energy collided in an instant, and the powerful energy produced was almost enough to annihilate the entire Earth. Really, is it necessary to be so serious? Weiss. It's time for you to strike. Beerus's forehead slipped with a slight cold sweat and ordered. Hi. With a gentle tap of Weiss's cane, the turquoise energy instantly enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 044. SHHH. The energy exploded instantly, engulfing the figure of the two. Dad. Goku. Vegeta. Several different voices burst out, all of them worried. Weiss, who do you think won? Beerus stared at the smoke in the sky and said deeply. Boom. Weiss carefully observed the smoke in the sky, and finally faintly saw a familiar figure. Did you really win? Goku-san. Weiss muttered in his heart. It's over, Vegeta. With a violent storm, the gunsmoke was instantly blown away, revealing the current appearance of the two. Vegeta had already changed back to his original form, and the whole person almost lost consciousness and fell to the ground weakly. The Monkey King is still in the form of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4, known as the all-round form Super Saiyan, the consumption is almost lower than Super Saiyan 1, although it was not a small injury just now, it is not a big deal. Seems to be because of me? Is everything because of me? Just like when Sun Wukong and Shalo died together, is the reason why the earth and everyone become like this is because of me. Goku fell into deep thought, because Vegeta's words were really right. If I hadn't been on Earth, Frieza wouldn't have known about Earth, Raditz wouldn't have come, Vegeta wouldn't have come, Shiro wouldn't have been born, Kiki wouldn't have had such an irresponsible husband, and Babadai wouldn't have come. Everything is caused by the existence of a scion named Monkey King on Earth. Everything, it's because of me. Goku gradually lost his mind, and the whole person withdrew from the Super Saiyan 4 state. Snap! Vegeta suddenly landed, and the whole person fell into a coma. The consumption of Super Saiyan Blue is too terrifying, so that he can't eat it at all now, and can only hold on. Dad! Vegeta! Tenunks Jr. and Boomer suddenly gathered around, looking at the faint Vegeta with a worried expression. Goku! Goku's family glanced worriedly at the messy Monkey King who had withdrawn from the Super Saiyan 4 state. I'm okay. Goku only replied symbolically, his eyes full of vicissitudes and helplessness. If there is Goku there, there will be danger there. Shouldn't he come to this place on Earth? Perhaps, Sun Wukong, a scion, should not have existed. What the hell am I fighting? Goku fell into a daze and gradually flew into the distance. Goku-san, you're amazing. Looking at the Monkey King who was constantly moving away, Whis smiled softly and continued to eat. Sun Wukong, protecting your family is my character, but as long as I exist, then there will be a steady stream of crises. As Boomer once said, the Earth will attract so many enemies precisely because of my existence. Goku was confused at the moment, he didn't know what he should do. Vegeta is also right, it is because of him that the Earth has changed. Forget it, let it be, follow the guidance of your heart, this blue planet, no matter how many enemies come, I will defeat. Goku figured it out at once. Instead of dwelling on this here, let's do something practical. Men, you have to prove yourself with practical actions. Scion, where do you want to go? The body instinct suddenly tensed, and Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan state, condensed an energy bomb in his hand, and instantly projected it. Phew! The energy is instantly flown away, and in the light of the setting sun, you can see an enemy with purple skin, white hair, a sword around his waist, and glasses. Scions, really a fighting clan. This enemy smiled evilly, and the raging smile was arrogant, and it was released without reservation. Furr! Goku was suddenly shocked and stared at the enemy in front of him in disbelief. That's right, he is the warden in the Legend of Dragon Ball Heroes, his combat power can be determined, he is very strong, he is definitely not an opponent, and he has Scion cells in his body, which is enough to transform into a Super Saiyan. Oh, that's interesting, you know me. Fu was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that this Monkey King actually knew himself. It doesn't matter if you know it or not, the point is, you're going to die soon. Goku wiped the corners of his mouth, secretly put a fairy bean in his mouth, and the strong aura on his body instantly exploded. It's really interesting, do you have to fight again? It is really worthy of being a scion, and the title of fighting nation is really not for nothing. Fu smiled, his face not at all disdainful of Sun Wukong's combat power. However, since you Scion Monkey wants to play, I will accompany you to play. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 045. A large amount of purple aura overflowed from Fu's body, which was very enchanting. Shhhhh. Cold sweat fell from Goku's body, and Goku's body shivered, and he couldn't help but shiver. Sure enough, is the gap in our strength too great? Now I'm not qualified to fight with a guy of Fu's level. Before the war started, the body was already trembling, which shows the huge gap in combat strength. Ha! Goku gulped loudly, condensing powerful energy in his hand. Phew! The azure pillar of energy light instantly rushed towards Fu. Boom! With just a flick of his hand, the energy was instantly dispersed. Ha! Goku instantly came directly in front of Fu, and the light blue lightning on his body exploded instantly. Bang! Boom! Fu just stretched out his hand and caught the blow lightly, a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's really powerful, but it's a pity, it's a little weaker. Fu mercilessly began to mock, not caring at all about Sun Wukong's cold and piercing gaze. Don't underestimate Lao Tzu. Tuan. The roaring fire burned instantly on the body, the hair turned fiery red, the red-black pupils, and the figure lost a lot of weight. What? Fu's pupils were slightly surprised, and then... bang! A fiery fist with a roaring flame instantly hit Fu's cheek, knocking him away instantly. Boom! Fu's body instantly submerged in the chaotic rocks, submerged, and stirred up bursts of gunsmoke. Turtle Pai Qigong. Sun Wukong came to the sky, and the energy in his hand instantly spread and exploded. Shhh. The energy engulfed the ground, and the earth suddenly caused a huge tremor. This time, he should also hurt. Gaku didn't let his guard down in the slightest, because he knew how powerful Fu was. Does it hurt? A little bit. Evil laughter appeared in the ears. Bang! Gaku just wanted to turn his head, but the next fist the size of a sandbag. Boom! Goku's whole person plunged into the pile of rocks, filled with smoke and dust. It hurts. Gaku got up with difficulty, raised his head, and found Fu in the sky unscathed. Is the gap so big? Gaku already had a guess about Fu's combat power. Abundant. Absolutely real for this unit. Beyond the bow. Beyond the seeds. Reached this level. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Fu was able to be strong like this. If he is of this level, then Beerus, the god of destruction, is also definitely of this level. Special. The people around me are monsters. Gaku pulled out of the pile of rubble and stared warily at Fu in the sky. What's wrong, Scion? Are you scared? Fu smiled and shook his head and said, I was just passing by, but I saw the protagonist of the world, the Scion, and I couldn't help but come and take a look. Fu slightly adjusted the position of his glasses, and looked extremely evil under the light of the setting sun. But I have to leave, see you next time, Scion. Fu pulled out his blade, and an extremely evil dark purple light emanated from the blade. Phew! Phew! The space was cut through two openings, and Fu got into it, but there was a sentence that reached Sun Wukong's mind. Scion, come on and become stronger, maybe one day, you can come to my experimental site, now you are too weak. Poof! Gaku spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Is it too weak? Am I still too weak? Gaku swallowed the fairy beans in his mouth at once, and his injury was improved. And the whole person was much better. I don't want to taste failure again. Family. Friend. Earth. I have to guard all these things. But what am I now? Garbage. Nope. I can't even lift their shoes. Power. I need strength. Strength is fundamental. As long as there is power. I was able to protect them, and I didn't want to repeat the old man's passing. The memories of the past and the memories of the Monkey King are constantly playback, and at this moment, Wukong is getting more and more crazy, the breath is constantly rising, and the whole person has changed a lot. I don't want to go back, my toughness is not allowed to be broken. I want to defeat all the strong and become the strongest existence. I once couldn't protect my family, I definitely don't want to go back to that time. Tuan. The energy of the Super Saiyan God became more and more intense, and the flames that burned became hotter and hotter. In this world of the jungle, weakness is original sin, me. No one is allowed to underestimate me and despise me anymore. Treat me like an ant. Tuan. Release it. My energy. Shhh. A pillar of energy light that soared into the sky emerged, and Sun Wukong's whole person changed qualitatively. The raging fire turned into a bloodthirsty and furious blood red. Because of anger, the Super Saiyan God undergoes an evil and incredible change and turns into a new state. At this moment, Goku is wrapped in a brutal and evil aura, his eyes are white, and his hair is the same as when he was a Super Saiyan, except that this time the color is blood red. Wait! I will not allow you to continue to be arrogant. I'm going to shatter your self-righteous pride. Let you see it. In your eyes, mortal wrath. P.S. The original intention to protect the earth will not change, but a new form born because of anger and negative emotions in the heart. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 046. The dirty of this world can't bear to look at directly, the strong live, the weak die, the strong even if absolute, is it really the same as you say? Jillian. Goku returned to the Spirit Time House, ready to start training again. Fu's appearance made him realize how small he really was, and that a punch could put himself in a heavy blow with just one punch. But thanks to him, it was because of him that I was able to start a transformation stronger than the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan Blood Red. This state is extremely unstable, much stronger than the Super Saiyan God, and the increase in magnitude Super Saiyan 4 is not comparable. Maybe you can try to fuse it with Super Saiyan 4 to achieve a new state. Blood red pupils gradually appeared in Goku's pure white eye sockets, and the blood red aura on his body became more and more intense. Tuan. The energy instantly dissipated, and Goku returned to his original appearance. I'd better get some sleep first. A day here is only equivalent to a few minutes or even dozens of minutes outside. An inexplicable sense of exhaustion appeared on Goku's body. Years of fighting, life and death battles, and even cultivation had bored him, but he had to do it. Because if you don't stay strong, you will die. Get some sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be much better. Goku's eyes gradually closed, and his body gradually retreated. Snap! Peaceful as a child, Goku fell asleep, dragging his exhausted body to sleep. Dreams? Here. Where is it? Goku, who just fell, is confused. Am I not sleeping? Where is this? Saiyan, fight the heavens and the battlefield. Born to fight. The sudden words made Goku himself surprised, turned his head, and found that it was a guy with pure white hair, azure pupils, silver white long hair and waist. Super Saiyan 5. Goku couldn't help but exclaim, this state, he knows, Super Saiyan 5. That unknown state. Wait. These people are... Goku's pupils suddenly shrank sharply, because behind this man, there were still 4 Super Saiyan 5 existences. Foolish frozen demons, gods of destruction, and other existences are too rampant, we Saiyans, it is not the turn of these bastards to comment. The Super Saiyan 5 roared, and then tens of thousands of red-haired monkeys emerged from behind. Super Saiyan 4. So many Super Saiyans 4. Goku can't believe his eyes, Super Saiyan 4, there are actually so many. Such a strong and powerful team, there is no need to fight, I am afraid that they have already won. No, these Super Saiyan 4 seem to be a little different from my Super Saiyan 4. Goku seems to have discovered something at the moment. These Super Saiyan 4s, although he cannot perceive strength, but the hair color is different. Some are pure black. Some are brownish red. A little bit is fiery red. So, it should be the real Super Saiyan 4, right? Goku squinted slightly, this Super Saiyan 4, seems to have seen it somewhere. Goku-san, aren't you awake yet? I've been waiting for a long time. An ethereal and familiar voice appeared, and Goku's nerves suddenly tensed. Who? Goku growled, and then the surrounding scene became chaotic, and the space seemed to collapse. In the Spirit Time House, there is a guy with white hair, wearing a Shinji costume and holding a scepter staring at Goku without blinking. Aha! Goku opened his eyes in confusion at this moment. and the sight that entered his eyes made him a little surprised. Weiss! Gaku said in surprise, but he didn't expect that Weiss was actually here. Gaku-san, you've been sleeping for 3 days, which surprised me a little. Weiss's inadvertent words made Goku's eyes widen. 3 days? I've been sleeping for 3 days. He felt like he had just taken a nap, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. But, Weiss narrowed his eyes slightly, and said solemnly, I found that the divine power in your body seems to have mutated and become extremely evil, and it seems that he has stabilized a lot in the past 3 days that you have been sleeping. Is it blood red? Is it really impossible to hide it? You can see the change in yourself at a glance. Is this the realm of angels? It's terrifying. Gaku couldn't help but sigh, the horror of angels. Gaku-san, although the divine power in your body has calmed down, it is still very dangerous, because it is too evil, it may make you lose control. Weiss reminded. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the horror of Goku's talent. If he could, he really wanted to cultivate Gaku to be the next god of destruction. My power, I decide. This energy is not yet qualified to control me. But then again, Weiss, why are you here? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 047. You said that. Weiss said casually, I just followed the direction of your breath to come here. Your breath suddenly weakened and stronger, I couldn't help but be surprised, and then when I arrived, I found that you were gone. Then I came here with the remnants of your breath, but then again, this place is really peculiar. Compared with the time of the outside world, 1 day is actually equal to 1 year, it is a treasure land of cultivation. Weiss muttered. Say what you really want to do, Weiss, you're definitely not here just because of that, don't beat around the bush. Gaku cut straight to the point. He didn't think that Weiss had just come to him to ask him what was going on, there was definitely something else. Oh, I'm really anxious, Gaku-san. A glint appeared in Weiss's eyes, and then, with a smile, he said, Gaku, are you willing to accept my training? Training? Gaku was slightly surprised, he didn't expect Weiss to actually say this. Gaku pondered slightly and said, Weiss, I know you want to cultivate me into a god of destruction, but I won't agree. Weiss did not speak, just waited quietly. The god of destruction, with the maintenance of the balance of the universe as the main task, found that the universe is not standardized, incomplete and not conducive to the development of the universe of the planet to destroy. But do you think it is funny to despise the meaning of life? Weiss. Gaku stared straight at Weiss, as if to see him through. Time passed like this, and Gaku had been staring into Weiss's eyes for at least more than a minute. Finally, Weiss spoke and said, what this world needs is balance, and it is precisely because of this consideration that the Great Priest will set the rules for the dependence of the Nether King God and the Destruction God, so this world is not so bad. Humph, Gaku smiled maniacally and said, Weiss, the rules are dead, people are alive, no one can joke with life, the God of Destruction has extremely strong energy, enough to crush the God of the realm, so the God of the King of the realm is just a decoration in front of the God of Destruction. Is life a kind of existence full of unknowns, or do you think that human beings are really created by you so-called gods? Goku's words and deeds became more and more intense, making Weiss frown. Wrong, the vast universe itself is a miracle, he can create life, divide this world into hunters and prey, if I want to live, I must become stronger, but I don't disdain to become a god like you, a god who does nothing, a hypocritical god. Goku's words and deeds made Weiss fall into deep thought, and at the same time, Weiss's cognition of Sun Wukong was also subverted. While the iron was hot, Gaku said, the original realm king god came to the earth to look for us to help, but it is still the same high look, they look down on mortals, treat us as dispensable tools, ask us to stop Majin Buu, but treat us as toys that can be sacrificed at any time. Yes, it's really good, with his own life, in exchange for a little bit of his gaze. Why should we be your tools? Why should I die for you? The corner of Goku's mouth hooked and said, it's the same when the god of destruction Beerus comes, although he doesn't have the lofty appearance of the realm king god, but it is a bit too much to destroy without saying a word. Because of a so-called precognitive dream, you have to look for the Super Saiyan God. If there is no way to become the Super Saiyan God, then what do you think this beautiful blue planet will become? Isn't it the job of the God of Destruction to guard the balance of this universe and destroy the Death Star that affects the universe? Do you tell me Earth is the Death Star? Tell me, what mistakes have these simple inhabitants of the Earth made? By what? Why do we have to die at every turn? Goku's emotions became more and more intense, and Whis was speechless. He has also seen the past of the Earth over the years, and over the years, if it were not for Sun Wukong, I am afraid that the planet would not have ended. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Goku covered his forehead and laughed maniacally, with the scar at the corner of his eye. It was simply evil. Whis, are you speechless? Did I speak to my heart? If I'm right, Beerus said that other universes seem to have gods of destruction, right? And some gods of destruction seem to have taken the task of destroying the planet as fun, right? Goku's words silenced Weston. That's right, not at all, what Goku said is reality. So, VES. Goku stared into VES's eyes, full of lust for power and unwillingness to be cowardly to himself. Whis was frightened by these eyes. Is this still the Monkey King with the heart of a child? My thoughts are the same as that human being who has transcended the existence of destroying gods. Tough. Strength. It's everything. It's absolute. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 048. Whis was silent, staring straight at Sun Wukong. Goku also stared at VES without saying a word. Time passed minute by minute, and Whis stared at Sun Wukong so directly, as if he wanted to see him through. Is that your answer? Is that the answer to how you became? Goku. Whis finally spoke, his brows furrowed. Whis, Goku didn't say a word, just staring at Whis. This angel, ostensibly a retinue of the god of destruction, is secretly the master of Beerus. Even he couldn't figure out the existence of angels, but it seemed that the divine power of the whole king could not clear the existence of angels. Is it really unpredictable? Scary guys. If you understood me, you wouldn't force me to be a god of destruction, would you? Goku said lightly. No, now it seems that you are not suitable to be the god of destruction, because you have already exceeded the level of the god of destruction, and the position of god of destruction is only a position that restricts your future for you. Whis smiled lightly and said, I don't know, can you allow me to help you train? Not to become a god of destruction, simply to become stronger. Help me. Goku didn't believe it because he didn't believe anyone would be so kind at all. Especially this unpredictable angel, because the existence of angels is simply not within his reach. Super Blue or Super 4, the strongest warrior in the whole dimension of fusion, Gogeta is not an opponent, and the invincible combined warrior Vegeta in the world is not an opponent. The existence of angels is still a mystery. You don't have to be suspicious, I'm just trying to help, because I want to see if you can reach the level of a former Saiyan. Whis inadvertently revealed a shocking big secret, which surprised Sun Wukong. Once a Saiyan? Whis, you've seen those Saiyans who used to be. Goku roared directly loudly. Because in the dreams he had, it happened to be those Saiyans. Thousands of Super Saiyan 4s, several Super Saiyan 5, he was shocked. I haven't seen it, it's just seen it in some ancient books. A glint appeared in Whis's eyes, and he said with a smile, Goku, take out the state of God that you just broke through. The state of God? My new form. That so-called Super Saiyan blood red is the mutated state of the Super Saiyan God, which is much stronger than the Super Saiyan God, and much stronger than the Super Saiyan 4 increase, at least 7,000 times better. Now Goku's normal state has crawled back from the edge of death after the confrontation with Fu, and his combat power has skyrocketed, and his normal combat power is already 2000 kyo. This is not to blame that the normal combat power improvement is too perverted, because Sun Wukong's own bloodline has been evolved, and the benefits brought by the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 lie in this. If you turn into Super Saiyan Blood Red, your combat power is enough to double to 1400 yuan. That's what the power of God is used for, but unfortunately, it's not the power of the Saiyans themselves, so it can't last. Super Saiyan 4 has not even reached the full energy state at present, let alone the Super Saiyan who broke through Super Saiyan 4. And Super Saiyan 4 also has a redhead state after breaking through, although I don't know if it is Super Saiyan 4 who breaks through after perfectly controlling the 5 emotions. But it is undoubtedly stronger than the next stage of Super Saiyan 4 after the full energy form. And that state, it seems that in a comic, he has seen Sun Wukong use it. The state of that red hair. Then let me give it a try. The power of the new Super Saiyan God. Tuan. Blood red chi erupted continuously from Goku's body, looking extremely evil. Let's fight! SHHH. The energy exploded instantly, and Wukong's energy also changed qualitatively, and the whole person changed a lot. The hair turns blood red, and the hair stands on end to become a Super Saiyan state. The blood red pupils were extremely strange and evil in their bodies. This look is reminiscent of a certain evil Saiyan. Oh, this is a bit powerful, at least with a quarter of Lord Beerus's strength. Weiss sighed in surprise. But the brows were twisted together. The smell of such evil is just scary. Come on! Fight me! Super Saiyan Blood Red has a little side effect, blinded by killing intent and anger, and becomes a beast. It's manic, Goku. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 049. Bang! Y slightly resisted Goku's all-out blow, and a huge wave of bursting layers was set off behind him. Rip and pull. The claws tore through the space, emitting layers of bursting sounds. Phew! Weiss instantly dodged and came to the distance, staring at the Monkey King in a blood-red state with a smile. Am I still too weak? Like an ant, it doesn't even deserve to touch the corners of your clothes. Goku once again recalled being defeated by Fu and severely injured with one punch. Is I so weak now? Due to emotional loss, Goku withdrew from Super Saiyan Blood Red status. Goku, did you just give up? VES spoke up and said, you know, your potential is huge, and if you tap it all, you can definitely surpass Lord Beerus. No, I just want to take a good rest. Sometimes, overwork will only make the body and mind more tired and difficult to walk. Goku didn't look back and walked outside the Spirit Time house. Gazing at the fading back, Weiss muttered, Goku, you must be very confused now, right? I've been wondering how to get strong power, how can I protect my family? A glint appeared in Weiss's eyes, and said, this world is like this, strength is everything, strong is absolute, as long as you have power, then you can be proud of everything, only then you are qualified to talk to the gods. Come on, Goku, you can definitely reach the height of the once Saiyan. What the hell am I fighting for? Family, or yourself? Goku came to the heavenly god temple and looked at the endless starry sky in confusion. The starry sky is beautiful because in the vast universe, no matter how the darkness spreads, it is illuminated by the light of the stars. Goku sighed, however, I am not a star, and I cannot do the heavy task of illuminating the darkness. I am just an ordinary mortal, not a so-called hero. What I can do is protect this home and protect this blue planet. Goku clenched his fists and looked ahead. Me. More power is needed. Boom. With the sound of breaking the void, Sun Wukong instantly left the heavenly god temple and rushed down with all his strength. Defeated? Am I defeated so completely? In the darkness, Vegeta sat in the water pavilion, helplessly looking at the endless starry sky, and sighed. Kakarot, can't I really surpass you? The strongest scion, I admit. Vegeta looked down in disappointment. He had tried very hard, but he still couldn't surpass Kakarot. The strongest one does not dare to be one. There are many people in the universe who are stronger than me, but I will always admit that you are my real nemesis. With the sound of footsteps, the figure of Sun Wukong emerged from the darkness. Vegeta turned his head and found that it was the familiar figure, a torn orange martial arts suit, an extra scar on the corner of his eye, and crab-like hair. Are you here to pity me, Kakarot? Vegeta sneered, slightly surprised by the arrival of the Monkey King. Proud Scion Prince, do you need mercy? Sun Wukong smiled, came to Vegeta's side, and sat down directly. Don't come near me, you annoying fellow. Vegeta turned his head angrily, and his arrogant aura erupted. Hehe, I've known each other for more than 10 years, and you still haven't changed at all, Vegeta. Goku smiled and responded. Humph. For more than 10 years, I have been thinking about how to defeat you all the time. Vegeta said viciously. Beat me? There will be a chance. Goku exhaled, and the whole person fell silent. Hey, what are you doing here looking for me? Vegeta couldn't hold back her temper, and was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. Do what? Goku was confused. I don't know anything, I don't even know why I fight, why I want to become stronger, I can't guard this earth for a lifetime, I'm a scion who grew up on earth, I've guarded him for more than 50 years, I'm so tired. Are you here to talk to me? Kakarot, what a change you have. Vegeta smiled and responded, this is not you I know, once when I first came to earth, you repaired me for this planet. Really? I almost died at that time, thanks to your men's mercy. Goku didn't want to mention that, because at that time, Vegeta, who turned into a gorilla, hung him up and beat him. Humph. I've never been merciful, but say, what the hell are you doing here? Vegeta got a little angry and said angrily. My future enemy will be very strong, I don't want to be a powerless person who watches his family die, I want. Defeat is also the strong one who kills everything. Goku's eyes showed a lot of killing intent and courage. He is not willing to be a weak person, he wants to defeat all the strong and become the strongest. Otherwise, it will be the family who dies. There is no point in winning, and if you lose, you have to lose everything. That's the rule of this dirty world. Ah! Are you going to be the enemy of all the strong? Vegeta couldn't believe it, is this still the same Monkey King? Yes, will you help me? Sun Wukong said firmly. No, it's your own business, you can handle it yourself. Vegeta turned his head and mercilessly refused. Really? A look of loss appeared in Goku's eyes, and then he stood up and said, then disturb, Vegeta. Goku's mentality has completely changed, and even his former old friends are unwilling to help him. He believes that there is no one left to help him. He kind of understood that the strong are always lonely. Tuan. A powerful white aura appeared on Sun Wukong's body, and the whole person soared into the air and disappeared in place. Damn bastards! You're getting stronger again. Vegeta's forehead was bruised and furious. Kakarot actually became much stronger again, definitely surpassing him. I will defeat all the strong before you, and I will surpass you. Kakarot. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 050. Time gradually passed, and a month had passed since Goku's conversation with Vegeta. Weiss, what are you doing in such a hurry to call me here? On the balcony of Boomer's house, Goku teleported and rushed over, directly ignoring Beerus, who was eating dessert on the side, and asked twice. You guy, you actually dare to ignore this god? Beerus saw that Goku's first call was not him, and he smoked directly angrily. Oh, hello, Beerus. Goku said symbolically casually. This is not to say that it is okay, this statement directly fried Beerus. Damn it! Goku, you actually dare not respect me. Beerus smoked angrily and cursed angrily. Respect you? I don't seem to have offended you, do I? Beerus. Goku said coldly. You. Beerus's forehead was bruised, and purple energy lingered back and forth on his body, and a lingering chill instantly enveloped the entire balcony. Not good. Vegeta secretly shouted badly, came to Beerus, and shouted repeatedly, Lord Beerus, you dissipate your chi, dissipate your chi. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with an angry look and roared, Kakarot. Apologize quickly. Apologize. The corners of Goku's mouth lit up with a smile, that's it for you now, Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta's body trembled angrily, and he ran forward, reaching out to grab Sun Wukong's clothes. Snap! With just a flick of his hand, Monkey King knocked Vegeta's hand off. You, Vegeta felt angry and glared angrily at Monkey King. Don't just move your hands and feet, I don't like this way of communication, the Prince of the Scion, Lord Vegeta. The word adult bite extremely seriously, and it seems to be really satirizing Vegeta. Goku's eyes burst with coldness, very angry at Vegeta's actions just now. I found a seat, sat down, took a sundae, and began to eat slowly. Say, what exactly do you want to do? Ignoring Beerus's murderous gaze, Goku asked Ves. It's nothing, it's that Lord Beerus has a match with his brother, it's a battle between the universe and the universe, do you want to go? It was a showdown between the top powerhouses of two universes. Whis smiled slightly, as if he wanted to seduce Sun Wukong, but the expression on his face betrayed him. To the point. Goku felt impatient, he was no longer the Monkey King he once was, he had changed, maybe he was no longer an empty god. Trampled by the strong, looked down upon by the gods, rejected by good friends. Goku's mentality can be described as an unprecedented change, perhaps blackened, but the heart is thrown in, built on the condition that his family and the earth are not destroyed, and the villains still retain a little kindness. The only horror is that if his family is gone, then Goku may fall into the abyss, completely blackened, and can no longer be saved. If you win, you can get Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta closed his eyes and didn't look at the angry guy. What happens if you lose? Long drive straight to the point, Goku cuts straight to the point. Super Dragon Ball he is not interested in because there is no achievable wish, no desire, and no want. But if the earth is a bet like in the original, then he has to do it. With a moment of silence, Vegeta finally spoke, exhaled deeply, and said, lose, the earth does not belong to the seventh universe. Click. Goku's face was expressionless, but he was actually angry and his killing intent spread. The cup containing the sundae in his hand was broken and turned into powder, while the sundae was suspended in midair. Are you qualified to make decisions with the earth? Use my family to decide. Wukong's face is dark, and the combat power that he has cultivated in the past month has directly exploded. Boom! The powerful aura spread in all directions, and Goku's combat power value was revealed. Normal combat power 5000 Beijing. He thought a lot about this month, stayed in the Spirit Time House for several months, stayed outside for a month, and his combat effectiveness has been growing. Sun Wukong, are you questioning this god's decision? Beerus was unhappy with Sun Wukong from the beginning, a mortal, who actually dared to be so arrogant. Question? Your decision. Sun Wukong let out a sarcastic smile and was furious. You're not qualified, Beerus. At this time, Goku's anger in his heart broke out. They are people. Not a slave. Are you trying to die? Beerus faintly had a tendency to run away, and the aura on his body was extremely unstable, exuding an endless chill. Dead. Gaku showed a wicked smile and said, I've died several times, why not die again? I can't have any chance of victory in your hands, but so what? The golden aura on Sun Wukong's body slowly emerged, and the whole person's combat effectiveness was rapidly rising. He is a scion who grew up on Earth, and he grew up on Earth in his past life, as well as in this life. He is not qualified to use the Earth as a bargaining chip, nor is he qualified to blame the Earth, the only thing he can do is protect. But so what? He couldn't afford to bet on this game. Can't afford to lose. There is no point in winning. If you lose, you have to lose everything. These are the rules of this cruel world. Earth is my home. You are not eligible to exchange him. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 051. Super Saiyan 2's powerful arrogance erupted, and Goku's combat effectiveness has changed qualitatively. 75 bows. Today's Super Saiyan 2 is almost not far from the Golden Frisia's combat power, which shows how hard Goku is cultivating these days. However, Super Saiyan 4 has only reached the full energy state, and has not even broken through the limit. Beerus, Earth is my home. I definitely don't allow it. Absolutely no one is allowed to use her as a bargaining chip. Goku croaked his teeth, cold sweat slipping down his forehead. The combat power of the god of destruction Beerus is absolutely unimaginably terrifying, and he is known as the strongest god of destruction, which can be seen from the 1011 in the comics. How can you mortals change this god's decision? The corners of Beerus's mouth flashed with a sneer, ignoring Goku's words, very disdainful. In the eyes of Beerus, mortals are always mortals, and they are not qualified to be compared with gods in their lives, although the current Monkey King is a little powerful, but in his eyes, he is still a scum that can be crushed to death at any time. Without reaching the realm of the god of destruction, you will never understand the horror of god destruction. So, we have to fight. Goku clenched his fists, the golden aura on his body instantly exploded, and the form of Super Saiyan 4 instantly appeared. 2,500. Super Saiyan 4 full energy mode, combat effectiveness increased by 5,000 times, but such a little combat power, it is estimated that even Black Goku is not as good. In the face of a so-called strongest god of destruction, it is simply impossible to enter the eyes. It's okay, it's just right, seeing that you are so much stronger, this god also wants to have fun with you. Beerus is also interested, ready to teach Monkey King a lesson. It is already very remarkable that Sun Wukong can come this far, much stronger than the original Super Saiyan god, really lived up to the original play. Boom! The weather changed instantly, lightning and thunder roared in the sky, and the earth trembled continuously, as if a magnitude 75 earthquake had occurred. Wait! Boomer ran over anxiously, with fear in his eyes, and dissuaded, Lord Beerus, calm down, Goku didn't mean it either. Phew! Goku's eyes revealed a chill, which made Boomer tremble at a glance. Boomer, this has nothing to do with you, go aside. Goku roared, and the roar containing anger instantly made Boomer run to the side. Kakarot! Vegeta roared angrily, glared at Sun Wukong full of anger, and immediately ran to Boomer's side, turning into a wife protection maniac. It's much quieter now. Beerus was also a little impatient, and his purple aura erupted. Let's go! Boom! Bang bang, bang bang! Above the Universal Capsule Company, several explosions burst out in an instant, ripples were set off in the sky, and the deafening explosions spread in all directions. Bang! At this time, a fiery red figure flew out, and I saw blood spilling from the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, and the whole person kept flying upside down. Phew! The energy erupted instantly, and Sun Wukong could not stop. What's wrong, wasn't it still very arrogant just now? Come on! Beerus ticked his fingers defiantly, his face full of sarcasm. Gaku was not blinded by anger at the moment, but was unusually calm. Calm makes people scared. Is this the strongest god of destruction? The combat effectiveness is so strong that it is impossible to calculate in numbers, tough, invincible. Gaku knows the horror of destroying the gods. Super Saiyan 4, a transformation that can surpass the Super Saiyan God and be comparable to Super Saiyan Blue, is now powerless in front of Beerus. The horror of destroying the god is not at all what he can deal with now, perhaps, only by touching the power of this level will he see the height of Beerus. But, Gaku felt the heat coming from his body, and the corners of his mouth hooked. My body is already hot. In the face of someone stronger than themselves, the Saiyan body will be instinctively excited, and finally in the battle, continue to grow. As long as you fight him, the more you bully him, the faster he will grow, so it is best not to be too arrogant in the face of Saiyans. Because, if you can't get someone who is just stronger than you can already be compared with you in the blink of an eye. Is the will to fight ignited? Beerus felt a little interesting. Come on, let me see if you, who have reached this level with the power of mortals without using the power of gods, are qualified to let me have fun. Hey! Golden aura appeared on Goku's body, and the whole person's momentum instantly rose. SHH. A golden light instantly galloped towards Beerus, with a fierce battle intent, and unwilling to throw a fist at Beerus. Bang! With this punch, the ground began to tremble, and a violent storm raged the city. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 052. Bang bang! The battle was extremely fierce, and Gaku and Beerus had already unknowingly fought a large circle of the earth. Remarkable, this is worthy of being a Saiyan, and it actually has such a strong growth rate. A smile curled at the corner of Beerus's mouth, and the speed of his attack began to increase. It seems that the idea of destroying planet Vegeta was correct. If each of those Saiyans was so strong, then the universe would be chaotic. Just the growth rate of the Saiyan Monkey King is enough to make him shame, and if all Saiyans become the red-haired monkey they are now, then things will get out of hand. Is the strength gap still too big? I still can't touch it. Gaku has been working hard to attack Beerus at the moment, that is, every attack will be easily cracked by this god of destruction. God, is it really that strong? Gaku croaked his teeth, constantly roaring in his heart, turning anger into strength, and was growing rapidly. Bang! Poof! Beerus's sudden punch instantly knocked Sun Wukong flying, and a little blood overflowed from Sun Wukong's mouth, and Wukong was still barely able to stabilize. Damn it! Gaku covered his fast-beating heart, his body trembling constantly. Beerus's strength has far exceeded his imagination, and he is definitely not serious, just playing. Even the destructive divine power is not used, and if it is used, then Gaku may instantly turn into dust. I think it's time for this farce to end. Beerus croaked his teeth, rubbed his fists, and faced Sun Wukong with a smile on his face. You know, the original Super Saiyan God only forced me to use 3 layers of power, and you, already infinitely close to the level of my 6-layer power, is really amazing, but don't underestimate the God of destruction. My real combat power is not what this kind of combat power can represent now. A terrifying purple energy fluctuation appeared on Beerus. Ah! The terrifying energy fluctuations directly made Sun Wukong unable to move. The force that was enough to annihilate everything, pure destruction, just a glance, made Wukong's whole person like an ice cave, unable to move. Phew! With a sound of breaking air, just for a moment, Beerus came to Gaku, who was suddenly shocked and wanted to dodge. However, being restrained, he could no longer dodge this blow. God's decision cannot be changed. You are just a small Saiyan. You actually want to rebel against the gods? Ridiculous! Beerus's mouth showed a thick disdain. The right fist was clenched, and the purple power of the god of destruction emerged, slamming towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. Poof! Just the moment of contact, the golden light on Goku's body began to collapse, and severe pain instantly rushed to his brain. Ah! Goku instantly flew out upside down, and the Super Saiyan 4 state also disappeared, leaving a long echo in the sky. One punch, just one punch defeated the Super Saiyan 4 full energy Monkey King. It can be seen how terrifying the power of the god of destruction really is. Lord Beerus, is it really good for you to do this? Ves walked slowly forward at this moment. This punch of Beerus may take Goku to extremes, and maybe he may eventually become the enemy of all gods. As Monkey King said, the earth is their home, and outsiders are not qualified to gamble the earth as a commodity. But in this world, the strong have to live, it is meaningless to win. And there is nothing to lose, and the reason why Goku is like this may be forced to do this. This time it's just a slight lesson, let him feel the power of God, so that in the future, he will not dare to be so rude to this god. Beerus chuckled. I'm afraid it will get worse. Weiss added in his heart. Goku may really go to the extreme this time, and by then, it's really too late. Let's go, Weiss, the exercise after dinner is also over, it's time to go back. With a casual wave of his hand, Beerus came behind Ves and put his hand on his shoulder. Weiss silently glanced at the direction where Goku flew out in the distance, and secretly said, Goku, this world is like this, maybe only the strong have the right to speak, but I still hope that you will not go to that extreme path. Vegeta. Beerus said. Lord Beerus. Vegeta flew over with a respectful look. Tell Sun Wukong that after 3 days, whether he wants to or not, he must compete, otherwise, I will destroy the earth. Beerus said this coldly. Phew! Colorful and radiant, Beerus and Ves were instantly enveloped, and then disappeared from the earth. Yes. Beerus. Adult, maybe because he was used to it, Vegeta couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, he also clenched his fists, and anger rose in his heart. Suddenly he felt that what Kakarot said, perhaps, really made sense. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 053. Boom! The rock suddenly collapsed, revealing the appearance of the current Monkey King. At this moment, none of the upper and lower parts of Sun Wukong's body are intact, the upper body of his clothes has long disappeared, and his pants are torn. Strong and full muscles, blood and flesh blurred at this moment, blood stained Goku's cheeks, Super Saiyan 4 has long disappeared, and now Goku can be described as fighting for life. God? Mortals, Goku pushed away the rocks on his body with difficulty and walked out of the pile of rocks. Weakness is the original sin, the family of the weak can be used as a bargaining chip, the family of the weak is nothing, and what the weak want to protect is a joke. Goku's face was hideous, his green muscles were violent, and the whole person was angry, like a beast. I think, maybe the dark forces are right. Goku's whole person has changed, perhaps because of anger and even anger, which has caused a qualitative change in the little aura emitted by Goku's body now. The originally calm and slightly icy aura has become extremely evil at this moment, which also means that Goku has fallen into darkness. P.S. Blackening is just the beginning, the power is not evil, it is determined by the user, because of his own cowardice, Goku chose another power. Earth is my home, I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth, originally just a wild child in the deep mountains and old forests, but because of Dragon Ball, my life has changed, friends, relatives, all this I have to protect. The evil aura on Goku's body became more and more fierce, and what was amazing was that a black dress appeared out of nowhere and wore it on Goku. Just like the original clothes, except that the orange-yellow martial arts uniform turned pure black. Unlike the pure evil of Black Goku, this evil contains a little warmth in the darkness, just like the faint light in the night. Since the light cannot protect this home or even the earth, what about falling into darkness? The injuries on Goku's body have not been repaired, but the whole person has changed, no longer like he used to be stupid, he has completely seen the world. Sometimes maybe simple, naive is a good thing, at least live without so pain. Strength, I will defeat all the gods. Let me show you, the power of the so-called weak mortals. Evil, blood-red aura wrapped around Goku's body. His injuries are gradually recovering, and his face has become particularly grim. This is reminiscent of the evil Scion, but Goku's evil is not the pure evil of the Scion, but the evil that is driven into a desperate situation and forced to die. Since kindness is weakness, then use another power to become strong. Crush them. Phew. The index finger is placed side by side with the middle finger, placed on the forehead, and Goku launches a teleportation and disappears into the ground in an instant. Kakarot. After Goku disappears, Vegeta, who witnesses everything, pokes her head out of the rock. He is uneasy about his weakness and terrified of Goku's changes. Why did that man actually become like this? Because it's weak. Vegeta looked at his powerful, insignificant fists, and recalled Goku's fists that dared to fight the god of destruction. He hates it. His own weakness has led to the fate of today, and the once proud Scion Prince is gone, like a dog in front of Beerus. Vegeta looked at the sky in confusion and muttered, Kakarot. I agreed to that invitation of yours. Goku came to the Celestial Temple at this moment, and this change now made Bobo and Tien Tien couldn't help but be surprised. Goku. Bobo subconsciously took 2 steps back, fearing Goku, who was currently so evil. The same is true every day, I can't believe that Goku has actually become so evil. Sorry to scare you, this is just my new clothes, every day, I want to borrow the Spirit Time House again. Goku stated his main purpose for coming here. The opening time of the martial arts conference should be 3 days later, so I will stay in it for 3 years. Strength. He desperately needs strength. Different from the original Monkey King's dull and simple becoming stronger, this time he has become stronger, for the sake of his family and even the earth. Ooh, Goku, the food in the Spirit Time House has also been replenished, and you can use it at any time. Tien Tien said a word. Okay, then I'll trouble you to go to the Cat Immortal and take out all the remaining immortal beans, trouble you, every day. After Goku said indifferently, he walked towards the Spirit Time House, which was the only place where he could gain power at the moment. If you want to gain power, you will have to pay a huge price, and where, Goku will endure endless loneliness. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 054. About 10 minutes had passed, and Tien Tien had already taken the fairy beans from Kylan Tower and was ready to take them for Goku to continue using. But at this time, a familiar figure appeared behind Tien Tien. Tien Tien turned around and found that it was Vegeta. Kakarot, is it here? Every day? Vegeta asked expressionlessly. Yes, Vegeta, Mr. Goku doesn't know what stimulated him, and has been in the Spirit Time House for 10 minutes. Report truthfully every day. Then Vegeta looked at the fairy bean bag in his hand and said, give me the fairy beans, and I will also enter the Spirit Time House. As soon as the words fell, without Tienation's consent, he directly took the fairy beans and walked towards the Spirit Time House. At this moment, Goku is undergoing a steady stream of brutal training in the state of Super Saiyan 4. Goku's goal is clear, surpassing Super Saiyan 4. With the most brutal training to get the most powerful strength, he abandoned the dull and stupid attitude he once had, in exchange for a cold and serious fighter. Now Goku is like a lonely and evil giant wolf in the dark. Click! The door of the Spirit Time House opened, and Goku stopped, fell to the ground, turned around, and found that it was Vegeta. Why are you here? Goku was slightly surprised by this. Why did Vegeta come? Go on. Vegeta did not answer Sun Wukong's words, but threw the fairy bean bag in his hand. Goku caught the bag of fairy beans, opened it, and found that there were 7 or 8 fairy beans inside. Sure enough, there are not a few left, it's really rare. Goku places Sendu around his waist and ties them with a rope. Say, Vegeta, what are you doing here? Goku didn't want to waste time and was impatient. Since you will not help yourself, then what to do? Go and do it, it has nothing to do with me. It's really unpleasant. Kakarot, I'm just here to tell you that after 3 days, Beerus said that you have to participate in the martial arts conference anyway, and if you can't see your shadow, then the earth will disappear. Vegeta croaked his teeth and said word by word. This is the original sin of weakness, said Goku, the world is so cruel and dirty. If you are a god, you can be high, if you are a human being, you are destined to be humble for a lifetime, and in this dirty world, being weak is the original sin. One more point, that is. Let me beat you. Kakarot. The azure energy on Vegeta's body instantly exploded, and Super Saiyan Blue appeared. 1500. The value of Vegeta's combat power appeared in front of Goku's eyes, and Vegeta's combat power was obviously much weaker than him. Super Saiyan's Blue increase has not yet reached its limit, but Vegeta's normal combat power is not qualified to harness this formidable force. So, now Vegeta is so weak. Are you going to beat me? Can you do it? Goku let out a disdainful laugh and was very disdainful of Vegeta. Now Vegeta's combat power is not even half of his. Tuan. The blood-red bloodthirsty chi emerged from Sun Wukong's body. This is the evil chi that has been mutated by anger, and it has a lot of increase for the extremely violent form of Super Saiyan 4. Bang! With lightning speed, Goku's punch hit Vegeta's brain door on the spot, and Vegeta's whole person flew out upside down in an instant. Now Wukong, the breath on his body is extremely surprised. It seems to be evil, but in fact, there is a trace of warmth in the darkness. Although his evil form is not as powerful as Kenba at present, his combat power after transformation cannot be underestimated. Such an evil breath has further strengthened Wukong's normal combat power, and his combat effectiveness has also increased by a part after the resurrection from Beerus's punch to death. Coupled with the improvement of the evil state, the current Wukong's combat power is close to 5,000 yuan. Abominable! Vegeta stood up tremblingly, full of horror and fear at the red-haired Monkey King shrouded in evil aura. The strength of Sun Wukong has completely exceeded his understanding, several times stronger than him, and his current combat power is not enough for Wukong to warm up. The difference in strength is so great. Vegeta, you are still too weak. This is the absolute power I have gained by abandoning the ridiculous idea in my heart, and the power that allows me to protect my family from being used as a bargaining chip. Goku shows Vegeta his perfect form, how intoxicating the power of evil is. The power of yearning for the light of justice is also fascinating, but if you can't protect your family, what is the use of this power? Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly felt unable to move, as if there was a mountain oppressing him. Is this the power that Kakarot gained for daring to confront the god of destruction for his family? I'm so far off. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 055. Vegeta was ravaged by Son Goku but could not fight back. Goku did this to let him first recognize his own shortcomings, not to be arrogant in battle, and then let him know how big the gap between him and me is. What's wrong, Vegeta? Are you so weak? Hurry up and defeat me. Goku began to taunt Vegeta, vainly hoping to provoke Vegeta to burst out with stronger energy, so that perhaps, through that energy, he could advance to the breakthrough Super Saiyan 4. Little Goku once relied on his child's breath to absorb energy beyond the load of his body, thus surpassing Super Saiyan 4, and his strength increased significantly. Now he intends to use the same method. Cockroach. Sure enough, after Sun Wukong's taunt, Vegeta was directly carried away by anger, and his strength rose in all directions. But so what? Anger can indeed bring power, but this is only temporary. Ordinary people blacken 7 points stronger. Scion blackening is not just 7 points. Bang! 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 The aftermath of the fist collision spread in all directions, and explosions sounded in the air, setting off ripples in space. Bang! Goku squeezed Vegeta's hands, restraining Vegeta's attack. The corners of his mouth set off a magical arc, and said sarcastically, "What's wrong?" "I'm furious, right? Your proud Super Saiyan Blue is a spicy chicken in front of me, but I don't even deserve to carry shoes in front of the god of destruction." Bang! Wow! Vegeta received a heavy blow to the abdomen, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew out backwards. A streak of blood appeared in Goku's eyes, and the anger on his body became even more fierce, and with the scar at the corner of his eye, people couldn't help but feel fear. "What's wrong? Do you only have such a little power? The powerful transformation that surpassed the Super Saiyan God is so worthless in front of me, your pride is vulnerable in front of me, and I have to tell you." Goku smiled gently, not caring about Vegeta's murderous eyes, and said sarcastically, "A strong one that has been shattered can become surprisingly fragile." Click! Goku's words have completely stimulated Vegeta's self-esteem, and at this moment, Vegeta's face is hideous, his breath is extremely unstable, his forehead is bruised, and his nails are deeply sunk into flesh and blood. "Are you looking down on me?" The aura on Vegeta's body continued to skyrocket, which shocked Sun Wukong. Combat effectiveness 1700 yuan. Combat power 1900 bows. Combat power of 2000 bows. Combat effectiveness 2200. Combat power 2500 yuan. Vegeta's combat power stats impressed Goku, worthy of being the prince of the Saiyans, and he had increased so much power just because of his anger. It's amazing, but if it's just such a little combat power, there's no way for me to achieve my goal. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth. "Vegeta, you're a waste. Is there only such a little bit of power? Dregs. You can't beat me with that little bit of strength. Waste Prince, come on, come and beat me. Ha ha ha." Tuan. Vegeta, who was already on the verge of rage, was once again stimulated by Goku's combat power and soared directly. Combat power 3500. Cockroach. Pay for your words. Vegeta's pupils disappeared, and a cloud of golden energy appeared in his hands. Tuan. The golden energy continued to expand, and energy poured out of Vegeta's hands, spreading in all directions. Combat power 4300. Here it comes, here it is. A look of madness appeared in Goku's eyes. You can break through Super Saiyan 4 right away, you can break through right away. Go and die. Final Flash Cannon. SHH. Spiritual energy was like a dragon free from the chains of chains, striking towards Sun Wukong, wanting to devour him. Come on! With a roaring thunderous sound, Goku's entire person was swallowed by energy. Ha! A beast-like roar emanated from Goku's mouth, and the wildness of the Saiyans was vividly displayed at this moment. I saw that Vegeta's energy did not explode, but was gradually inhaled into Goku's body. Feeling the feeling of swelling in his body and the pain in his body, Goku couldn't help but laugh. Come on! Let the storm come harder! SHHH. The energy exploded, Goku was engulfed, and his life and death were unknown. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 056. Cockroach, this is the price you underestimate me. Vegeta mentions how excited he is to defeat the Monkey King with great strength, which is the thing he is most proud of. This move is the move he released beyond the limit, the energy is terrifying several times, he can't go next, I believe that Kakarot can't even maintain Super Saiyan 4 next. If that's the price. I'm so sorry, Vegeta. A familiar voice came from the sky, and Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted, and the whole person was like a ghost. The smoke in the sky cleared, revealing the appearance of Goku now. There is a little blood at the corner of his mouth, and there are many wounds on his body that were blown out by the explosion, but he seems to be stronger. Originally, the energy of Super Saiyan 4 was able to break through, transforming from golden to blood red, coupled with the increase in the evil aura of mutation, and now Goku's combat power has reached the level of 7,500. Is this the Super Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyan 4? This power is really intoxicating. Feeling the majestic breath in his body, a smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth, he could be said to have broken through the bottleneck now. You gave me such a big gift, I really have to repay you. Goku's right fist ignited with extremely surprised blood-red flames, and then he instantly came to Vegeta. So fast. Instinct told Vegeta that a great sense of crisis had appeared, and he wanted to hide, but it was too late. Let's finish. Bang. Poof. A punch with evil aura bombarded Vegeta's chest, Vegeta suddenly rolled with chi and blood, a large mouthful of black blood spurted out, the blue spirit energy on his body suddenly collapsed, the whole person flew backwards, and finally fainted. Hehe, you're still too weak, Saiyan Prince. Goku clenched his fists and looked at a guy in the distance. He is exactly the same as Goku, except that his hair is blood red and he is also wearing a black combat uniform. This is the Super Saiyan blood red energy that Goku separated for training, without consciousness, all controlled by Goku alone, which can be described as another form of doppelganger. However, the only difference from Goku is that in addition to his hair color, he does not have that scar at the corner of his eyes. Let's fight! Goku burst out with an extremely evil energy aura and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed, and Wukong at this moment has changed a lot from before. The originally cold and indifferent cheeks exude an evil and attractive feeling at this moment, which can be described as the most classic existence among villains. Of course, today's combat effectiveness has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The normal state has reached this level, and the form of Super Saiyan 4 beyond the limit, the normal amplitude has increased by 7,000 times, coupled with the continuous purification of the evil aura in the past few years, resulting in Goku's Super Saiyan 4 combat power if he uses the evil aura, and will reach an extremely terrifying combat power. 9,980. This is the full power of Goku now. After 2 years of tempering, Goku has long been fully familiar with Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blood Red, but he has encountered a bottleneck again. However, this time he could not continue to break through the bottleneck, no matter how he trained. There was no effect, he thought, himself, it was time to go out. He had thought more than once about fusing Super Saiyan Blood Red and Super Saiyan 4 to form a new state, but it was a pity. These two energies seem to be able to coexist, but in fact they cannot be fused with them from beginning to end. In fact, he had already encountered a bottleneck a year ago, but he had been studying this integration method, but he had no clue at all. In the past 2 years, Vegeta has also been under the sarcasm and anger of Goku, and his combat effectiveness has made a qualitative leap. 6,000 bows. Although it is a little worse than Goku's Super Saiyan 4, this strength is at least stronger than Black Goku. You must know that Vegeta in the original work in the Martial Arts Conference of the 6th Universe and the 7th Universe, the combat power is only 2,000 yuan, and now it is actually so stronger. Now, even if it is Black Wukong, Vegeta can be hanged. Because his current combat power is now close to the level of the original All-Universe Conference. Kakarot, are you leaving? Vegeta maintained a Super Saiyan blue state, staring at Monkey King with great impetus. It has been like this for the past 2 years, and Vegeta fights with Son Goku all the time. Every time it ends, it is a fiasco. Instead of wasting time here, I want to see my children. How is they doing with Kiki? I miss it after not seeing each other for 2 years. The spirit time house is different from the outside world's time flow rate, and Gaku has endured endless loneliness and torture over the years. In exchange for more power, Vegeta almost ignored it, because, since you had already refused, there was no room for us to talk again. Chance, only once. You've been fighting me here for 2 years, next, you train yourself. I hope that after training, don't be too disguised. Gaku walked away and walked towards the gate, leaving behind words to Vegeta. Gazing at the fading back, Vegeta clenched her teeth, and the anger in her heart grew even stronger. You, look down on me. Vegeta's aura erupted continuously, symbolizing his anger. I'm going to beat you. Kakarot. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 057. Wait, this thing is... Gaku, who was in the lower part of the celestial god temple, noticed that he brought a fiery red sky-piercing stick at this moment. What a familiar feeling! This stick connects the middle of the celestial temple and the Kalen Tower, and it seems to have been a long time ago. The familiar feeling in Goku's heart became even stronger, and he stretched out his hand, ready to hold it. Wang! This stick emits a fiery red glow, which is very dazzling. As the red light appeared, Goku's expression became more and more frightened, and finally shouted. Ruyi stick! This is my wishful stick! Gaku remembered, isn't this his weapon? I remembered. I remember everything I used to do. The experience of expeditions with boomers played back in his mind like a projection, and Gaku couldn't help but shed tears. It was this stick that started his legendary life. Gaku held the wishful stick, and all of a sudden... Phew! The red light was even more dazzling, as if it was an excited child, and his master came to pick him up, and he was very happy. Ruyi stick! Shrink! With Goku's loud shout, the Ruyi stick began to shrink, eventually forming a fiery red stick. Phew! Separated from the inside of the Ruyi stick, a red bamboo tube similar to the one loaded with the Ruyi stick was separated, and Gaku smiled softly, placed the Ruyi stick inside the bamboo tube, and put the rope on the bamboo tube over his hand and put the Ruyi stick on his back. Old man, long time no see. Gaku greeted happily, and then seemed to think of something, and shouted, Duyun! Phew! A yellow trace suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a yellow cloud flew towards this side. Long time no see, old man! Gaku stepped directly on the somersault cloud and was relieved to find that he hadn't fallen. Originally, he let me fall into darkness, and he can no longer continue to use the clouds, but now it seems that it is not. Go! Target! Bun Mountain! With Goku's happy shout, Duyun set off, leaving a slender yellow mark in the sky. Lord Beerus, are you sure you're doing the right thing? In the God of Destruction realm, Ves always felt very wrong, and there was a slight tingling pain in his skin, which was very uncomfortable. Weiss, when did you become such a... I remember you didn't do that. Beerus felt a little strange, these days Weiss's changes, he is all in his eyes. Perhaps, Lord Beerus. Weston didn't say a word, because he always felt that something big was about to happen. This time, Godin, as usual, started training, and he trained day after day in order to keep up with his father. Therefore, his normal combat effectiveness has made a qualitative leap, from the original 2 capitals to the current 10 capitals. Coupled with the Super Saiyan 3 full power increase of 500 times, the combat power is enough to leap to the terrifying level of 5000 kyo. The dad is a monster, and the son is a monster. Wyushin, you can't train like this, you have to combine work and rest, otherwise, it may be counterproductive. A familiar voice came from above, and Wyushin's face suddenly became cheerful. Dad! You, Goten felt a little strange. Why, now father felt so strange. Has it changed a lot? Looking at the evil in his body, stepping on the clouds, holding the ruyi stick, how to look at it, it is very strange. Wyushin, you can't just look at appearances in everything. The reason why I became like this is also to better protect you. Gaku looked at his hands, then jumped down from the somersault cloud and took the bamboo tube behind him. And then, this is my gift to you. Gaku threw the bamboo tube containing the ruyi stick to Sun Wyushin. Sun Wyushin pulled out the stick and looked at it, and suddenly smiled. Dad, did you give me this stick? Wyushin closed his mouth excitedly and quickly asked. Of course, this is the weapon I used to have, and now that I gave it to you, you need to use it well, Goten. Gaku smiled gratifyingly, happy to be reborn as a wishful rebirth. Well, I'll definitely use it. Goten's little face was full of excitement and determination. Okay, then tomorrow's martial arts conference, Wyushin, use your ruyi stick. Teach me a good lesson. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 058. Time passed like this, and in the blink of an eye, a day passed. At this time, Gaku and his party all came to Boomer's title, and when everyone noticed the change in Gaku, they all surrounded one by one. Now Gaku has to say that he is really indifferent, including the clothes he wears. This guy, Beerus, who had just arrived, was extremely uncomfortable and disgusted by the evil aura on Gaku. Now Goku's whole person has changed, not at all like the original version, but a terrifying existence who kills decisively and is calm to the extreme. Its own combat effectiveness is very strong, coupled with this greatly changed personality, people can't help but be afraid. Gaku, you still went down this path after all. Weiss sighed and shook his head. Now Gaku has been blackened, I am afraid that after that, the life of the gods will be difficult. Are the players here? Beerus came over and asked. Gaku didn't bird him. At this time Boomer came over and said, the contestants are already in place, Gaku, Vegeta, Tenunks, Goten, Bike, except for Vegeta who is still changing clothes at home, everyone else is here. Long wait. This is a coincidence, say Cao will arrive, Vegeta has already changed his clothes, and came over indifferently. Hey! Gaku noticed the change in Vegeta, and the normal combat power was wirelessly close to the level of Gaku, only a little weaker than Gaku. But it can be said to be compared. In the state of Gaku without using the evil aura, the normal combat power cannot break through the level of the Yang, and now Vegeta can almost be compared with the Gaku who does not use the evil aura. It's a lot of progress, I just hope I won't lose face later. Gaku mercilessly began to taunt, because in the 2 years in the Spirit Time House, this damn bastard had been harassing himself, and Gaku beat him half to death every time. Kakarot, I will defeat you with strength. Recalling the scene arranged by Sun Wukong, Vegeta trembled with anger. Dad. X2. With two different voices, Gaku and Vegeta turned their heads at the same time. It was found that it was Tenunks and Sun Wyushin, who had changed greatly. Sun Wyushin was wearing an orange-yellow martial arts uniform, and what he was carrying behind happened to be his wishful stick. Tenunks, on the other hand, favored Vegeta, wore a Scion combat uniform, and looked proud. Goten, why are you dressed like this? Also, behind you, is this? Boomer, Klin and the others looked at Ruyi stick behind Wyushin with a look of surprise. Goten, on the other hand, smiled and showed everyone his achievements. This is a weapon given to me by my father to show my skills at the martial arts conference. Hey! Everyone was surprised. It seems that weapons are not allowed in the martial arts meeting, right? It's okay, this time the rules are not allowed to use any dark weapon with poisonous properties, like this stick of Wyushin's children, you can bring it. Weiss smiled and began to explain. Then he began to look at Gaku, and said in a telepathic voice, "Goku, are you really sitting down and getting ready? If so, you may be ostracized by the world." Goku is also not surprised. As an angel, he must have been exposed to something, such as the rules of this world. Goku silently said in his heart, "I don't know, I just want to protect the earth, with my family. The reason why I went down this path, it is also my own choice. Because life, if you don't find something exciting, then what is the meaning of living? Weiss, as an angel, you have no choice but to intervene in any trivial matter in the universe. Angels are not allowed to fight. My choice, I am in charge. This is the last time I have spoken to you like this, VES." Goku said silently in his heart. The road he took, he knew very well, what he had to face. Human nature is dirty, people, God, all like this. He alone cannot completely change the world, can only make the world a little better. It can't be successful, but you still have to do it, don't you? If no one does it, then the world will no longer exist. Is that so? VES sighed, feeling very sorry for Goku's action, because such a good seedling, I am afraid that it will not take long to fall. I respect your choice, and I look forward to your great achievements in the future. Come on, Goku. As soon as the words fell, VES stopped telepathy. Since this is his own choice, then respect him. Thanks, Vus. Goku finally understood, and he was very pleased with Weiss's understanding. At least he would not be an enemy of him. Hurry up, Benshin doesn't want to be late. If Benshin is embarrassed because of this little thing, let's see how Benshin cleans you up. Beerus felt dissatisfied and immediately threatened. Phew! Two extremely cold gazes shot at Beerus at the same time, namely Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Goku looked at Beerus for a long time, and a little cold sweat appeared on Beerus's forehead, because his words seemed to cause public anger. Dad, Goten tugged worriedly at Goku's pant leg. Goku pressed his big hand on his head and said coldly, let's go, let's go. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 059. Goku and his party rode on the purple space cube and sailed through the universe, while Kiki and Boomer set up a grill inside as always and started the barbecue. Goku sat alone, eating barbecue, constantly thinking about the way forward. Super Saiyan Blood Red has reached full power, and Super Saiyan 4 has also broken through the limit, but it cannot be fully integrated, which is the only point that makes Goku secretly hurt. I remember that there seems to be an opponent who can use flash time skill, right? The kind of trick that can pause time, you really have to learn hard. Goku has already begun to take an interest in the flash skill. Being able to jump time and create a time cage is a very convenient trick. You must know that in a close battle, flash time can inflict extremely terrifying heavy damage on the opponent. This exercise must be learned. There has also been a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness, but I still can't see what kind of realm the God of Destruction is in. What is the combat effectiveness? It is not enough to rely on me alone, I still need stronger partners. Goku already had a plan in mind. This great god has very deep water, and it will definitely not work by relying on one's own words alone. He already has a candidate. Let this group of damned gods see how powerful the Saiyans are. Kakarot, what are your calculations? I can't see through you. Vegeta watched Monkey King as he ate the roast. His combat power has reached a terrifying level of more than 6,000, but it is still not comparable to Sun Wukong. Whether it is planning, scheming, or IQ, he is much stronger than himself. Is this still the Kakarot he knows? Arrived. With the space shuttle block stopping, Goku put down the leftover roast meat on his plate and walked forward. Everyone, please leave in an orderly manner, we have arrived. Weiss took out the microphone and said. Finally here, I can't wait to see your ridiculous, defeated face. My purpose, let's start here. Goku was the first to walk out of the space shuttle block and look at the enemies in the distance. and even the god of destruction. Perhaps because he felt the boiling of this fighting intent, everyone's eyes were on Sun Wukong, and even Hit, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "Hey, Bardos, this human gaze is so annoying, especially the breath on his body, I can't help but destroy him." Xiangpa said his true thoughts, which made Sun Wukong can't help but be sure that his approach was correct. "Lord Xiangpa, the breath on this person is indeed very evil, and I am also very uncomfortable, but he is a person from the 7th universe, and you do not have that right." Bardos also spoke his true thoughts. "Sister, the game can begin." Weiss came over and said. "Then it's time for the first round of testing." Bardos looked at the contestants below and said. "I have an objection." Gaku held his hands at the moment and said, "I don't think the so-called intelligence exam is necessary at all, this is a martial arts conference, not an intelligence competition, I don't want to waste time so much, I just want to quickly defeat all of you, and then get the Super Dragon Ball, and finally make a wish." Goku's words attracted everyone's attention and caused everyone's anger. "Hey, don't be too arrogant. Scion." At this time, Xiangpa was the first to roar in dissatisfaction, "You are a small scion. You are not qualified to speak, and God's decision cannot be changed." Mortal again. Goku's forehead was blue, and he had heard enough of this. "I think so." On the contrary, Bardos was full of expectations for this scion, saying, "I hope your mouth is as strong as you. I believe that everyone understands the rules of the martial arts conference, right? Killing and the use of dark weapons are not allowed, and ordinary weapons such as clubs can be used." Bardos explained, "Please prepare all the players for the order of appearance, and the martial arts tournament will start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Enough is enough." Gaku walked up to Goten, looked at the child who was exactly like himself, and smiled, "Are you ready?" Goten. I'm ready, next dad, you're waiting for me to show my skills." Xiao Wuxian's face was confident, and he was looking forward to the beginning of the battle. Cut. Vegeta snorted unpleasantly, then looked at Tenunks and said, "Tenunks, are you ready?" Tenunks's face was firm, and after Vegeta's tempering, his combat effectiveness could already be compared with Sun Wuxian. "So, let's get started." For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 060. The game begins, and the order of Goku's group is determined. First let little Gokuten take the lead, then Tenunks, and finally Bic, and the finale is Sun Wukong. Gaku did this because he wanted to observe Hit's flashing time skill more, and once he learned that Kung Fu, then he could have whole cards even if he faced some stronger players in the future. Now let's have Sun Wuxian player of the 7th universe fight against the Bodama player of the 6th universe. The alien referee roared excitedly at the moment. The battle between the universe and the universe is exciting just thinking about it. Come on Goten! Come on! Come on! Everyone was cheering for Xiao Wuxian, but they mentioned Xiao Wuxian's fighting intent. "Dad, I'm going up to the game." Wuxian looked at Sun Wukong and greeted with a smile. Gaku touched his forehead dotingly and said, "Go, defeat him with your wishful stick, you are the son of my son Wukong." Wuxian nodded, only to see Wukong say again, "Tell you, Ruyi stick, you can freely become longer and shorter, I believe it will be interesting next." "Well, I remembered." Wuxian nodded, looked at the martial arts arena, and flew directly over. "Kakarot, what are you going to do when you let them go first? What are your plans?" Vegeta came over puzzled and began to inquire. Since Kakarot is ready for a quick victory, why not be the first to go from the beginning? Sun Wukong did not answer, but looked at Hit in the audience in the distance. Vegeta also noticed Monkey King's gaze and looked at Hit in the audience. Is he? It is indeed unfathomable, and you can't feel the breath fluctuations at all. Vegeta frowned, because the more he couldn't feel the breath, the stronger his opponent was. Come on Goten! Goku starts cheering for his son Zero. Now I announce. Sun Wushan player of the 7th universe vs Bodama player of the 6th universe. The competition, officially begin. With a loud shout, the game began. Please advise. Gokuten bowed very politely, but he confused Bodama, is this a sneak attack from behind, or a frontal hit? It's quite polite, I'll be gentle, I just need to throw you down. Bodama rubbed his fists and was very disdainful of Xiao Wushan. Xiao Wushan, on the other hand, pulled out the Ruyi stick and shouted, Ruyi stick! Long! Phew! The Ruyi stick stretched in an instant, which made Bodama's eyes widen. Ha! Bang! The wishful stick bombarded Bodama's stomach, but had no effect. What's going on? Wushan's pupils shrank suddenly, incredulously. Hehe, is the little ghost surprised? Bodama raised his hand and waved it towards Sun Wushan. Snap! Xiao Wushan suddenly moved and dodged this blow. Ha! Bang! Another stick slammed into Bodama, except strangely, he was not harmed at all. Little ghost! Step down! A stream of fluorescent green energy appeared in Bodama's mouth, and then erupted from his mouth. Boom! The energy exploded instantly, blowing up a small gap on the martial arts platform. What's going on? Why didn't my attack have any effect at all? Xiao Wushan was shocked by this, and he paid more attention to the 6th universe. Strange, isn't it? Why didn't the attack work for me? Bodama smiled lightly and said, I'll tell you if you're a child, listen carefully. I have the ability to absorb damage and transfer, that is, none of your attacks can make me feel pain. Whether it is a physical attack or an energy bomb, you can't make me feel a little pain. Bodama began to show off his divine skills, and he already considered himself invincible, with his absorption and transfer functions. So that's it, then thank you, big fat man. Wushan opened his mouth and laughed. It didn't matter if he didn't say it, this statement directly made Bodama angry. Bastard! I'm just slightly heavier, I'm not fat. Bodama directly attacked his heart with anger, and he opened his teeth and danced his claws like Sun Wushan rushing towards him. Come get me, big fat man! Little Wushan grimaced, directly making Bodama angry and losing his mind and running towards Sun Wushan. Come on! Little Goten began to run away constantly, turning the group of Bodama brushes. Goten, is this teasing him? Everyone was a little confused, is Goten playing? I didn't play well at all. Hehe, this kid, I already know what you want to do. Goku was relieved because he already knew what Gokuten was going to do. Hui! Wuu! Bodama only started panting after a short while, and he was completely weak up and down. Come get me, big fat man! Little Goten made a big grimace on the edge of the ring and kept satirizing Bodama. Damn! Damn it! Bodama suddenly burst out, jumped up, and swooped towards Sun Wushan. Hehe, you're fooled! Little Goten jumped up like a nimble monkey and came behind Bodama. Not good! Seeing that he was about to be out, Bodama realized that he was being calculated. Stretch! Ruyi awesome! Bang! The Ruyi stick suddenly stretched out, poked at Bodama's fat body, and shot him down. Snap! Bodama suddenly landed on the ground and landed in the ring. I declare that the Sun Wushan player of the 7th universe has won. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 061. The eliminated Bodama looked confused, and he was actually played. Okay, come on Goten. All the people in the 7th universe are cheering for Sun Wushan, only Xiongpa is not happy. Damn it! He's foul! Foul! Xiongpa's teeth and claws suddenly tore Sun Wuxian apart. Dead. Seeing Xiongpa's teeth dancing claws, Sun Wuxian hid behind Wukong's trouser leg in fear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gaku pressed Goten's head with his big hand, signaling him not to be afraid. There was a father. Hey! Goten didn't foul at all. Don't scare the kids. Elephant paw. Gaku suddenly shouted loudly, and he was very contemptuous of Xiongpa, a guy who couldn't afford to lose. Losing is losing, and specifically saying foul? Shut up. You're just a human being. Dare to call this god by name. Sin is unforgivable. Xiongpa was very angry at Sun Wukong for daring to call him by his first name, and from time to time his body exuded purple energy belonging to the god of destruction. Something human. The dark red evil aura on Goku's body bloomed, and the combat power on his body soared to a terrifying level. 1.5 points. This is the limit of Goku's current normal combat effectiveness. After blessing the evil aura, Goku's combat power will skyrocket. Hey! Calm down, Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly felt bad. He was clear about the strength of the god of destruction, and quickly stopped the Monkey King who was about to run away. Even everyone in the 6th universe and even the 7th universe turned their attention to this extremely evil man. Lao Sun. Vic was very scared of this change in Gaku. How did the once stupid but cheerful old grandson become like this? Goten, Tenunks, Vic, the three of you and I change the order. This game, let me play. Since Lord Destruction looks down on us humans, I don't mind showing 2 moves. Goku's forehead was blue, and he had heard enough of this statement compared to the human beings. Why should there be a distinction between the status of man and God? Human? What qualifications do you have to call it that? Hey! Monkey King! Don't break the rules! Beerus hurriedly walked over and scolded angrily. The competition is our participation, the people are brought by me, I can change at any time. Beerus, don't you think you're too broad? Gaku is also very angry with this god of destruction. Every universe god of destruction is like this, and he only looks down on humans. Even human beings are just slavery in their eyes, but also ants. You. Beerus was very annoyed. This damn scion, don't you have a long memory? Master Xiongpa, that kid didn't foul it, except for the dark weapon, the rest of the weapons without any sneak attack effect can participate. Bardos saw that Elephant Paw was beginning to get angry, and opened his mouth to explain. But this damn human actually dares to call this god by his name. Xiongpa feels that if he doesn't kill Sun Wukong, it is difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Then let him change positions. If he only has such a little ability, then Hit can handle it. Bardos simply pushes the boat along the water, because she also hates the evil aura on Gaku. Good. Just listen to you. Xiongpa hurriedly shouted at Sun Wukong, human. Give you a chance. Challenge our 6th universe players. If you lose, then this god will teach you a good lesson. That's really thankful, Lord Destroyer, Gaku sneered. Having decided that he must defend his dignity. He does not represent the whole of humanity, but he can represent himself. Hey! You fucking fellow! Don't mess with me! Beerus prepared to lift Gaku with his hand, but was ejected by Gaku. Don't move your hands and feet, Beerus, I hate it. Goku's eyes burst with coldness, and he was very disgusted by this behavior. You respect me a foot, I respect you, that's the truth. Don't even have the most basic respect, and expect a good face? Go for your daydreams. You bastard! Beerus was also angry, and the purple god of destruction energy overflowed on his body, apparently planning to teach Sun Wukong a lesson. Lord Beerus, if you don't want to lose face in front of your brother, you'd better stop your behavior. Weiss came out to persuade, and there was infighting before the fight began. Did this make others see the joke? Humph! When he thought of Xiongpa's smug face, he trembled with anger. Instead of that, it was better to let Sun Wukong play, anyway, he was also a whole card. Then go, but if there is a next time. Beerus's face was gloomy and murderous, and he said, I will let you see the horror of destroying the god with my own hands. Hee hee. Gaku sneered secretly in his heart, destroying the horror of God? What else do men who cannot even protect their families, men who cannot even defend their dignity, fear? Kakarot, I don't agree. If you want to go up, I have to go first. Vegeta was suddenly unhappy and was the first to jump out. Vegeta, let me tell you a secret, there are secrets about this world. Gaku sneered and walked up to Vegeta, followed by a fist in his right hand, with a thick layer of evil aura. Bang! Poof! Vegeta squirted out a mouthful of acid, and the whole person was not good. Vegeta! Dad! Boomer and Tenningston shouted worriedly. Everyone was very surprised. What happened to Gaku? Abominable! Kakarot! What are you doing? Vegeta couldn't even straighten up, his eyes filled with anger, and he said intermittently. Vegeta, you're still too naive. The corners of Goku's mouth burst into a sneer, and he gradually crouched down and said sarcastically, I really didn't expect that after decades of knowing each other, you are still so naive. In this world, the weak have no right to speak, and the strong come first. Without strength, you are equal to nothing, your dignity and your family will be trampled on. Hee hee, it is precisely because of the cruel rules of this world that I have to do this. Gaku stood up, disdainful of Vegeta's current thoughts. It's really stupid that I once had to ask him to send an invitation. Even though my strength is not as good as that of the god of destruction, all I can do is leave some wounds on his face caused by humble humans. After Gaku left such a sentence, he flew downwards and prepared to fight. Gaku, who has been changed by the cruel world, is no longer the same as before. If you want to blame, you can only blame this dirty world, how dark it is. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 062. I announce. Due to the rule replacement, it is now up to the Monkey King player of the 7th universe to fight the Frost player of the 6th universe. Right now. The game starts. With the loud cheers of the referee, the game started again. Everyone has his own life, God is destined, some people are born kings and above everything, some people are grass people, imprisoned in prison, but I will use my strength to tell you that human beings are not slavery. Gaku stepped into the ring, his body slowly retracted, and his eyes were filled with endless darkness. That's a wonderful word, but I don't quite agree with you. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared, the same as Frisia, but the skin was blue-purple. His name is Frost, the trash of the 6th universe, dressed in a cloak of justice, and actually doing the dirtiest things. There is hope in this world, otherwise there would be no heroes born. I will not admit your point of view. Frost spoke, denying Gaku at first, but won the adoration of the 6th universe player. Come on! Mr. Frost! Defeat this evil guy! At this moment, in the ring of the 6th universe, a scion with bangs shouted at Frost. Is it necessary to put on your mask of hypocrisy in front of me? The corners of Goku's mouth rose and he smiled evilly. I know best that it's like a guy like you, cloaked in justice, doing the dirtiest work. Frost suddenly felt bad in his heart, but he continued to act. Sir, I don't understand what you are talking about. Don't pretend, fool, we also have you in our universe, but it's a pity that not long after the resurrection, I killed you. Gaku stared at Frost indifferently. I have to say that this guy is really an Oscar actor. Gee, this acting is extremely exciting. Then you must be mistaken, I am the existence of justice, the embodiment of justice. Frost did not blush, and without a heartbeat, he put on the title of justice. So what's on your arm? I can see that anesthesia needle clearly. Gaku sneered, and Frost's heart became more and more turbulent, and he couldn't help but feel fear for Sun Wukong. "Sir, you must be mistaken, there are no anesthesia needles here." Frost hides his arm behind his back to keep Goku's gaze out. "Less nonsense. Let me tear off your filthy coat." The evil aura on Goku's body skyrocketed, and the rich sense of crisis made Frost can't help but be afraid. "Wait!" Boom! Before the words fell, Frost's whole person flew out instantly upside down like a cannonball. "It's not over yet, quickly teach me a lesson with your justice." Goku instantly came behind Frost, and his evil face bloomed with a fierce chill, which was chilling. "Don't! Wait!" Bang! Poof! Frost only felt his blood rolling, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his body flew uncontrollably in the sky again. Shh! Frost's body instantly hit the transparent glass in the sky, and his consciousness began to blur. The scion of the sixth universe was dumbfounded, and he had a new understanding of the strength of Sun Wukong. It was too terrifying. Did he really want to fight with such a guy? And Goku's relatives and friends were even more dumbfounded. What happened to Goku? He was so cruel. Actually, Goku did this for a reason. Weiss spoke at this moment, staring coldly at Frost, who was beaten up in the sky. "What's going on, Weiss?" Beerus asked at the same time as Bike. Everyone turned their gazes around, puzzled by Weiss's words. "Frost cheats, there is a poison needle hidden in his right arm. If it wasn't for Goku when he was talking just now, I really wouldn't have been able to observe it." Weiss was disdainful of Frost's deathly behavior. "Cheat? You are afraid to underestimate the horror of destroying God. But now it seems that the God of destruction is no longer needed. So that's the case, that's why Sun Wukong is so angry." Beerus suddenly realized that he was very disdainful of Frost's deathly behavior. Only Xiongpa alone exploded the pot, and he was very angry at the strength of Sun Wukong, and he couldn't wait to tear Sun Wukong apart. Abominable! This damn human being can actually be so strong. Xiongpakai's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't wait to kill Sun Wukong. "Don't be angry, Lord Elephant, we still have Hit, let him be proud for a while." Bardos reminded loudly, which calmed Xiongpa. "And Hit, you are strong, and the Flash is invincible. This is the perception of Elephant Pa. And the Monkey King in the ring." Bang bang, bang, the sound of fist-to-flesh bombardment did not appear, mixed with the sound of broken bones and blood spurting. Euler. 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 Frost, who was violently beaten by Sun Wukong, regretted that for the existence of Sun Wukong's level, it was not something he could touch at all. "Dirty fellow, dare to claim justice. Let me teach you a lesson." The evil aura wrapped Goku's right fist, and Goku instantly bombarded Frost's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, Frost spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew into the sky. Click! The glass in the sky was instantly shattered, and Frost flew to the other side of the planet. I announce that the winner this time is the Monkey King player of the 7th universe. The referee shouted loudly and announced the victory of the Monkey King. "Dirty fellow, dare to claim justice." If it weren't for the martial arts rules, Frost would have died. Goku is very disdainful of this garbage 1, and dares to claim justice. In the audience of the 6th universe, Gabe the Scion was trembling, and there was a fear from the soul for the Scions in the 7th universe. Hee, next, I will crush you with absolute strength and do a good job of enlightenment. The breath on Goku's body bloomed and flew towards the audience. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 063. Dad. You do this? Could it be? Goku asked with water in front of Goku with the water in his own voice. Could it be? Too cruel, too inhumane, right? Goku drank the water, put the cup back on the plate, and pressed Goten's forehead with his big hand. Everyone is like this world is like this, father does this, just for you, but also human dignity. You are still too young, when you grow up, naturally understand, why I did this, Goten. Goku strolled towards the ring. There are some things, you will only understand when you grow up and see more. Goten, remember, if one day I am gone, you must protect your mother. Such a sentence sounded in Wushan's heart, and Wushan's pupils suddenly contracted and looked at Sun Wukong. Even if he was a child, he understood everything after his father said so. Dad! Let's have the Monkey King player to fight against the giant robot of the 6th universe, Margita. Only the strong will be respected, and now this referee has obviously begun to lean towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Margita fell from the audience and fell to the ground, causing a puff of smoke. Now I announce. The game begins. With a loud shout, the game began. It's really infuriating, my clothes are dirty, how are you going to pay for it? Goku wiped the dust off his body and quipped at Margita. Diddy. Margita is a robot and can't speak, but the smoke from the device above his head and his expression are enough to tell what he's thinking. Well, I won't blame you, if you want to fight, then let's start. Goku's attitude towards such a pure-minded robot is not Frost's. This Margita, unlike Frost's kind of guy in hypocrisy, is really pure. Phew! A boxy barrier instantly engulfed the entire ring, and Bardos, who had done all this, put his cane down. Hey! Elephant Paw! What the hell are you doing? Beerus is upset about this. What the hell is this damn elephant going to do? Don't react too much, Beerus, it's just an added barrier, set up to avoid the audience getting hurt. Xiongpa, who looks like an old traitor, installs such a barrier, but he has a secret that no one knows. Would you be so kind? Beerus couldn't believe that Elephant Paw would be so kind. Lord Beerus, what they want to do, let them do it, Mr. Goku's combat power is more than that. Whis reminded loudly. Well, if that's the case, then so be it. After Beerus finished speaking at this time, he stared intently at the martial arts ring below. Sun Wukong's combat power he knows, ordinary state, do not use destruction god power, just use simple combat power. Wukong has surpassed him a lot, including Vegeta, but also reached the limit of his ordinary combat power without using destructive god power. However, once the destructive divine power is used, then these two people combined are not enough to play with one hand. The horror of destroying the gods, only after reaching that realm, can you know how terrifying it really is? But now, Goku seems to be extremely close to the realm of the god of destruction. Using the water vapor above your head, and the super high body temperature on your body, quickly raise the temperature. This barrier just formed a closed pattern, although the bottom is breathable, but the speed cannot keep up with the temperature of this guy. Goku made a very comprehensive analysis of Xiongpa's approach, and the analysis was very thorough. But are you counting on a small barrier and robots to deal with the science? Isn't it a little naive? Hey! Huge hot air shot out from the flute on his head, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose by tens of degrees Celsius. If it's just with such a little trick, don't think about how to knock me down. Goku instantly came behind Margita and kicked over. Duan! The loud sound spread in all directions, and the ears of all the spectators in the audience felt like they were about to die. Oh, this trick doesn't work for you. Goku teleported again and came not far in front of Margita. Come and try it. My next power. A burst of golden light appeared on Goku's body, and his body seemed to be burning with golden flames. Come on. Feel the scorching flames of the science. Tuan. The golden flame burst out instantly, and the surrounding temperature directly increased to a terrifying level. And Goku's whole person has undergone a lot of changes. His hair has turned golden, his azure pupils are blue, and his body is shining with golden light. This. What a change here! Everyone in the 6th universe is frightened. How could it be? Is this a transformation? Ha 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 ha! Xiongpa, tell you, this is the unique transformation of the Scion, Super Scion. After becoming this state, the combat power will be doubled a lot. Beerus couldn't help but laugh when he saw his brother's stunned appearance. Super Scion. Xiongpa looked at the thin boy Gabe, the Scion on his side, with a blank expression, and asked, "Hey, do you Scions have this change?" Gabe, on the other hand, fell into a panic. Cold sweat kept falling on his forehead, and trembled. "No, I've never heard of it." "Hey!" Xiongpa looked confused. Since the Scions on the other side will change, their own Scions will not change? Something? Lord Xiongpa, this human seems not simple. It seems that this time, Hit is a little fierce and less cheeky. Bardos is worthy of being an angel, and he can see Goku's current combat power value at a glance. Because the energy in Goku's body hadn't fully exploded, she couldn't feel anything yet. What? Xiongpa suddenly panicked and quickly shouted, "What? You say it is possible for Hit to lose? What is the origin of this Scion?" "I don't know, I only know that he is a Scion from the 7th universe and grew up on Earth." Bardos frowned. The transformation alone was so much stronger. What if there were several more identical transformations? This feeling. It's so evil. Gabe immediately sensed that something was wrong. This Super Scion state seems to have a sense of evil that is difficult to express. He was right. Super Scions are warriors who rely on anger, mixed with evil, and rightfully so. And the evil aura on Goku's body, if attached to the Super Scion and Super Scion 4, will have an unimaginable effect. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 064. What a worthy metal man. In terms of defensive power, it really far surpasses me, but, the corner of Goku's mouth hooked an evil arc, and a dark red light appeared on his body. The evil aura was blessed on the Super Scion, and Sun Wukong's combat power skyrocketed again. 300. A small amount of evil aura was attached to the Super Scion, and the combat power directly increased several times. "It's over. You idiot robot!" Goku instantly soared into the air, condensing 2 azure energy masses in his hands. And the robot Magida, after hearing Sun Wukong call him an idiot, the whole person was not good, and he instantly lost his combat effectiveness. Fragile mind, after going down, go and exercise well. Goku clasps his hands together to form a sunflower-like shape, while the azure energy indicates that it is covered in a layer of dark red energy. Let's end it. Evil Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. SHHH. It can erupt instantly, and Margita, who has lost his fighting intent, is instantly engulfed and covered by energy. SHHH. The energy exploded instantly, and the surrounding barrier was blown to pieces by this powerful energy, spreading in all directions. The smoke cleared, revealing the appearance of Margita now, not life-threatening, just unconscious. The referee observed Margita's situation, then found that it was not a big deal, and shouted, "The winner is 7th Universe's Monkey King player." Along with the victory announced by the referee, Goku's avatar flashed with light, while the image of Margita, the light went out. "Referee, hurry up and start the next game, I can't wait." Goku urged at the referee. Good. For the strength of Sun Wukong, he already has a cognition. If Sun Wukong is willing, he can be instantaneous. He didn't dare to provoke such a monster. Here's a please, the 4th contestant of the 6th universe. Gabe. Battle against the Monkey King. With the loud shouts of the referee, Gabe, who was still hesitant, gritted his teeth and jumped directly from the ring. "I announce. The game begins." The referee announced the start of the match and ran directly to the bottom of the ring. It seems to be quite courageous, worthy of being a scion like me. Gaku smiled softly and praised. Don't put me in the same category as you dark and evil fellow. Mr. Frost's injury. I'll come back for him. I'm going to beat you. Gabe croaked his teeth and said angrily, you are not worthy of being a scion at all. A dark and evil guy like you deserves to die the most. Courage is commendable, but what's the use? Goku's face is gloomy as ink. Dark? He has indeed fallen into darkness, but the only light left in his heart is still in his family. If you bastards as high as the god of destruction kill my family. So what else to talk about justice? My darkness is not born of the heart, but is made of this world. Little ghost, you are still far from seeing the essence of this world. Goku's body erupted with a strong aura, and Gabe, who directly pressed him, was breathless, and his body was constantly trembling. Come and beat me. Let me see the justice in your heart. Gaku opened his arms and looked crazy. Darkness? Justice? Radiance? Even if you can't protect your own family and the planet you love, what justice can you talk about? If justice could allow him to protect the earth and his family, would he still be what he is today? The law of the jungle. This is the rule of this world. Only when you stand at the highest position in this world, you are everything, so that the weak will fear you. Don't dare to have any thoughts about you. He only wanted to protect the blue planet and protect the smiling cheeks of his children and family, but his strength caused the dissatisfaction of the gods. Now the god of destruction looks down on, once the king god looked down on, this is a lowly human being, without any status to speak of, whether he can live depends on the mood of the gods. Stop being arrogant. I'm going to beat you. Gabe rushed directly over, and the lean fist directly bombarded Goku's face. Bang! There was a muffled sound on Goku's face, but Goku never took half a step back. How? How could it be? Gabe was frightened and dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, and cold sweat slipped down his forehead. If your justice is only so little, then you better fall. With an eerie and cold evil laugh, Gabi suddenly fell into an ice cave, and his pupils instantly shrank. Bang! Poof! Goku's fist instantly hit Gabe's abdomen, and the strong force instantly made Gabi spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Kneeling on both knees, his combat power decreased, and his consciousness began to blur. Justice? How could I not have yearned for him? But this world does not allow. This dirty world does not allow. In this world human beings have no dignity, full authority to obey God's arrangement, and in their eyes, if you want you to live, you will live, you want you to die. You're dead. Goku pinched Gabina's sky-shaped rocket head, which was identical to Vegeta's. Since the world does not allow me to use the power of justice to protect my family and the planet, then I will fall into darkness, and in my eyes, I cannot protect the power of my family. I don't need to. Goku burst into flames, and with an instant, he threw Gabe out instantly. Boom! Poof! Gabe smashed into the audience of the sixth universe, and suddenly a large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and the whole person directly lost consciousness and fell unconscious. Damn guys! You are defying the majesty of the god of destruction. The purple energy coming out of Xiongpa's body means that he is angry. Humph! Goku raised his head with a smile and looked at Xiongpa's gaze without fear. What about God? What about people? You are not qualified to judge them. It's really terrible, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, I can't get used to your high-ranking appearance. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 065. Abominable. Damn it! Dare to look at me like this. I'm going to spoil him. Xiongpa is really angry at this moment. Is His Majesty useless? The purple aura symbolizing annihilation continued to overflow from the body, and a cold intent spread in all directions. Calm down, Lord Elephant, we still have hit. Bardas hurriedly stopped the elephant who was about to run away. He didn't know the true strength of that scion, but against him, hit was enough. Speaking of hit's words, Xiong Pake was slightly better, otherwise he really couldn't help but kill Sun Wukong. Good. Hit, there you go. Give me the scions of the 7th universe. Elephant Pa roared at Hit. And this cold man opened his eyes mercilessly, and his scarlet eyes grimly stared at the things in front of him. Wrap it around me. Hit stood up, walked to the edge of the audience, and jumped straight down. Seeing the purple-skinned guy in front of him appear, Gaku evoked a rare smile, and said silently in his heart, finally, finally can fight, the strongest killer in the 6th universe, Hit. Announce the start. Umpire. I don't like to waste time. Gaku is already a little impatient. Flash time work, the kind of kung fu that can jump the flash time, the stronger the user, the longer the flash time will be. A pause of 1/10 of a second is enough to kill enemies several times in a peak battle. Hey hi! The alien referee hurriedly announced, I announce. The game starts. With the loud cheers of the referee, the match began, and the referee himself quickly fled under the ring. The game began, the corners of Goku's mouth hooked a smile, and he took a fighting stance, while Hit was silent and stared at Sun Wukong indifferently. The two sides just stared at each other, neither lost the other, and finally, Hit spoke. Are you still not the same? Hit spoke, he didn't think that the Monkey King in his current state could defeat him. Gaku was slightly surprised, and then said, not yet, you have what I need. What do you need? Hit was slightly surprised, a little confused by Sun Wukong's words. Tuan. The dark red chi instantly covered Wukong's entire person, and the whole person was extraordinarily evil. Phew! Gaku instantly came to Hit, and the iron fist containing the evil aura blasted towards Hit's head. Bang! What's going on? Everyone in the 7th universe widened their eyes, including Vegeta. Because the person who flew out was not Hit, it was actually Gaku. What's going on? Did you see this guy's attack? Vegeta asked Vic and everyone. Gark, Boomer turned his head and looked at Gark, because he knew his eyesight. The battle between Gaku and Frieza can be seen clearly, and it can be seen that Gark, the Galactic Patrolman, is not simple. Can't see, I don't see this guy's shot speed at all. Gok is also a little afraid, the killer of the 6th universe, is it so terrifying? Damn, Kakarot, you really knew for a long time, that guy, you calculated from the beginning. Vegeta kind of figured it out, and Monkey King's goal was this guy from the beginning. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder Kakarot was so anxious to fight him, he had already set his sights on this guy from the beginning. In the ring, the corner of Goku's mouth hooked an evil arc, covering his chest, which was still faintly painful. Flash, great Kung Fu, this level of Kung Fu, if used in a peak level battle, is enough to kill the opponent dozens of times. The golden and dark red aura on Goku's body slowly rose and finally exploded. SHHH. The energy exploded instantly, and Sun Wukong's current appearance also appeared. The long blonde hair and the dark red aura covering the body surface looked very evil and dark. Combined with Super Saiyan 3's ruthless face and the marks at the corners of his eyes, it can be described as extremely evil. Combat effectiveness 1,200. Super Saiyan 3, peak state, 500 times the degree of increase, coupled with a large increase in evil aura, the combat effectiveness directly increased to the level of 1,000 bows. Super Saiyans are originally turned into by anger, while Super Saiyans 3 are extremely cold, ruthless warriors, and the evil aura is attached to the state of Super Saiyan, and the amplitude increase effect will increase several times. Super Saiyan 4 state is completely an evil person, with an evil aura attached, and his combat power is enough to be fierce to a terrifying level. The magnitude of the increase in the evil aura, how strong it is, he himself does not know. It seems that as long as he is more evil, the more terrifying the amplitude of this aura will be. Super scions are the transformation of evil, so the increase in evil aura is also a lot more terrifying. Transformed again. The purple face of the elephant of the sixth universe directly turned into a purple sauce. How ugly and ugly. A cold sweat slipped down Bardas's forehead, and he kept asking repeatedly in his heart, why? Why do I feel so uneasy? He is obviously just a human being, a scion, I can't see through it at all. Transformed again. Feeling the breath on Goku's body, Hit withdrew his hand from his pocket. He is already going to be serious, because this time the enemy is not ordinary. Come on. Let's have a man's fight. The aura on Goku's body is gradually furious, and the evil aura is also constantly expanding, belonging to the wildness of the scion, emanating at this moment. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 066. Bang! 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 In the ring, Goku has been struggling to resist Hit's onslaught, but every time he is hit by Hit. He also tries to anticipate Hit's attacks, but the killer who lives in the darkness changes his moves every time. Flash time gong, what a wonderful skill! After initial trials with Hit, Goku has realized Hit's toughness. I can't keep up with the rhythm at all, and it seems that I can't learn it at all. This kind of kung fu involves such a thing as time, and Wukong currently knows nothing about time. At present, only angels exist in the category who can control time, and the god of destruction will not control the tricks of time. Bang! Poof! With a heavy punch that fell into Goku's abdomen, Goku suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out instantly. It's useless, admit defeat, you can't touch me, even if you are strong, you can't beat me. Hit put his hands in his pockets again, looking very pressing. Really? Goku wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, then stood up from the ground and then evoked an evil smile. I was going to learn the kung fu of flashing, so I didn't eliminate you, but now it seems that you are crazy. Tuan. The energy in Goku's body dissipated and became his original appearance. Hey! Hit and everyone in the 7th universe and the 6th universe are very puzzled, is this a towel? Click! Click! Goku moved his neck and made a crackling sound. Feel it, this is the evil divine power that I have achieved in my practice. The smile at the corner of Goku's mouth became more and more intense, and then a blood-red light slowly appeared on his body. Boom! The entire planet was constantly trembling, and a monstrous evil aura emerged from Goku's body, dyeing the entire planet a blood red. How is it possible? Xiongpa of the 6th universe and Beerus of the 7th universe stood up directly, their mouths wide open. This has reached the realm of destroying the god. Elephant Pa and Beerus roared again and again. Tuan! Ha ha ha! Feel it! The power of the evil god that I was born of anger. With Goku's loud drink, his hair instantly turned blood red, and the energy on his body instantly burst. SHH! HH! The barrier in the sky burst instantly, and the angels of the 6th and 7th universes moved one after another, suppressing the trend of destruction. Weiss, how can there be such an evil existence in the 7th universe? It has actually reached the realm of the god of destruction. Bardas couldn't hide his horror in the slightest, this human being had actually reached the realm of the god of destruction. Although it is far from the real god of destruction, he is still so young. In giving him 100 years, it is definitely the level of the top destroying god. Gunsmoke is thick, ashes are everywhere, and in the center of Gunsmoke, you can faintly see a familiar figure with bloodthirsty light blooming in his eyes. Is this your real combat power? A look of fear appeared in Hit's eyes, and his body constantly trembled under this terrifying coercion. Almost, but my combat power is endless. Tuan! A gust of wind hit, and Goku's current appearance was revealed. One head has a blood-red hairstyle, the pupils are blood-red, and the blood-red aura is shrouded in a dark red aura, and the whole person is like a king in the dark. This is my strongest combat power. Super Saiyan Blood Red. Goku pointed his thumb proudly at his face, as if mocking its weakness. At present, Super Saiyan Blood Red is his strongest transformation, and in the full power state, the amplitude increase is 10,000 times the normal, and the Super Blue full power in the comics is the same. Phew! Goku exhaled a turbid breath, and then the aura around his body continued to introvert into his body, leaving only a blood-red hairstyle and an electric glow interlaced with blood-red and dark red around him. Battle effectiveness. 1.5. This is the strongest combat power of Goku at the moment. Super Saiyan Blood Red evil degree is much more evil than Super Saiyan 4, and cultivation to full power, amplitude increase is also 3,000 times more than Super Saiyan 4 for normality. Coupled with this more evil the more powerful the evil aura, the combat power directly soared to another level. Are you scared? Fear of my power? Goku glanced at his hand with an evil smile, smiling in disbelief, because the combat power contained in his body was beyond his imagination. But he knew that this was just the beginning, and Super Saiyan Blood Red was just the beginning. He wants to change Super Saiyan 4 into Super Saiyan 5, and finally completely fuse this evil divine power with Super Saiyan 5 and the evil aura. In this case, the combat power must also have the combat power of the angel level. Terrifying enemy, Hit continued to sweat coldly, and the whole person was vigilant to the extreme. The enemy at this level is already a warrior at the level of the God of Destruction, and the combat effectiveness is directly terrifying to an extreme level. It's a monster. Hit! Come on, now let's see if you can hit me. Goku hooked his finger and said defiantly with an evil smile. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 067. How is it possible? How can it be? Xiongpa was already crazy at the moment. He would never have thought that the human being he was facing actually had the combat power of the God of Destruction level. He's just human. He's just human. How is it possible to reach the realm of destroying God? Xiongpa's eyes were bloodshot, and the cold and violent purple energy on his body gushed out. Calm down. Lord Elephant Paw. Bardos directly restrained the violent Elephant Paw, and at the same time his brows became a ball. She was also very shocked. Can the current human race be so strong? Not good. Hit doesn't seem to be able to hold on. Gabe, who was able to stand up, immediately saw that Hit was suppressed by Sun Wukong and retreated in panic. How could it be? Xiongpa burst out directly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had a full understanding of Hit's flashing skills. Invincibility. Absolutely invincible. But how can I lose now? In the ring, Sun Wukong unceremoniously launched a fierce attack on Hit, and the iron fist with blood-red lightning violently attacked Hit, even though Hit can flash the time, but only defensive. I'm not going to waste time anymore, and I don't need this so-called flash time work. I will use my power to crush you. The corners of Goku's mouth rose, a dark red light appeared in his right fist, and he shouted, Super Dragon Fist! Roar! As if there was a dragon roaring, Goku's fist appeared the head of a blood dragon, with the power of a dragon, and blasted towards Hit. Flash time! Hitter's muscles suddenly tensed, and the whole person jumped time again. Roar! The dragon let out a roar and tried to engulf Hit, but, alas, Hit still dodged the blow by relying on the dodge skill. What a terrifying trick! If I get hit, I'm really finished. Hitter suddenly felt that his body was hollowed out, and he had a feeling of the aftermath. I actually avoided it. This move is a move derived from my Dragon Fist, and I originally planned to save it to deal with the God of Destruction, but now it seems that this move is not even qualified to hurt the God of Destruction. Goku voiced his assessment of the god of destruction. Since reaching this realm, he has known how big the gap between himself and the god of destruction is. The horror of the god of destruction not only comes from his powerful combat power, but also from his destructive power that can annihilate everything. Xiongpa's combat power is the second lowest existence in the 12 universes, and Beerus's combat power is that he can't even see the depth. 100 seeds. This is the surface combat power that Goku sees from Xiongpa, and if Xiongpa really moves, the combat power will definitely soar several times, so these numbers are all false for the god of destruction. Hit looked terrified, cold sweat continued to drip from his forehead. For this terrifying guy, he couldn't resist at all. Scared? Let's be honest. My real combat power is more than that. Goku smiled evilly and pointed to his face, and the evil smile was reflected in Hit's blood-red pupils. How is that possible? How could you still boost your energy? Hit's blood-red eyes suddenly shrunk, and a sense of powerlessness emerged. Is this a monster? Absolutely. Monsters through and through. Next, I will defeat you with one move, so that you have no chance to dodge. Flash time skill? I'm not going to study anymore. The breath on Goku's body slowly rioted, and the energy that had been restrained in his body just now continued to overflow from his body and soared into the sky. How is it possible? Kakarot can also boost energy again. Vegeta was no longer able to calm down, and the energy that Sun Wukong had raised was far beyond his imagination. Monkey King. Beerus's eyes also showed a look of panic. How long has it been? It can be improved again. Goku. You're amazing. It's so strong that it's scary. Wes had cold sweat on his forehead that kept falling, and he couldn't help but feel fear about Sun Wukong's talent. How long has it been, and the combat power has actually soared to such a terrifying level? Is it a monster? Impossible. He's just a human being. Xiongpa directly stood on the edge of the audience because of the energy that Sun Wukong had raised, clenching his fists. How is that possible? Could it be that he still hides a transformation that is stronger than Super Saiyan Blood Red? That's impossible. But... and what will it be? Bardoss couldn't calm down anymore. She felt unprecedented fear of the power and talent that Sun Wukong possessed. No one has ever been able to reach such a terrifying realm in just a few decades, but this scion. And it did. Everyone in the 7th universe stood up, and they couldn't help but tremble at the strength of Goku. Most of the contestants of the 6th universe were directly stunned because of the extreme language. A blood-red aura suddenly appeared on Goku's dark red aura, directly engulfing Goku's original breath. Double. Twice. Thrice. Fourfold. No. This can't be. Feeling this unprecedented sense of oppression, Hit was afraid. It's 10 times as... With a loud drink, the aura around Sun Wukong's body instantly spread in all directions. Tuan. SHH, HH. The entire martial arts conference venue was instantly engulfed by this powerful aura, and purple-red lightning continued to rage in the martial arts arena. Maybe it's because of the mixture of different breaths in the 3 middle schools. Wukong, who uses the Realm King Fist, his hair looks like it is actually purple-red. Boom! The martial arts arena was about to collapse, and the barrier in the sky, which had been specially reinforced by Weiss and Bardoss, cracked again, and the strong airflow suddenly blew all the spectators upside down. Oops! Bardoss and Weiss flew up directly, and the scepter in their hands flashed with fluorescent green light, and began to suppress Goku's violent breath. Let's end it! Goku teleported in front of Hit at a speed that could not be observed with the naked eye, and a cloud of purple-red energy condensed in his right hand, covering his fist. Not good. Hitter's pupils suddenly contracted, feeling the sense of crisis ahead, and the whole person was not good. Super Dragon Boxing. SHH, HH. A punch with huge energy hit Hit, and what was launched was no longer the muffled sound of fists to flesh, but the sound of space bursting and flesh and blood exploding. Its whole person was eroded by pain and flew to the barrier. Shhh. The barrier exploded, and Hit's whole person flew into space. A. Chaotic air currents directly engulf the audience, sweeping them into the universe. Give me a stop. Weiss drank loudly, and a silver-white light bloomed on his body, directly suppressing the chaotic airflow. It's okay, everyone had a feeling of the aftermath of the disaster, and the heart that began to beat wildly just now, at this moment, slightly better. Lord Destroyer, I've won, Super Dragon Ball, I'll take it. Goku turned his face slightly sideways and smiled evilly. And Xiongpa, the whole person is on the verge of running away, and after Sun Wukong's mockery, the whole person directly stormed away and couldn't be suppressed. Human. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 068. Lord Beerus, Lord Elephant Paw has already moved the killing intent, are you going to sit like this? Ves said to Beerus. Just let Xiongpa go, I have to dispel the sharpness of this Monkey King guy, let him see, destroy the horror of God. Beerus just left it alone, anyway, he didn't die in the end. Dad, Goten in the audience clenched his fists, very worried about Goku. Goku. Come on, Kiki clenched her fists and cheered for Goku in her heart. What destroyer? Always look high, the earth is used as a bargaining chip, this is our home. Kakarot. You. Are you going to deal with the god of destruction again? Vegeta clenched his fists, still supporting Sun Wukong's behavior. It's just that he is very angry at his current weak strength, and he can't even help. Come on. Kakarot. You are the strongest. Die. Destruction. A cloud of purple energy broke away from Xiongpa's hand and struck towards Sun Wukong with an endless aura of annihilation. Stop! Elephant Paw! Billiston roared like thunder. In this way, Sun Wukong is also a person from their 7th universe, and if we want to teach a lesson, we must also come to the people of the 7th universe, and it is not the turn of a destroyer of the 6th universe to teach it. In fact, it is just to pretend, at least to pretend. Anger turned into anger? A god on high. Seeing that Xiongpa had already shot at himself, Wukong was not vague, and a blood-red aura covered his hand, and he slammed into it with a punch. Shhh. The destructive energy was destroyed on the spot, turned into bits and pieces, and dissipated in the air. The scarlet light on Goku's body dissipated, and his hair returned to its blood-red appearance again. It's really amazing, using the Realm King Fist in this state, I feel that my body is a little unbearable, or the Super Saiyan is really here. The light and flame on Goku's body dissipated, and the whole person returned to normal. Human! You actually dare to defy the god of destruction! Xiongpa's eyes were bloody, and the majestic destructive divine power on his body surged out. Contempt? You look down on humans. Goku took a small bean from his arms and ate it directly. With Xiandu's belly, all the energy in his body was instantly restored, and Goku's breath became stable again. You're just a human being. And I am the greatest god in the universe. I'm a god of destruction. The elephant buried like thunder. This Scion actually dares to despise the god of destruction and not give him face, this is to die. Great? I don't see it. Goku moved his shin, and to be honest, he was very disdainful of Pa's behavior. Obviously it is to do things according to the mood, and say that he is great. The most annoying thing is this kind of guy who puts a crown on himself. Less nonsense. I'm going to spoil you. Xiongpa directly stated his meaning, he wants to kill Sun Wukong. Are you going to destroy me? Gaku felt very ridiculous. Once the god of destruction lost face, he had to die, and what did he say about God? Shit. Power reigns supreme. This is the rule of this world, he will never take the initiative to attack against anyone, only if you come to provoke me, I will come to make enemies with you. If people do not offend me, I will not offend, this is the principle of Gaku. Tuan. Then let's give it a try. With a loud gulp, Gaku directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The strong aura made Xiangpa couldn't help but be surprised. Is this a new transformation? The breath is strong, but not as strong as just now. Elephant Pa was intrigued by this barbaric transformation, a barbaric figure that was simply a model of destroying God. Wrong. What was I thinking? Now is not the time to say this. This is my strongest power as a mortal, defeat you. I don't use that form. Goku's golden pupils exuded a killing intent, and he was very wary of Xiangpa. Xiangpa's combat power today looks like 100 seeds on the surface, but it is definitely not that simple. The god of destruction cannot only have such a little combat power, this is definitely just the slumber of strength caused by years of laziness, so it seems that there is only such a little combat power. But even if there is only such a little combat power, it is enough to defeat yourself, you know, although the current Super Saiyan 4 has completely broken through the limit, it has not yet reached the peak. If combined with the evil aura, the combat power is only 9,980. It has not yet broken through to the realm of seedling. Although you may die in this battle, you still have to fight, don't you? Let them, the gods on high, see. Bloody. From Science. Ha! The overwhelming golden aura spread in all directions, and immediately after, an evil aura surged up the body, covering the golden aura. The dark red aura covered the body, and Goku's combat power soared directly to the level of wireless approach. Let's fight! God of Destruction. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 069. Stupid mortals, obviously have stronger power, but they still have to use such a small amount of power, extremely stupid. Xiangpa said sarcastically while lightly resisting Sun Wukong's attack. Shut up! The aura on Goku's body became more and more fierce, and the evil aura multiplied. SHHH. Another punch slammed away, and a large part of the ring instantly dented, and Xiangpa seemed so leisurely, it didn't matter. Even though I'm weak. But people. It's dignified. Gaku roared again, clenched his fist in his right hand, and bombarded it fiercely. Bang! Xiangpa's body retreated slightly, but the corners of his mouth evoked an evil smile. Sabotage! Xiangpa aimed his hand at Sun Wukong, and purple destructive energy emerged, instantly rushing towards Sun Wukong. Not good. Goku's pupils shrank suddenly, because he felt that this time the destructive energy was dozens of times better than before. He couldn't resist at all. Abominable. Goku's forehead was bruised, cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead, but the destructive energy in front of his hand did not have the slightest tendency to stop. Damn! SHHH. The destructive energy instantly engulfed Goku, and Goku's entire body was shrouded in destructive energy. A scream of intense pain came out, and Goku's whole face was hideous, with wounds that were constantly bursting on his body, and the blood that had just splattered out was instantly devoured by the destructive energy. Weak human beings are not qualified to fight God at all, you are only worthy to serve God. Xiangpa walked over with a smile and looked at the embarrassed Monkey King in the destruction energy with a smile. What's wrong? Want to stay alive? Just like this, in the face of the gods you should have this look of fear, beg me and I will let you live. Ha 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 ha. Xiangpa suddenly laughed maniacally, and was very disdainful of Sun Wukong. Even human beings dare to provoke the gods. Bastard! The breath on Goku's body has changed qualitatively, and the color of his hair seems to be constantly changing. Don't struggle, you can't break free from the destructive energy, you're just a mere mortal. Xiongpa turned his head and mocked Sun Wukong. Shut up! Goku's forehead was prominent, and the energy on his body continued to overflow from his body, and this destructive energy seemed to be even more inflated. Not good. You are trying to detonate destructive energy. You're going to die. Xiongpa's pupils shrank suddenly at this time, and he could already see what Sun Wukong was planning to do. Sometimes, for dignity, you have to fight for. SHH. As Goku's voice fell, this full destructive energy exploded, and dazzling fireworks bloomed in the center of the ring, and everyone in the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes. Goku! Kiki felt blood dripping from her heart and roared repeatedly. Daddy! Gokuten shouted heartbreakingly. Lao Sun, he! No way! That's impossible! Vic denied this fact at once, he wouldn't believe it, he couldn't believe it, Goku couldn't die. Absolutely impossible to die. Ahem! As it turned out, Vic was right in his conjecture. At this moment, the martial arts arena is filled with smoke and ashes, but with the passage of time, you can faintly see a familiar figure. Damn humans! You actually, Xiongpa covered his faintly painful fat belly, which still had traces of hair loss. Lord Destroyer, sometimes, please do not despise human dignity, because sometimes, the existence of human beings is certain. And dignity is the most important thing for everyone, and no one can trample on my dignity. The smoke cleared, revealing the appearance of Goku now. The strong and full muscles became blurry with blood and flesh at this moment, blood covered the entire body, and on the top of the head, there were traces of heavy bleeding. There are countless openings on the body, and blood is constantly flowing. But the only thing that remains unchanged is the mighty and unyielding figure. His golden eyes appear very resolute, for the enemy, he will never run away, always only face. He will not give up the most basic dignity of human beings, no matter how strong you are. I won't give in. Goku pulled out the only fairy bean from his pocket. Place directly in your mouth and chew. With the subsidence of Sendu, Goku's injuries were instantly repaired, and because of his severe injuries and resurrection, his combat effectiveness rose apart again, reaching the realm of Chi. The current Super Saiyan 4 is also a combat power of about 1. This bean is cheating. However, no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to defeat the god of destruction. On the one hand, Xiongpa expressed his evaluation of this bean, and on the other hand, Xiongpa directly expressed his disdain for Sun Wukong. Hey! The corner of Goku's mouth hooked an evil smile, and immediately after, the aura on his body swelled, but unlike before, the layer of evil aura on his body disappeared. Goku did not use the evil aura, because after that moment, Super Saiyan 4 seemed to have broken through. The destruction god of the 6th universe, Elephant Paw. Keep my eyes open. The power of mortals in your mouth. What kind of existence is it? The golden aura on Goku's body gradually transformed into a fiery red, and his hair was dyed fiery red because of this aura. Ha! The ring was constantly shaking, and Wukong's breath directly had an explosive expansion. How is it possible? You're just a mere mortal. Xiongpa couldn't help but feel a touch of fear for the monster of the Monkey King. What kind of monster is this? Obviously they have been seriously injured, and now they are actually stronger. I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. My name is called Monkey King. Tuan. The fiery red-hot aura instantly emerged from Wukong's body, and the temperature of the entire ring suddenly rose by hundreds of degrees. Transformed again. Science! What a monster! Beerus fell into panic again, because the current Goku had actually become several times stronger. In a short period of time, it is so much stronger, in the next few years to pay him back? Even if it's not the god of destruction, he can't stop it. Okay, Xiangpa, what do you think of the combat effectiveness of this mortal now? Gaku finished transforming at this moment, his body was burning with fire, and his hair was dyed a fiery red by this hot breath, and the original golden pupils also turned fiery red at this moment. This is the complete body of Super Saiyan 4. Redhead Super 4. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 070. Super Psi 4 is the transformation achieved through the state of the giant ape, and the atavistic effect achieved through the transformation of the giant ape can indeed make the bloodline evolve, and the normal combat effectiveness is improved quickly, but what people don't know is that this state is only a semi-finished product. After reaching this state, Gaku realized that his previous Super Saiyan 4 was only a semi-finished product, with half of the bloodline evolved, and half of it was not fully evolved. In the Spirit Time House, he had already had some sense, but he was not sure, but since the battle with Xiangpa, he had been completely sure that he had not fully reached the peak of Super Saiyan 4, and his bloodline had not fully evolved. In fact, just now, he did not burst the destructive energy, but forcibly absorbed it into the body, just like GT's little Gaku absorbed Babe's Revenge Death Bullet, forcibly improving his combat effectiveness, but he was not the same as he was forcibly sublimating the bloodline. As it turns out, he's succeeded, and Super Saiyan 4 has reached the pinnacle. The effect of the complete evolution of the bloodline has also appeared, and the normal combat power has directly soared to 10 yuan. The combat power of the red-haired Super Saiyan 4 has also increased by 10,000 times the normal, which is the same as the Super Saiyan Blood Red. What if you get stronger? It still can't be my opponent. Xiangpa is very disdainful of Gaku. What if his combat power becomes stronger? It still can't be my opponent. Yes, this really can't be your opponent. To deal with the God of Destruction, you can only defeat you with Super Saiyan 5. Gaku is well aware of his gap with the God of Destruction. Even the redhead of Super Saiyan 4 is impossible to defeat the God of Destruction, and the early stage of Super Saiyan 5 is only able to achieve the level of the primary God of Destruction. If you want to deal with Beerus, at least you have to reach the full power of Super Sai 5. Because a top God of Destruction like Beerus, his combat power is known as the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction, and he is extremely strong with a half-finished product, and he is definitely an absolute powerhouse that cannot be underestimated. But I don't know Super 5 yet, but I feel like it's enough to deal with you guy. The corner of Wukong's mouth lightly hooked, and the majestic aura on his body erupted, like a volcano erupting, and the hot and majestic aura instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Combat Power 10 Seeds. This is the peak combat power reached by the current Super 4. Tuan. A dark red aura overflowed from Goku's body, instantly wrapping Goku's breath. Combat Effectiveness 15. After Super 4 reached its peak, with this surprising evil aura, the combat power soared to 15. Damn bastards! How much stronger do you have to be at ease? Vegeta was completely numb, and his lifelong rival actually left him far behind. Elephant Paw. Let's feel my full strength. Witness the power that belongs to mortals. Tuan. The blood-red aura reappeared, and Goku's aura instantly rose. How is it possible? Beerus's eyes were about to come out. Are these Scion's beasts? The realm that others may not be able to achieve for hundreds of years can be achieved by you with a roar? And the combat power has increased dozens of times, beasts. Don't think that this will defeat the God of Destruction. You're only human. Xiangpa also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, the body's instinctive energy eruption, the purple destructive energy eruption belonging to the God of Destruction. Combat Effectiveness 500. This is the current full combat power of Xiangpa, and this weak mortal has completely angered himself. But it's best to think about it, such a terrifying energy actually erupted, so can the universe withstand it? Bastard like Pa. Are you planning to destroy the 7th and 6th universes? Beerus moved, and the combat power on his body directly erupted and came to the side of Weiss in the sky. Weiss, resist the energy this time, otherwise, the 7th and 6th universes will be finished. Beerus commanded. Hi. Weiss agreed, the scepter in his hand flashed with a dazzling white light, and an energy different from the god of destruction suddenly appeared, instantly covering the entire martial arts venue. Including the audience, everyone who came here was protected by this energy. Realm King Fist. 20 times. Tuan. The hot energy storm erupted, and several dark red lightning bolts on Goku's body exploded, and his body burst out, and his body instantly expanded a lot. At the same time, the combat power also soared to the point that it was enough to reach the god of destruction. 300 seedlings. Super Saiyan 4 peak state, coupled with an evil aura, plus 20 times the degree of the Realm King Fist, this strong combat power, I am afraid that it is not much with the Monkey King in the early stage of the original extreme skill. Disappear. Mankind. Xiongpa's hands were folded, terrifying destructive energy emerged from both hands, and a supergiant destructive energy was suspended in midair. Go. Annihilate this human. Xiongpa threw out the destructive energy on the spot, and the huge destructive energy, with the power of annihilating everything, rushed towards Sun Wukong. Don't underestimate humans. Goku rushed over without fear, and the energy of his whole body wrapped his right fist, and you could faintly see a dragon head. Dragon Fist. Erupt. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 071. Roar. The huge dragon roar resounded throughout the planet, and everyone in the audience couldn't help but cover their ears, and their eardrums were almost broken. Destruction. SHH. Goku's iron fist collided with the huge destructive energy, and it can be seen that a dragon is colliding with the purple destructive energy. Poof. Poof. A large number of wounds appeared on Goku's body, and a steady stream of blood gushed out from them. Poof. 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 There were more wounds, and the severe pain made Goku's whole body almost collapse. Damn! Goku roared unwillingly, and the whole person kept retreating. Super Saiyan 4 peak state, red-haired state, just mastered, directly use the evil aura to forcibly improve combat effectiveness, is already almost full strength. If there is no firm willpower, it will be directly controlled by the evil aura, and at that time, although the combat power will be even stronger than now, it may be instantly controlled by the evil aura and become a real monster. However, on the basis of using the evil aura, Goku once again used the 20-fold Realm King Fist, and his body had already reached a zero boundary point and could explode at any time. I'm not going to lose again, I don't want to suffer the pain of my family being used as a bargaining chip. I don't want to watch my enemies trample on the earth I love. Goku roared, and his whole body instantly swelled, but... Poof! Goku's chest exploded, his muscles exploded instantly, and a large amount of blood and minced flesh were broken, revealing hideous internal organs. Poof! A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his consciousness began to blur. The dragon on his fist dissipated, and the aura on Goku's body dissipated. Oh, I don't know what it is, even God dares to challenge, as punishment, let me send you to die. With a gentle stroke, the breath on his hand bloomed, and the destructive energy instantly moved forward and advanced. I'm sorry. I might really be leaving. Kiki. Goten. I'm sorry, a tear fell from Goku's eyes, Super Saiyan 4 disappeared, and the black suit on his upper body also disappeared. SHHH. The destructive energy devoured Goku's body, and in the audience, Goku's family could not sit still. Goku! Daddy! A heart-rending roar emanated from the audience, and Kiki and Goten wanted to rush towards Goku, but were blocked by a white barrier. Elephant paw! That's enough! Stop it! Beerus also felt that it was almost the same, but to his surprise, Xiongpa actually smiled at him viciously. Beerus, I will not let go of a human being who is disrespectful to God. I will destroy this human who does not know the height of the sky. Even the soul is the same. Ha 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 ha. Xiongpa laughed maniacally, which made Beerus's forehead bruise. Beerus, don't be angry, take a good look, this is my 80% destructive energy, this human being, dead. Here. Where is it? In the endless darkness, a familiar man opened his eyes tiredly. If you see his appearance, you will be surprised, isn't this Goku who is devoured by destructive energy? Here, this is your consciousness space. An ethereal voice came out, and Goku's vigilance instantly increased. Who? Come out! Goku took a fighting stance. Are you talking about us? Then a scene that made Goku can't believe appeared. Super Saiyan Blood Red. Super Saiyan 4 Redhead status. And the guy wrapped in an evil aura that looked exactly like himself appeared in front of him. You guys! You guys are! Goku's pupils suddenly shrank, very surprised by these guys. He actually has a face exactly like himself. We. The three Wukong looked at the different corners of their mouths next to them, and said in unison, we, called Sun Wukong. This, Goku was incredulous, and at the same time began to doubt, thinking to himself, what the hell is this and there? Don't be confused, we are your energy, you are already dying outside, if you don't come in quickly, you will really die. The red-haired Monkey King walked out and said to the Monkey King wearing a black martial arts uniform. As your energy, are you surprised that we can speak? The blood-red-haired Monkey King walked out and said to Wukong, I am the power born of anger and darkness in your heart, I am your darkness, and at the same time, I am you. Yes, he is right, I was also born from the darkness in your heart, but I appreciate your behavior. There is no such paranoia about evil, no matter what the power to protect the family is absolute. Sun Wukong, who was wrapped in an evil aura, walked over, and the dark aura on his body made Wukong smile. I'm like them, I am the power in your bloodline, because of your love for Wushan, the bloodline energy is stimulated, and the form born is not much to say, if it drags on any longer, you outside will really die. Goku in the Super Saiyan 4 state frowned. 3 different Goku followed, nodding to each other. You haven't fully released the energy in your body, you're only exerting part of it now, let's completely fuse with you. Defeat the gods who are high above. 3 different Goku said the same sentence at the same time. Although I don't know what the situation is, thank you, you should be left by the original owner of this body to me, just to observe my movements. Goku smiled and uttered a sentence that made all 3 Goku incredible. My own energy, at my disposal, cannot produce consciousness, and the only thing that can explain it is that you are left by him. Goku cuts straight to the point and speaks to the core. Yes, just like you think, we are Sun Wukong. But you are also the Monkey King, we have already seen your actions, and there is no need to continue to observe. Goku, who was red-haired Super 4, smiled and told the truth. Good. Then come on. Stop wasting time. Let's integrate completely. Goku opened his arms to welcome their arrival. The 3 Goku turned into 3 different energies, namely, Flame Red, Blood Red, and Dark Red, and 3 different energies submerged into Goku's body at the same time. Thank you. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Goku smiled and clenched his fists, and then a white vortex gate appeared in front of the consciousness space. Goku walked towards the Uzumaki gate, and with absolute confidence, walked towards the gate. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 072. Elephant Paw. The Monkey King is a person from our 7th universe. It's not your turn to kill him yet. At this moment, Beerus and Elephant Paw fought in the ring, and the powerful destructive power spread in all directions, and everywhere it went, it was nothing. Fool, take a good look, he is dead, what is the point of you doing this now? Elephant Paw quickly distanced himself from Beerus, wiped away a trace of blood that appeared from his mouth, and said with an evil smile. Beerus, on the other hand, widened his eyes and turned his head to find that in the destruction energy, Goku had lost his breath of life. Damn it! Beerus was a little angry, his own player was killed, didn't this hit him in the face? But it's just anger, human beings, it's not their turn to point fingers at God, and Xiongpa is still his brother, dead? Just take the Super Dragon Ball to revive it later. Boom! 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 Within the destructive energy, Goku's exploding chest, the heart inside began to beat slowly. Knock knock! Knock knock! The number of heartbeats accelerated, and a pure black aura emerged from Goku's body and rushed towards his heart. Knock knock! Knock knock! Knock knock! Knock knock! With the rapid beating of his heart, the big hole in Goku's chest has begun to heal gradually, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, flesh and blood are gradually growing and healing rapidly. And the wounds on the body are also gradually healing, as if they have ignored the destructive energy. In the destructive energy, the corners of Goku's mouth hooked an evil arc, and then his eyes gradually opened. Phew! His eyes opened, and there was a large amount of evil aura surging on Goku's body. SHHH, HH. The destructive energy exploded instantly, setting off hundreds of levels of fierce wind, and suddenly the entire ring was in a violent wind. Goku! Daddy! In the ring, Kiki and Gokuten have already cried into a tearful person, while little Goten has already turned into a Super Saiyan 3 state, constantly bombarding the barrier. Open it for me. Wise. Xiao Wuxian's eyes were filled with strong killing intent, blood shot all over, and tirelessly bombarded the barrier. Little friend Wuxian, it's very dangerous down there now, your father. Already dead, Wise sighed slightly, feeling sorry for Goku's passing. Such a good seedling, why not do sabotage? I want to send it to death like this. It won't. Let me go. Little Goten's hands were already stained red with blood, but he was still tirelessly bombarding the barrier. The elephant of the 6th universe. I must kill you. Xiao Wuxian let out a weak, angry roar, and he himself, the eyes welled up, no longer tears, but blood. Goten! Calm down. Vic and Vegeta ran over very worried, but Goten's next move made them all scared. The absolute anger made the strength on Wuxian's body stronger, and at the same time, the green tendons on Wuxian's body were prominent, the energy continued to explode, and the pupils in his eyes disappeared. But in my head, a picture is constantly projected. In the cold night, a man in an orange-yellow martial arts uniform had a young child in his arms, and the man had a kind smile on his face, which was very close to people. Then the man pointed to the sky full of stars and said to the child in his arms, Wuxian, the reason why the starry sky is beautiful is because in the darkness. No matter how the darkness spreads, the light of the stars illuminates him. Then the man looked at the child in his arms, smiled, and said firmly, the meaning of my fight is because, when darkness comes, I will block everything for you, always let you see only golden hope, and protect your smiling face that makes me happy. The child nodded as if he didn't understand, and then made up his mind, Dad, I will definitely try to become stronger, and then protect my mother. And Earth. Okay. Oh, the man smiled kindly, stroked Wuxian's forehead with his big hand, and said, Dad believes in Wuxian, because you have always been a little hero in my heart. I want revenge. I want strength. Give my dad back. The power in Wushan's body underwent an evil change, and gradually, a dark red aura emerged from Wushan's body. How could it be? The pupils of Weiss and everyone shrank suddenly, and now the changes in Wushan, they had seen before. Gokutan's white eyes were gradually replaced by blood red, and the black aura dyed his clothes black, and the whole person smiled viciously and looked at Vegeta. Bastard! Goten! What do you want to do? Vegeta was instantly shocked, horrified by the idea of the child wanting to attack him. Shhh. At the moment when Gokutan was about to attack Vegeta, Vs's barrier was instantly broken, and the violent movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Goten, I'm sorry, I worried you. With a familiar voice sounding, Xiao Wushan instantly froze, and then followed. Bang! With a sound of breaking the air, a hand knife stunned Wushan, and Wushan, who had just mastered this energy, was not very stable, and was directly stunned by this hand knife. How could it be? Xiongpa's eyes widened suddenly, and his whole body was about to jump. How could it be? Grandchild! Monkey King! Beerus's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Enlightenment! Goku! Kiki suddenly lost her face and was very surprised. Goku! Can you live? What a surprise! Wes couldn't believe it, cold sweat slipping down his face. Card! Kakarot! Vegeta suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, because the feeling that Goku gave him now was even more terrifying. Kiki, please take care of Goten, he fainted. Goku directly ignored everyone, walked in front of Kiki, and put Goten, who had fainted in the past, into Kiki's arms. Kiki wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her nose sour. Come on! Be sure to win! Defeat that fat cat! Kiki's eyes showed disgust for the god of destruction, and she couldn't wait to smash the elephant to pieces. Well, I promise you. Goku smiled and turned his head to look at the surprised god of destruction below. People have their own lives, heaven is destined, some people are born kings, some people are reduced to a grass people, imprisoned in prison. God, man, this is just a division of power. My son Wukong is back. Goku opened his arms, a purple-red evil aura appeared on his body, and flew down. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 073. SHHH. Goku's whole person landed in the center of the martial arts ring, setting off a burst of gun smoke, and the whole person was forced to explode. Damn it! Are you immortal? Not dead yet? And stronger? Elephant Pa and Beerus cursed angrily, and then stared angrily at the center of the gun smoke. I am not an immortal body, just a scion who grew up on Earth, and I am not a hero, just a father who worries children, a human who has to fight for Earth. Goku's familiar voice came from the smoke, followed by a gust of wind, and the smoke was blown away, revealing the appearance of Goku now. The whole person was filled with a dark red evil aura, the wounds on his body were all repaired, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Combat Effectiveness 300. I didn't expect the power of complete fusion can actually be strong like this, just the evil aura has increased comprehensively in the normal state, it can be strong like this. If the evil aura is used in the blood-red state, then hanging two destruction gods of the level of Xiongpa, it can already be regarded as stress-free. The evil aura on Goku's body dissipated and changed into its original appearance, and the whole person smiled evilly. Don't think you'll be able to defeat the god of destruction. You're just human. Xiongpa directly threw a purple ball of destruction over. Boom! Goku directly pinched the destructive energy with one hand, squeezed it hard, and the energy instantly turned into a starry point in the sky. What? The eyes of Elephant Pa and Beerus are about to come out, this is destructive energy. It's not ordinary energy. Hey, hey! The corners of Goku's mouth rose, and his combat power doubled after this death resurrection. Now the normal combat power is 20 bows, and it seems that a higher form has been felt. Ha! With a loud drink, a blood-red light bloomed on Goku's body, and the whole person instantly turned into Super Saiyan Blood Red, and his combat effectiveness soared instantly. Combat power 20 seeds. This is currently the strongest power of Super Saiyan Blood Red. Cut, do you still use this garbage to transform? Xiongpa spat out a mouthful of saliva with disdain, and was very disdainful of Sun Wukong. It is clear that he has stronger strength, but he still uses this form of garbage combat power. Hehe, of course, ordinary Super Saiyan Blood Red is not enough to deal with you, but, the corners of Goku's mouth rose again, and the whole person stared at Xiongpa with a smile, but if I transform again on the basis of Super Saiyan Blood Red, how strong do you think I will be? What? Beerus's eyes widened, unable to believe this scene. Hey. Tuan. The huge blood-red energy rose up, the combat effectiveness instantly increased, the whole person's face was hideous, the face was bruised, and the blood-red hair was constantly blooming with blood-red blood. I've had enough. My family was used as a bargaining chip. My home is used as a bargaining chip. My favorite planet is used as a bargaining chip. My existence is not allowed. I'm just a human being. Goku let out a thunderous roar, and immediately after, his pupils began to change color. From simple blood red, it turns into a deeper blood red. Wang. The hair kept shining with blood red light, and finally, it was about to erupt. Tuan. The huge energy exploded instantly. And Goku's whole person suddenly changed dramatically. How? How can it be? Xiongpa's eyes were about to pop out, and his mouth was wide open. The power of the evil god that human beings have achieved through cultivation does not seem to be weaker than you, a fat cat who eats lazy and makes laziness. The smoke dispersed, and the changes in Goku's whole person couldn't help but be scary. I saw that the color of my hair was more enchanting and deeper. The breath on the body also changed, not like a little warmth in the cold before, but with absolute killing intent and anger. Surprised? Goku admired Xiongpa's expression and Beerus's horrified look. Goku pointed to his hair and said with an evil smile, This is my new form, let's just name it, Super Saiyan Blood Red Second Order. Unlike the Super Saiyan Deep Blue that used to be Vegeta, this is a form generated from the anger in his heart, in order to protect his loved ones. Even if you fall into darkness. Battle effectiveness. 600 seeds. Unlike Vegeta's Super Saiyan Deep Blue, the amplitude increase is only 20 times that of ordinary Super Saiyan Blue, and the Super Saiyan Blood Red upgraded by the anger in his heart has an incomparable evil aura, and the combat amplitude is increased by 30 times, and the amplitude increase is also acceptable. What Super Saiyan Blood Red Second Order? Give me all to die. Xiongpa condensed a supergiant destructive energy ball on the spot, which is much larger than the energy ball that destroyed Sun Wukong just now. I'm going to destroy you, human being. Xiongpa directly killed the red eye and threw out the destructive energy in his hand. Same trick. It can't have a second effect on me. A violent dark red aura appeared on Goku's body, and his combat power exploded again. The originally enchanting crimson red color once again added a dark red dark aura, and Goku's entire aura changed again. Perhaps because of the huge change in the second order of Super Saiyan blood, after Goku used the evil aura in all directions, his hair actually turned purple-red, and there were constantly purple-red lightning explosions on his body. Phew! Exhaling a turbid breath, the breath on the body was suddenly restrained back into the body, and only the purple-red hair and the arc of explosion on the body could be seen. Combat effectiveness 1200. After putting on the evil aura, Goku's combat power directly soared to the terrifying level of 1200 seedlings. Elephant paw. Feel the horror from the Saiyans. Goku shouted, and a purple-red earth dragon head suddenly appeared on his right fist. Super Dragon Boxing. Goku swung his powerful fist and blasted towards the destructive energy. SHHH. The destructive energy exploded suddenly, and the smoke once again covered the ring. Hey! Goku let out a loud shout, and the energy instantly blew away the gun smoke, and he put his gaze, bloodthirsty and furious, on Xiongpa. Not good. The sense of instinctive crisis instantly increased, and Xiongpa felt as if he was being targeted by a fierce beast of the ancient period. Bang! Goku suddenly appeared in front of Xiongpa, and bombarded Xiongpa's fat abdomen with a punch. Poof! Xiongpa spewed out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the whole person's consciousness began to blur. Elephant paw! Billiston's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared loudly, "You stop me! Monkey King! It's not over yet!" Goku instantly lifted Xiongpa's head and pressed it towards the ring. SHHH. Boom! The ring made an earth-shattering sound, and then a dense crack appeared in the ring, which collapsed in an instant. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 074. How? Lord Destruction God, how does it feel about the power of humanity? The corners of Goku's mouth rose, and a sarcastic evil smile flashed out, and he lifted the elephant papa. Poof! I saw that Xiongpa suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his fat body was scarred, and the whole person's aura began to weaken continuously. Goku had a purple-red energy explosion on his body, and his purple-red hair bloomed with a bloodthirsty light, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by hundreds of degrees. Let him go! Monkey King! The purple destructive energy on Beerus's body bloomed, and his combat power suddenly skyrocketed. Battle effectiveness 1500. Hey! The Monkey King, who was in anger, also noticed this. He turned his head to look at Beerus, and when he found the other party's strong combat power, he couldn't help but frown. It is worthy of being called the strongest god of destruction, and his combat effectiveness is much stronger than this fat cat. The purple-red light in Goku's eyes bloomed, and then the corners of his mouth hooked evilly. Do you want me to let him go? But he wasn't going to let me go. Goku aimed his body at Beerus, and his left hand condensed energy and aimed it at Elephant Paw's abdomen. Damn it! Stop me! Monkey King! Billiston's pupils shrank sharply, and he instantly burst out and came to Sun Wukong. It's late. SHHH. With a loud drink, the energy in Goku's hand bloomed, and the purple-red energy instantly engulfed the elephant paw, flying towards the other side of the ring. Elephant paw! Beeruston stopped and roared heartbreakingly. SHHH. But late, the energy exploded, the elephant was engulfed, and life and death were unknown. Ha ha ha! What's wrong? Very angry to put? That's right! Goku suddenly laughed maniacally, looked at Beerus, his eyes were full of sarcasm, and said with an evil smile, Beerus, he should be your brother, right? You brother, how do you feel watching him get defeated by me? Bastard! Beerus's angry forehead was bruised, and the whole person instantly came to Sun Wukong and punched him. Bang! With the sound of air bursting, Goku immediately caught Beerus's fist, feeling the force on the fist, and Goku's smile became even more crazy. Ha 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 ha! Did I poke it in the sore spot? What a weakness, Lord Destroyer! Goku continues to anger Beerus in order to plunge Beerus into complete madness. Shut up! Purple energy surged from Beerus, and his combat power skyrocketed again. 2700. What? Goku's eyes widened, and then a purple fist instantly bombarded his face. SHHH. Goku's whole person instantly retreated, and a lot of blood appeared in his mouth. Scions who have fallen into darkness, I will kill you with my own hands. Beerus's gaze was fierce, and his killing intent skyrocketed, and he was angry with Sun Wukong. Ignoring God's dignity again and again will crush God of destruction and ignore God's majesty. That's enough for him to die several times. Humph, humph, Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the whole person flashed with light, his breath was retracted, his hair turned black, and the whole person turned into normal. When you used my family and friends, as well as the earth, as a bargaining chip, I was already at odds with you. And the reason why I fell into darkness was because you forced it. The red light bloomed on Goku's body, and the 4 peaks of Super Saiyan appeared. Goku's face became more and more crazy, his emotions became higher and higher, and he was angry. You know what? I have been in darkness since you defeated me, and I was originally a kind human being with a childlike heart, but I was changed by your gods. In you, I see endless power, regard humans as slaves, as ants, but I wonder if you have ever felt the moment when you are trampled under your feet. Goku's forehead was bruised, his whole aura became more and more intense, his emotions were constantly changing, and anger occupied his thinking. The meaning of my existence is to protect my family, not to protect the power of my family. I don't need. Tuan. Boom. The entire universe was trembling with the energy that Goku emitted, and even Whis in the ring instantly felt afraid. Damn Kakarot! Vegeta was already angry at the moment, and the whole person couldn't help but tremble, and he was completely desperate for Sun Wukong's energy improvement. The energy that is enough to crush people, the surging breath, the courage to fight God. For that alone, he was much stronger than Vegeta. Are you going to transform again? But what is the increase in this power? Beerus struggled against the scorching waves. I saw that a large amount of heat was released from Goku's body, the flame-red aura was constantly transformed into silver-white, and the pupils in his eyes were constantly changing, sometimes scarlet, sometimes flame-red, and sometimes azure-blue. I don't want to repeat that powerlessness anymore. Goku clenched his teeth, his fingers even submerged into the flesh and blood flowed. But he still didn't have that tendency to stop, on the contrary, his breath was still skyrocketing. I saw that Goku's fiery red hair elongated, and the hair on his body continued to transform into silver white, and the whole person's eyes were shrouded in blood red. One picture after another repeated in his mind: trampled by Foe, defeated by Beerus, despised by the gods, beaten half to death by Elephant Pa. Countless pictures echoed in Wukong's mind, and one picture after another was constantly played back in Sun Wukong's mind, stimulating his soul and making his anger bloom, thus exerting more powerful power. Since the light will not accommodate me, so what about falling into darkness? Strength. The absolute strength I need. SHH. The energy centered on Goku exploded, and the huge movement made the planet tremble. Click. The white barrier created by Whis also gradually showed signs of damage, and Whis couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, waving his scepter to repair the barrier. How could it be? This state is, Beerus saw through the figure in the smoke. That figure was still the most familiar horror ever. It's a white monkey in the ancient times. Beerus couldn't help but take 2 steps back, very surprised by the change in Sun Wukong. Have you seen it? That's strange, this state, so far only I have achieved it. It seems that you have seen a lot of Beerus. The smoke was blown away by the fierce wind, revealing the appearance of Goku now. Scarlet pupils, burly body than Super Saiyan 4, long silver white waist-length hair, white hair and body. And a naughty tail behind him constantly swaying in the air. Super Saiyan V is a special form that has been achieved due to the evolution of bloodlines. After reaching this state, the normal combat power has increased tenfold again, and Goku's normal combat power is currently 200 yuan. But what is really scary is not the magnitude of the increase in normalcy. It's about the magnitude of the Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 is the evolution of the bloodline, and the magnitude is 20 times higher than that of the Super Saiyan 3 peak. However, Super Saiyan 5 is different. This is an ultimate sublimation, the ultimate elevation of the bloodline. The increase is calculated as the square of the Super Saiyan 4 to the Super Saiyan 3. For Super Saiyan 4, the magnitude increase is 400 times. This combat power is afraid that it has reached the peak of the God of Destruction, or even stronger. Battle effectiveness: 80,000 seedlings. That's the Yachi. This is the Raging Warrior, Super Saiyan 5. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 075. Don't take the God of Destruction seriously. You're just human. Beerus clenched his fists, and then his body emitted a silvery white light. This state. Don't. Goku was slightly surprised. He had seen it, he had seen this state. Above the realm of God, there is another realm, which is a kung fu that God cannot master, called free and extreme. Few people are known to have mastered this skill, except for the Monkey King of the Power Assembly. Only the angels and the God of Destruction Beerus can master it. This so-called strongest God of Destruction will definitely be at ease, although it is a semi-finished product, but the combat effectiveness is not to be underestimated, as can be seen from the comics. Beerus can be seen in a dozen 11. This skinny lazy cat is absolutely top-notch in combat. Human beings, I will make you understand how terrifying the power of God is. Beerus's body emitted silver-white light, and galactic-colored energy constantly hovered around. Combat effectiveness is 8. Remarkable, the combat power can actually be on an equal footing with me, and it is worthy of being the strongest God of Destruction. Goku suddenly came to war, and he had a new understanding of Beerus's combat strength. It is worthy of being known as the strongest God of Destruction, and the combat power is boundless. But Goku croaked his teeth, and the breath on his body began to riot, and the silver-white aura suddenly rose. Tuan. Immediately afterwards, the silver-white energy exploded, and the powerful aura spread in all directions, and then a dark red aura was set on Sun Wukong's body, and the combat power expanded again. Combat power 12. I won't lose again anyway. I've been defeated several times by you damn gods. Several times looked down on, and even the family was forcibly used as a bargaining chip. Now Lao Tzu is going to tell you. Mankind. It is also dignified. Boom. The ring under his feet instantly shattered, and Sun Wukong came to Beerus in an instant. SHHH. The blow containing powerful energy instantly blasted towards Beerus, and the space set off ripples, which showed the strength of its strength. Bang! Beerus punched directly, and the fists slammed into each other, making an explosive sound. I won't lose again. I definitely. To win. Dark red energy flashed in Goku's hand, and Beerus was shocked when he saw it. Boom! The energy exploded instantly, the smoke filled the air, and Beerus flew out directly. Damn it! Beerus wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his forehead was prominent, and the silver-white energy was even more surging. Tuan! The gunsmoke was instantly blown away, and the furious Sun Wukong teleported directly to Beerus, containing an iron fist of anger, and mercilessly blasted towards Beerus. Boom! There were bursts of explosions in the air, and the space was shaken at this moment. Don't underestimate the God of Destruction. Beerus roared like thunder and pushed Goku's hand directly to the side. Bang bang, bang bang. The two began to break through the battle of extreme speed, and the terrifying energy aftermath spread in all directions, and the space suddenly set off ripples. Boom! 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 The ring was suddenly punched out of several giant craters, the whole planet was constantly trembling, and Weiss was in a cold sweat. Angels are not allowed to participate in battles, and if it is a battle between the gods of destruction, he can stop it, but a battle between humans and the god of destruction, he has no right to stop it. SHH. A supergiant tornado began to blow in the center of the ring, with the silver-white aura wrapped in dark red on the left expanding, and on the right, silver-white energy like a galaxy. Damn Scion! Don't think that if you reach the form of the eternal period, you can put me out of your eyes. I am the supreme god of destruction. Beerus was covered in bruises and struggled with Sun Wukong. I don't know what you said about the eternal period. I just know. All I have to do now is beat you. Break the legend of your undefeated god of destruction. Goku's forehead was blue, the aura on his body became more and more intense, and the powerful energy spread in all directions. And the combat effectiveness is constantly increasing. Super Saiyan V. This is an extremely special state that requires 5 different emotions, namely, anger, sadness, happiness, pain, hatred and other negative emotions to achieve a special state. Goku has only reached the 4 standards so far, but relying on the boundless anger in his heart to improve his combat effectiveness, he has forcibly reached the Super Saiyan 5 state. It is difficult to control emotions in itself, coupled with the complete immoral aura, although the combat effectiveness has skyrocketed, the whole person has long become a beast that only knows how to fight. The boundless anger in his heart gave Sun Wukong strength, and the strong force suddenly forced Beerus to retreat one after another. Combat! Let's fight! Goku burst out directly and threw Beerus away with both hands. Bang bang, the blood-red light in his eyes bloomed, followed by an attack that could not be observed with the naked eye, and densely bombarded Beerus. Poof! Billiston was defeated, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and his whole body trembled slightly. It's not over yet. Bang! With a loud drink, Sun Wukong directly bombarded Beerus's abdomen with a punch, and the strong force made a large amount of blood overflow from Beerus's mouth. His eyes were about to come out, and his body felt like he was about to be pierced. SHH. Billiston flew out and smashed upside down on the edge of the ring. It's over. With that ridiculous thought of yours. Go to hell. Goku suddenly came to mid-air, clasping his hands together, forming a sunflower-like shape. Phew! Dark blue energy emerged from Goku's hand, and Goku's whole person could be said to have really moved the killing intent. 100 times, Big Bang, Turtle Pi Kigong. Goku was covered in bruises, terrifying energy emanated from his hands, and the entire universe trembled. Not good. Billiston's pupils shrank sharply, and a large silver-white energy was hurriedly condensed in his hand. Go and die! Goku roared, and the terrifying energy instantly roared towards Beerus. Human! Don't get too carried away! A familiar voice sounded, and I saw a purple pillar of energy light rushing towards Sun Wukong's turtle sect Kigong. SHHH. Beerus's silver-white energy mixes with purple energy to fight against Monkey King's formidable energy. Elephant Paw. Beeruston was overjoyed, turned his head, and found that it was an elephant covered in blood. Don't be verbose. Defeat this smugly human being. Xiong roared, and suddenly the energy exploded, and the whole body swelled, and the green tendons burst out. Since you are still alive, you can't hide well, but you still have to send them to death. Then I'll satisfy you. A scarlet energy suddenly rose from Goku's dark red energy. Realm King Fist. Thrice. SHH. The energy instantly became 3 times thicker, and the energy of Elephant Paw and Beerus was pushed back in an instant. Not good. Elephant Paw and Beeruston were shocked and roared repeatedly. It's really interesting, after watching it for so long, your battle is so interesting. With a young voice, the pupils of Sun Wukong and the God of Destruction suddenly shrank sharply. Phew! The energy suddenly dissipated without a trace, and the 3 of them turned their heads one after another, and suddenly, a blue-skinned, strangely dressed little fart appeared, and beside him, there were 2 guards, and Bardas, who had disappeared without a trace just now. Beerus and Xiongpa's expressions gradually changed, and their faces were full of fear. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, opened his mouth wide and looked horrified. All Kings. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny